right now, his case?
I'm just waiting for... Hi, I'll be the stage host and ask you some questions after your talk. Really looking Perfect.
Moet je het was drücken? Het is schon op. Und wenn nicht, spreche ich auf oder ich lasse mal. Aber ich spreche nicht lange. Ich wollte nur ein bisschen was über dieses aus Afrika. Ja, das ist immer so in den 10 in der Früh. Jedes Jahr, im nächsten Jahr ist dann wieder das Programm von der Warum ist ja üblicherweise mein Vorschlag, wenn das erst abschließt, weil es so wurscht ist, wenn man das später anfängt. Du bist der Lückenbüßer. Also ich sollte einen kleinen Spielzettel.
Hello and welcome everybody to this year's Starts Day here at Ars Electronica. It is great that you're joining this day, celebrating the contribution of arts and culture to research and innovation under the banner Repairing the Present. We have invited artists, industry and research leaders, people from different disciplines who are going to share their insights and teach us about the different way that innovation driven by art and different kinds of interdisciplinary collaboration can really help contribute to finding solutions for the big problems that we're facing in both the digital and the analog world. So today is a day of reflection, of mapping, and looking at ways to move forward. My name is Geraldine de Bastian, and I have the honor to be the stage host here today and guide you through our program. And first up, I would like to hand over the floor to the person responsible for the STARTS initiative, Ralph Doom, who's the leading expert at the EU Commission for the Development of Research Programs. And I would like to also hand over the stage to the man who really does not need an introduction to the stage, Gerfried, who's been the artistic director and co-CEO of Ars Electronica since 1995. Both will give a warm welcome into the day, and that will be followed by a keynote sponsored by Greiner AG. So please give them both a big round of applause and a warm welcome, kicking off our Starts Day.
Hello, welcome, and a big applause to all of you who made it to be here already at 10 o'clock in the morning. I know the day yesterday was very heavy and people were hanging out very long in Stadtwerkstatt after Future Lab Day. So that's one of the usual problems of our festival. And I tell you, every year we promise ourselves, okay, next year we start the symposium not before 11. But then we start to do the program and there are more and more interesting topics, more and more great speakers. And at some point we say, okay, we have to start at 10 o'clock again. Well, that's it. And I think it's a very good opportunity to really use the time, the whole day. Starts Day is not only a very important part of our program, it really became already a kind of regular, a very important kind of fixed star in the actual annual activities of Ars Electronica, and it's many, many years ago since Ralph approached us for the first time. He was already intensely working on network projects, bringing this art and science community in Europe together, but also bringing them closer to Europe and the European Commission. And so, of course, we thank the European Commission for the really great support and for this wonderful initiative. But personally, I'm totally happy that we have now the opportunity to be together on the stage here in Linz, also because I can really express my gratitude to Ralph for this initiative and really for his hard-working, sometimes stubborn, because in a stubborn way, and work that he's doing, because I think you really understood very early already how important it is and what the huge potential is when we bring the arts, the scientists, the technology, the industry, the creative people together. And well, you are the one who is now speaking here on behalf of the Commission also, so please take over. We can have a sit here. It's, I think, a little bit nicer also than standing.
Okay, so
please.
Thanks, Gerfried, for this very enthusiastic introduction. I just wanted to give perhaps a sort of a overview of past, present, and future of STARTS in a couple of minutes. Gerfried already mentioned we started in 2005 to think about this idea of bringing the art to digital innovation as a catalyst of innovation. And initially we didn't really know what to do and how to address this interaction of our directorate, which is a technology directorate, with artists. So we went, for example, to CERN to understand what they are doing there. And I found what they are doing is not quite what we wanted to do, but accidentally at CERN we met Horst Herndon. And because before I didn't know Ars Electronica, but in 2015 we met Horst Herndon at CERN, and then he introduced me to Gerfried Stocker. And then a conversation involved, which led finally to the first initiative in STARTS, which is the STARTS Prize, that we launched in 2016. And that started very promising with Iris von Herpen, who got the first STARTS Prize for something where she used magnetic fields that she actually encountered at CERN in order to create a new set of fashion textiles. So there was, to some extent, already this link also with CERN. So from there on, STARTS Prize became an annual event that is now in its 7th year, which is certainly, I would say, the most prominent part of STARTS because it is very visible. We had a number of very interesting winners. I will talk about that a bit earlier on. Over the time, over these 7 years, we experimented with other types of funding of STARTS. Some were successful, some were less successful, but I think the second pillar which emerged besides the STARTS Prize is certainly the STARTS Residencies. The STARTS Residencies, we fund artists to work with technology institutions. Artists get a grant which is given directly to the artists. And I think the STARTS Residencies became a very important part of STARTS. I have to say for us it's also important that we do not hand out STARTS Residencies grants directly. We hand out the grant to institutions like Ars Electronica, and then they organize calls and evaluations in order to include the artists. So this avoids this clash between European bureaucracy and artists, which would be a shock, I guess, for both sides, right? So we have a missing link between us and the artists, which is not only Ars Electronica. We had, for example, IRCAM at Centre Pompidou, we have MEET in Milano, we have quite a few institutions. So the presence is the STARTS prizes and the STARTS residencies. The content, as I said in the beginning, what we really wanted is to have the artist as a catalyst of innovation, of digital innovation. By and large, I think two strands evolved, topically speaking. One is what I like to call human-compatible technologies. So this is a way in which artists help to make the immersion of technologies, digital technologies in particular, into society a bit more graceful. I stole this word human-compatible from Russell Stewart, who wrote a very interesting book. He's one of the leading experts in AI, who wrote a very interesting book called Human-Compatible AI. So this is the first strand, and there's a lot of examples how this will be implemented in STARTS. For example, this year's winner, Holly Herndon, I met her first time 2 years ago at Sonar Festival in Barcelona. She uses AI in order to create her music. So she gave at Sonar a performance, but during the performance she explained to the public how she uses AI in order to create her music. And this is something which we find very important, to create what we call explainable AI. To explain to people how AI works, because people are afraid, and rightly so, of algorithms, of bias of algorithms. So to have artists engage with AI and make it a bit more less distant is a very important aspect of development of AI. We have another winner or nominee, I think, which is Vlad Anjola and Kate Crawford 2 years ago, and they created a very big analysis of Amazon Alexa, that the ecosystem of Amazon Alexa, all the way from the rare earth materials you need, lithium, cobalt, to create the hardware, over software engineers in India, up to the users, a very intricate web of interactions. So this is the type of contributions that I think artists can bring to human-compatible digital. Now, the second strand is something which I call ecologically conscious. Not only ecologically conscious digital, but how digital and art together can create a ecologically conscious society. And here we have also very interesting examples. This year's winner, Giulia Foscari, she is reflecting in her work on the impact of climate change on the Antarctic, and also how this impacts the rest of the world. And she's using here data science. She's working with a researcher at Foscari University. She uses data science and simulation and citizen participation, I guess, in order to make a case for this intricate web of interaction between Antarctic and the rest of the world, and the role of climate change and all that. Now, the future of STARTS, I think there's two lines which we envisage currently. One is what we call STARTS regional centers. So the idea here is to create local, regionally ecosystems of artists, engineers, stakeholders across specific challenges like health, food security, sustainability, urbanism, mobility, in order that we see how artists can help in regional development in these specific cases, in specific regions. So we have across Europe a couple of regions where we create these local ecosystems via the STARTS regional centers. We have, for example, one which is called STARTS Water, which addresses the issues of the Sustainable Development Goals of UN in water. It is based partially in Flanders, partially in Piemonte, in Biella, at Città dell'Arte di Michelangelo Pistoletto. We have one project called Repairing the Presence, which is also about sustainability issues. Manuel Sierraqui will give us a talk on that at 11:15, so I invite you to listen to him. He will explain you the 3 R's, which is the 3 R's not of animal experiments, but you will learn at 11:15 what the 3 R's stand for. We have 3 new projects which started 1st of September on food security, on the use of AI and making AI human compatible. In one of these projects, Olafur Eliasson, who was an early supporter of STARTS, is involved. Also Rem Koolhaas, so people who are in the urban field. So this is one future direction, this creation of local ecosystems. And the other thing which we are now working on is making STARTS international, to use STARTS as a way to export our idea of how innovation should work. It should be value and culture driven and not purely based on growth like it is these days with the dominant paradigms of China and US. So to export this European more, should I say, soft approach to innovation also to other continents, we create now STARTS Africa and STARTS Middle East, where we will do essentially the same thing as in Europe. We will invite artists from Middle East and Sub-Saharan Africa to interact with engineers and to interact with local stakeholders on the future of these regions. And we will also create, certainly in connection with Ars Electronica, an international regional STARTS prize in Africa and in Middle East in order to export these ideas. So this is roughly what I wanted to say, and I will now listen to Gerfried, who told me already he has a very interesting idea how to link digital and art in a very concrete way.
Well, Ralph, again, thank you very much. I think what you just described, this huge amount of activities, is a sustainable success story on its own. And what I would like to do now is to wander around a little bit, kind of a journey into this whole world of art science, art technology, collaborations, and reflect a little bit on these very important issues of sustainability that comes along with it. Are we already okay? Sorry. This one. Here we are. I mean, as you know, this is, of course, this year's festival topic is a topic that many people, when they hear it, and also many journalists refer to it, okay, Ars Electronica this year is now dealing with climate change. And of course, this is like the obvious first idea, but what the topic of this festival really is about is the consequences of the consequences. How are we going to deal with all the fallout, the very difficult, and sometimes it will be also very toxic fallout, to continue to use this metaphor, that comes from the changes that are either necessary to cope with the climate change, or that will anyway happen because we don't react early enough. And so immediately you are, of course, in a kind of very entangled web of connections between these very important issues of our time, between these big questions of human compatibilities, and of course all the technologies. And it was a very nice idea from our Future Lab at some point to test out how an AI system would interpret the story of our festival logo. As I said, it's about this collaboration, this continuation between art, science, and sustainability. And is it my laptop who is now the problem? Oh, no. Okay, here we are, back again. Probably it's too bright for the projector, the handwritten stuff, but anyway. Okay. No, there is some other issue. I think we have a chance to get the picture back up. Maybe start the whole thing all over again. Cool. No matter, forget about it. It's just technology. Nobody cares. So this connection, art, science, sustainability, I think a very important part in this, what we're also trying with our program, is of course to get a little bit more reflected understanding or idea, what are we talking about when we talk about sustainability. The usual thing, of course, is sustainability became the key word for everything that is related to dealing with ecological problem, with pollution, and of course with climate change. But then again, we know sustainability, it's about sustaining. And the first question of all is that we should have here is what do we want to sustain? How do we want to sustain things? And maybe you just switch off because it's really annoying if it's not working. Let's do it without it. And in the same way as we ask ourselves, what are we talking about when we use the word sustainability? In particular, when we connect it with the art-science collaboration, we also need to go always back a little bit in trying to sort out what are the different areas, what are the different understandings of something that we call then STARTS, science, technology, and the arts, because we have a very long history, of course, of art with technology. I mean, this goes back in the 60s, and basically we could say it even goes back into the centuries and millennia of humankind and human cultural history. It goes back to the wonderful work that was done in Baghdad in the 9th century when artists and scientists together developed, well, something we would call robots right now, autonomous machines in really wonderful favor. It goes back to all these kind of things, but the interesting thing probably is that in a certain way in the last 30 to 40 years, this art with technology became art and technology and art about technology. And this is not just, playing with the words. This is, I think, a very important transition because it led to a really different also self-understanding and identity of the people who are working in this field, the artists on the one side, but also the people from science and technology. And we also have this big problem, should we say technology or should we say science? Because it blurs in so many things. I'm personally much more interested in this collaboration of art and technology, because this is much more challenging. Art and science have so many things in common. This is actually pretty easy. But then, of course, came this very big idea and this hype, oh, well, there is a new type of industry coming out of it. And so many people that you talk with about art-science collaboration and STARTS, they immediately say, oh, this is this creative industry. These are the people who are doing apps and computer games. But then, of course, the same thing we can say about art and science in particular. Art with science is, of course, a very important topic. And then we have this growing understanding of art as science and, of course, vice versa, science as art. And being here in Linz, I think it really makes sense to look back a little bit into the history, not only because Herbert W. Franke, who was one of the three people who coined the idea and developed the idea of Ars Electronica in 1979, he unfortunately passed away a few months ago, and now all the three people who founded Ars Electronica are meanwhile dead, so we really talk about founding myths when we talk about this time. And there are two very interesting things. I mean, the one is really this sentence that Herbert W. Franke wrote in the opening statement of the first Ars Electronica catalog, where he describes already in almost identical words that we use right now, where he describes this dynamic that goes way beyond science and technology, that comes in particular from the powers and the potential of digital technology and the computer. And when you read this with electronics, a progressive element has come into our world and so on. I mean, just exchange the word electronics with AI, and it could have been exactly word by word the opening statement of a conference like this. And this was done in a time when the most advanced device, gadget, that was representing technology in also the general audience, in the way how people saw technology, was the Walkman. And it was long before the first personal digital devices came. And so I think what these three people did is that in some way in 1979 already, they invented art thinking and they invented the basic idea for the STARTS program. And why I'm saying this is because it's quite interesting. It was an artist, a scientist, and a journalist coming together, thinking about this new festival. And there's always this joke I like to make that maybe they were not only so super visionaries that already 43 years ago they understood how important it is to bring these areas together. Maybe they just couldn't come to terms, whether it should be a science conference, a music festival, or a great public event for the city of Linz. And maybe not coming to terms was, so to say, the crucial moment when the logical consequence was, okay, well, give it a damn, let's call it Festival for Art, Technology and Science. And I think what's behind this anecdote is one of the most important things that I think art can contribute to all these sustainabilities, in plural, that we definitely and desperately need. This is the one that art is not only the place for contradiction, not only the voice that speaks against the mainstream, but it's much more rather the place where contradictions and controversialities itself can exist, and where people know in one way or another how to turn these controversialities into a productive forward-leading power. And when we look at the big discussions of our time, that our societies are totally split, well, I mean, we can try to say, okay, what could be the glue to bring the society together? But I think in terms of sustainability, to think about that sustainability would be the idea now, let's try to fix this, and the sustainability always understood as something going back to how it was, how we liked it when it was. This is the wrong way. We need ways to embrace and deal with the new things. And what they did in 1979 is exactly this kind of formula. They said, okay, here are these three different areas, and using art, nowadays we say as a catalyst, to analyze, understand, and incubate this process of transformation from technology to society. And when I was speaking before about, this transition from art with technology, I mean, these are the wonderful examples of these early times of art with technology. And the most exciting thing is to see how, fascinated these artists were just by being able to play around with these new possibilities. But of course, soon this art with technology would become art about technology, and this is an ongoing circle. We see it like every new kind of trend and technology is coming. We have this very important aspect of artists working with technology and science in the first place is to be explorers, to go beyond the borders, the boundaries of what even the engineers or the business people, the industry who is selling us this technology, what they consider the realm of this technology. But first, we have to start to explore. And there's always, in particular in the art world, there's this big discussion, is this really art? They are just playing around with technology. But imagine what also in terms of social political importance this exploration of artists has. Because it means that artists step in as advocates for the society, for the civil society at large, to say, okay, if there is this new technology, and I mean virtual reality is a good example because now we have the big industry coining metaverse and claiming also, of course, the digital virtual space as their next territory for making big supermarkets and entertainment centers. But here are the artists and they say, stop. It's not only your toys, it's not only your technology because you make money with it. It's something that really concerns the whole society that belongs. And so artists step in, they explore it, and by exploration they are not only creating good examples, alternative examples, they are also creating space in which others, of course, can then enter and create, again, human compatible habitats. But of course, there is a very important point also in this type of art thinking that is so much on the basics also of the STARTS program, that is, of course, connecting cultures. So once you are there, once you have explored possibilities, the next important thing again is to say, okay, reach out back, so to say, into the spaces where you have been working before as an artist, as a cultural institution, and then try to bring people in. So I think this connecting culture is very important. I mentioned already, of course, this is a traditional superposition of art. This is raising questions, critical analytics of the things, how they are going, how they are being used, provoking thoughts. And we at some point came to this, I think it's really a very nice wording to say, it's the second opinion of society. And whenever there is something, you don't feel really well, you might be sick or something, we are totally used to say, okay, well, I want to try a second opinion. And this is exactly what we should do also in the developments of our society. And I don't have the time here to go into all these details of these wonderful projects that all have been also prize winners or nominees in the last 7 years of the STARTS Prize. And of course, with this image, I want to point out that these strategies of artists dealing with technology, making art about technology, about the relationship of society, science and technology, goes far beyond just the digital thing. And in realms like biotechnology and genetic engineering, this whole question of human compatibility will anyway gain a totally new dimension, and it has, of course, a super high important dimension in all the issues that we are discussing with dealing with the consequences of the climate change. And another very important thing that we need always to be aware, also when we think about, how can this development be sustainable? And sustainable means that we need to find initiatives. And this is the wonderful thing of the STARTS initiative. Ralph mentioned it. Since 7 years now, this initiative is pouring money into exactly these communities, into this area of collaboration. And it's not just pouring money to the artists. It's encouraging and driving collaboration also on the side of scientific institutes and industry. But what are the expectations? And again, we have a huge variety. There's such a diverse field. I mean, there is, of course, this standard thing, okay, when we bring in the artists, then we get more diversity and we get inspirations, and then our company gets creative and our engineers make new products. Well, we used to joke a little bit about it, because when you're deep into this, you think there is so much more. But this is a very profound thing. We must not underestimate this very power of leading and teaching by example. And we have seen this very often in residency programs when we send artists and enable this collaboration, that they really go, whether it's CERN or whether it's some industrial company, whether it's here in Europe or in Japan or in the United States. The moment you have artists changing your workplace, with their installations, with their type of working, with the dialogues that you do when you have a coffee break, even if this is just for 2 or 3 months, it leaves a trace. I mean, of course, there are people there who don't even recognize it and they continue to do what they always did. But in each of these institutions and companies, always you find some people who are anyway already, so to say, on the verge, on the jump. They already have something in mind. They have this little feeling in their stomach that they want to do something different. And then having this example, okay, here is somebody who does it really different. This really can make a difference. And it makes a difference for a few people in the company, and this is the basic potential. The other thing is, of course, from the side of the artists, we always have to joke very often about it, because it's also naive. Many of them, they simply want, okay, I always wanted a technician who can help me to do my installation or to do my software. Again, also, if this is just on the very surface of the possibilities, this is a very important point. And of course, organizing this kind of things, taking care of it, in respect to the questions of where is sustainability, we really have to consider much more in depth. And I think this is a growing issue now, because the number of these collaborations is really going very up. Is what kind of exploitation is behind this? And the whole management of expectations and provenance is becoming more and more complicated. I mean, which is a general topic in our digital world, but in particular here. But I think when I talk about that there are more layers and this is just the surface. Of course, I think in the center of it, a very important part, at least nowadays and in the recent years, is this capability that you create a dynamic and energy that allows for prototyping new paradigms and alternative thinking. This is, I mean, we have many, many companies that come to our Future Lab to collaborate with our artists and our creative people. And it's always that they say, you know, within our company, we cannot really provide this space for a serious change of mind, for a serious out-of-the-box thinking, as this common word goes. And they need to go into this safe territory. And of course, again, we could find something where we should be skeptical at all, because it sounds a little bit, okay, let's go to these foolish clowns of the art and then we do some weird things and nobody cares about it. You can say it like this, but on the other side, I mean, what more can you do? What more could you be proud of than being the person, the institution, the area where exactly this is possible? Where you really allow people and say, okay, let's try out something that I usually afraid of doing, because then my job, my colleagues, my boss, my colleagues would probably think I'm crazy. And of course, it is a different rationale. The KPIs of art are completely different than the KPIs of science and as well of industry. And this is why also when we talk of art and science, as much there is, of course, similarity in art and science. When we look at the institution and the institutional structures of science and academia, it's, of course, very different to what's going on in the arts. And even within the arts and culture, we would now need another list to separate the different areas. And of course, I'm primarily talking about these communities of media art and digital art. But I think the next step that we really need, and in terms again of sustainability, that this collaboration can provide for, is what I mentioned before, this extension. It's not moving from one to the other, but this extension of just being controversial to being the area, the realm, the space where contradictions, where controversiality is allowed. Where we just say, okay, there is no A or B, there is no black or white. And it's not about working hard to convince all the A's that they should think like the B's or vice versa. And I think this is very important, because very often we are exposed to expectations from people, in particular when it's governments. There is this nice thing, art and culture is the glue of society. I don't think so. I mean, it's important to think of glue, but I think it's even more important to think of strategies, how to deal with the diversity, plurality, controversiality. And there are, of course, many, many great examples in these years of the STARTS Prize, and I would like to spend, of course, at least an hour just to give you a review. Ralph mentioned Iris Herpen as one of the prize winners. For me, 2007, this really exciting project from the architects from ETH Zurich with MIT was one of the best examples how you really can push the boundaries of thinking. I mean, they were able to find something where just with computer science and robotics, this solid structure with, I think, 2.5 tons of stones could be built without any single glue or cement or anything, just with the ordinary cords that they are putting between the layers. The structure holds together, and the nice thing is, can we start this video? Yeah. When you want to get rid of it, you don't need a caterpillar and you don't need another waste place to get rid of this. You just pull out the cord and the whole thing falls back to what it is made out of, just a bunch of stones. Of course, at the moment, we cannot build bridges with it. And maybe you never will be able to get the permission to build a skyscraper with this kind of technology. But again, the way how the sheer demonstration of possibility And I think this is a very important part when we talk about prototyping. It's not just about sketching out. And this is what in this collaboration, in these residencies is always happening. They are going in these residencies to build prototypes. They make at least prototypic examples that things are different. And so I think STARTS is about humanizing technology. Ralph put it out in a really very great way. And we have this movement, is now really a European movement in many cities, in many institutions, that is referring to an idea of digital humanism as a third way, maybe a particular European way between data capitalism and data totalitarianism, maybe not just between, but maybe even besides or above this. And it is, of course, always the human being that we find in the center of these projects. And we cannot point out often enough that all the technology that we are making should actually serve the purpose of those who are developing, as humans. And then, of course, you have a lot of spillovers and transfer possibilities. I mean, this is my favorite example since 10 years now, because it's really quite a while since we did this project. But in 2012, a bunch of artists in our Future Lab developed this idea of these drone shows. You know them all now by all these Olympic Games and things like this. But this is not enough. I mean, you could say, okay, they did a nice art show and that's it. But from the experience and the collaboration that were necessary to make this happen, a whole series of collaborations and research projects with, for example, the car industry came out. And suddenly the project was no longer about, how does the car look like? And what do we build into the car, and how can we make a table inside the car that tilts when you bend the curve so that the glass of champagne doesn't spill over, and all these stupid things. I mean, look at all the cars of our time. How many precious thousands of hours of creative, genius computer scientists and programmers is just wasted with, how can we make the car blink a little bit blue or red, or change the interior mood with colors and LEDs and things like this. I mean, this is fine, but when we look at the really precious problems that we have on the other side in really reconsidering mobility, then of course this is really a waste of technology. And I think in all these issues that we are discussing right now, of course, most important, we need to rethink our relationship to nature. This is the most important thing in sustainability. But we need to rethink, even in the same extent, our relationship to technology, our understanding of technology. To believe that technology will be the miracle wand that makes CO2 disappear out of our atmosphere, or suddenly cold fusion is coming and we have all free energy and can live on ever happily. I mean, this is totally stupid. There is this very nice saying, very popular. If you think that technology can solve your problems, you don't understand technology, but even more so, you don't understand your problem. It's really one of the best quotes. I don't know who originated it, but let's say it's public domain by now. And I think when we look at all the things that we have to change, technology will be absolutely necessary. How can we change the way how we build our houses, how we build our cities, how we build our infrastructures, our mobility, and so on, and so on, and so on. This is all things where we need technology, where we need engineering. Of course, we also need new scientific upcomings. And we shouldn't give up the hope that the fairy queen is coming and sending us some technology that solves everything. But when we look back into all the history that we know about, it never has been a fairy queen bringing us technology. It always have been creative people with unusual ideas. And of course, art and science, art and technology also means provoking the technology, challenging them and saying, hey guys, I mean, don't you understand how stupid your ideas are? Stupid is the wrong way, sorry, but how short-sighted maybe your ideas are. And this is really one of the most charming examples of the last years from Simon Weckert, where he just put 100 of the cell phones into the little carriage and then drove it by hand back and forth, 20 times over the bridge in the street. And these super intelligent algorithms of Google, of course, couldn't make a difference between 100 cars and just 100 cell phones in his little thing. And immediately on Google Maps, you got the street marked red, and people diverted it. And so at least for a few hours, definitely this art project gave the people a quiet time in their street. And then there are all these projects where you really don't know. Are they art projects? I mean, this could be definitely art projects. I mean, look at this guy. If he would have run around at Ars Electronica with his super bike here. But this is the way how, if you want, you know, your location where your restaurant or your shop is, if you want, you know, a good number in Google Maps and in other services that says, you know, there are really a lot of people there, so go there as well. Well, you hire this kind of people who work with these things. And then, of course, there are always the gray zones and the dark zones. And when I saw this photo the first time, I thought, okay, well, this definitely has to be an art project. There's some nice idea again that, you know, instead of birds, we have now the chirping of our smartphones, and everywhere, in every concert, and everywhere we have. But then when I wrote the article, I was really also puzzled, because this is like a kind of new shadow business. And companies like Amazon warehouses, of course, they have automated systems that are batching the contracts to the drivers who are nearest to the place to pick it up. So usually you have your contract with Amazon and the others, and when you're close to it, when you're in the best position, you get the assignment to do the next delivery. So there are now these people, and it can only be a shadow business, who are hanging cell phones into trees around the warehouses, who are picking up, so to say, the calls. And then, of course, for a marginal additional fee, they sell this contract, this assignment to the drivers. And I think this is, whenever we talk about sustainability, we need to think of sustainability not in the terms of how we have been thinking about growth and development so far. Even, and I just want to point this out, I am a total fan of technology. I'm super excited what technology helped us to achieve. Just imagine in the last 25 years, this was one of the best tweets I've found in recent time. This was the way 25 years ago, the best way how we could see the last planet in our solar system, and only 25 years later, this is how we can see it right now. But we have to be very careful with this. We, in general, made, I think, a very big mistake, or were led to make a big mistake, that we thought, you know, we were always talking about this exponential growth of digital technology. But we really have to make a difference between the exponential growth of this human ingenuity in science and tech, and of course what we usually see when we talk about this growth is the amazing success story and wealth of tech entrepreneurs. And I think as Ars Electronica we contributed to it, so apology for this. We started to believe that actually this digital technology is itself the driving force for this, you know, global expansion that we have been witnessing the last few decades. But I'm more and more sure that digital technology, its businesses and all its derivatives are just like the surfers who were able to jump on the right wave in the right moment, and the real driving forces that we have. And this brings us very closely back to the issues of sustainability, is of course this enormous growth of human population. In everybody who is after beyond 50 years now, older than 50 years, has witnessed in his or her own life that we as humans have doubled our numbers on this planet. Imagine this. I mean, while we were doing our life, we doubled. And there's this other very interesting coincidence, of course, that comes with this, or the development that comes with this coincidence. This is 1989, Tim Berners-Lee starts to invent the World Wide Web, which opened a window for everybody into the digital world, but it was also the year of the fall of the Berlin Wall, and we also know that the fall of the Berlin Wall gave, so to say, start or green light to a tremendous success story of capitalism. So we have these two things. We have this huge amount and activities in liberating global markets, which actually started long before the digital revolution. I mean, these were Thatcher and Reagan and these times when this was really made. So most of the regulations and the situation, the business situation, the digital technology, the big tech companies, as we call them, are benefiting, were actually installed before they even started. And I think it's a very nice way to compare this, that in this time where we had this, what we understand as digital revolution, and of course, technically it goes far beyond. But for me, a revolution is only taking place when it really is a mass phenomenon. This is the same time where the number of billionaires on our planet doubled. Within 10 years only, the number of billionaires doubled on this planet. I mean, imagine this, 10 years. You all can think about what you did 10 years ago, what you did in these 10 years. And if you were on the right side, you could be a millionaire now. And also, of course, the sales of luxury cars and so on. So I think a very important point that we have to question this. You know, when we talk about all the difficulties that come with this technology, in particular when it's about damage of social equality, the damage to democracy, educated and reliable information and all this kind of things. Is it really the fault of digital technology, or is it much more this big mistake that we made by thinking that profit is the only important thing, and by giving all the public infrastructures into private hands? So one important point, of course, will be to reverse many of these mistakes and to give us enough time to do this. I'm now really finishing my lecture. Thank you very much for coming to Ars Electronica and for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gerfried, for this really thought-provoking opening. I think that's going to give us a lot of themes that we'll be touching on throughout the course of the day. And hopefully also with you, we will be making space and time, hopefully for questions also coming from you, and there'll be microphones going around especially during the panel sessions today. So that was a tiny bit of housekeeping, and now I'm very excited to welcome our next speaker to the stage, who has traveled far to be here with us today, and we are very grateful that she has undertaken this journey. Selina Neirok Leem is a poet and a climate warrior, and you could say that she's really a frontline climate warrior because her home is an ocean nation that is part of the Marshall Islands and amongst the regions most threatened by climate change. Representing the Marshall Islands, Selina Leem was the youngest delegate at COP21, and at the age of 18, she spoke there together with the State Secretary of the Marshall Islands, Tony de Bruyn. They delivered the closing speech for their country at that conference. And since then, Selina has taken a number of stages, including being a TED speaker at the 2001 TED Countdown Summit, where we are very proud and excited to have her here today. So please give a very warm welcome to Selina Leem.
Thank you for the introduction. Excuse me, I have a cold. Hello everybody, my name is Selina Leem and I am from the Marshall. Thank you. I'm from the Marshall Islands. And so I'm very thankful to be here as a climate warrior, a poet, and a spoken words performer. I'm very honored to be able to bring my people's story to share with all of you. And one of the ways that my people have used art throughout the years to pass down our history through generations is through storytelling. And so I'll be doing a storytelling. It'll be a gruesome one, starting on the history of the Marshall Islands and trying to explain the reason why in the Pacific so many of us have used art as a way of advocating for our issues regarding the climate crisis or nuclear proliferation. And so all of these movements are further amplified the message through art. And we shall start. So my slides, are they able to show up? long, long time ago, there was a group of people from Southeast Asia who traveled across the vast ocean and came across the islands that we all inhabit now, the Marshall Islands. And these islands encompass 34 islands and atolls. And through our people sailing, which they used the stars, the currents, the wind in order to help them navigate through the vast ocean, they've made their home, and we've inhabited these islands for the past thousands of years now. And Island Gainar is the name that we have for our islands, and it translates to English as our islands. And in the Marshall Islands, we are located halfway between Hawaii and Australia. And once the slide shows up, it'll give you a better view of where we are located. And we are an ocean and lagoon. So atolls means that there is a lagoon, there's a body of water inside of it. And so in many parts of the islands, you can stand on the middle and see both the ocean side and the lagoon side. Next slide, please. That is where the Marshall Islands is. You can't see Hawaii right now because the map is very zoomed out, but we are halfway between Hawaii and Australia. And when you fly into the Marshall Islands, many people are actually very terrified because this is the first thing you see. And that's our airport. And so when I say, when you stand in the middle of the island and you see both the ocean and lagoon side, I literally mean just that. And in most parts of the island, on average, we are 2 meters above sea level. And the highest point, I really encourage you to remember these because we will be touching on them later on. Next slide, please. So going back in time, we, after World War II, we were put under the United States, and we were colonized by them, and this was when they started testing their nuclear testing of bombs. And 80% of their nuclear testings was actually done in the Marshall Islands. And then they dropped their biggest, it was a total of 67 nuclear bombs. The biggest hydrogen bomb they'd ever detonated in their history was actually dropped in Bikini Atoll in the Marshall Islands. And this bomb is equivalent to 1.2 Hiroshima bomb dropped every single day for 12 years. And thanks to the US government's miscalculations of the wind, and their general coming to my people and saying, for the good of mankind and to end all world wars, they convinced our chief to move from their island of Bikini in order to do the testing of the bomb. And our chief then, not knowing English, heard mankind and thought the general was speaking about God. And so he thought, okay, this is for the God that we serve. It is for the betterment of our people. So we have to move. And so they started doing their testing. And here you will see, probably some of you have come across the mushroom image. This is the Bravo bomb that they had detonated. And this was between 1946 to 1958. And after that, because of the miscalculation of the wind, the fallout, which was white, spread all throughout the 34 islands and atolls in the Marshall Islands, even though the United States will only say only 4 of the islands have been affected. And so people came out, they felt, they heard, everything rumbled around them when the bomb was dropped, and they came outside and they saw all these white fallouts and they thought it was snow. So they started playing in it. They started eating it. Because those who lived in the nearby islands, they were not informed about the bombing. And so as you can imagine, people started getting sick. They died. And we were then used as guinea pigs by their scientists. And so how, you might think, oh, it's like very removed from me, but it's actually very close to you, because in one way or another, you were indirectly or directly exposed or have come in touch with my people's legacy. Anybody here have heard of SpongeBob SquarePants? SpongeBob SquarePants. And bikini, the bathing suit bikini. Have you worn it, or have you seen it, or have you touched it? So these two, that is my people's legacy that you are seeing and you are wearing. SpongeBob is set in Bikini Bottom. Bikini Atoll. All the characters are on SpongeBob. They're all deformed or weird looking. They are nuclear survivors. All their houses, they look like war bunkers. Then the bikini bathing suit. French designer, then that was when the Bravo bomb was dropped on Bikini Atoll, and it shook the entire world. People were fascinated by the vast power of this bomb. And the French designer of the bikini designed the bikini and said, oh, my bathing suit is going to have the same effect as that bomb on Bikini Atoll. And so he named the bikini suit after the island that this bomb was dropped on in my country. Next slide, please. What remains, besides the diseases and what we call jellyfish babies, is a dome on Enewetak Atoll called Runut Dome. And so this Runut Dome is a concrete dome of over 3 million cubic meters of waste, nuclear waste that the US had cleaned up. And this is not even half of the nuclear waste from all the bombs that they had dropped in our islands. They created this dome to dump these wastes into it. And there was a sign here that said, do not return for 25,000 years. And the last time they dropped these bombs was in 1958. We're not even close to 25,000 years. And this dome, it's leaking, it's eroding, and it doesn't have a base. It's in total communication with the water that we all share. So when there's high tide, the water inside it rises. When there's low tide, the water goes down. And all the harmful substance that is inside is now making its way back into the water. And they found traces of it in oceans all over the world, like Japan, the US, even parts of Europe. And this is the legacy that my people have to be left with. And so, connecting the nuclear legacy to the climate crisis. Next slide, please. Here, I wanted to show what we say on Midero Atoll, the capital atoll, is the 2 highest point we have. And that's the dumpster, because we don't have a land, as you can see from the first image. And so we just have piles of waste going up because we just have no land to dispose these of. And the bridge. And look how tiny that bridge is. And so these are the 2 highest points that my people could potentially escape to during floodings, high rises of water. And the sea level is rising at my country at 7 millimeters per year, and that's more than twice the amount of global average, the sea level rise. And like I said before, we are at most 2 meters above sea level. And growing up, I've always seen the seawall that my grandparents and my uncles and all the men in our village would build during king tide seasons. And so during king tide season, the waves are at their highest, and so they go over 2 meters, and they rush over into the land, and they crash into our graves. They crash into the land. They salinate everything that is in their path, and so because we are coral atolls, our soil is already very poor. And so the very little crops that we have, they die immediately the next day because of oversalination. And the very little fresh water that we have also gets salinated. And so this seawall would be broken down again and again and again. And then the next day, as soon as it's low tide, my uncles and them, they're back at the ocean side again to rebuild the seawall, and then it gets broken down. Next slide, please. And so this is what you see. And this is right outside my house with the graves. These are my neighbors. A couple of my family members are here resting as well. And when the water goes down, these graves actually get broken. And you see bones of all who rested in these graves, resting atop of these coral rocks. And this is the crisis that my people are having to face with every single year. And I'm only 24, but this has been my entire life growing up. And this was everything that I saw and all the fear that I carried, thinking, oh my God, I literally just saw the ocean water come from the ocean side and rush all the way to the lagoon side. Where does that leave us? So because of all of this, you can see it's very, very important for Marshallese, for those from the Pacific, for those in the front line, why we're so desperate to advocate, to continue to raise awareness of how vital this is for our livelihood. Because the threat is right now for us. It has been 24 years ago for us. It has been my grandparents' generation's time as well. And only now is the world coming to think, oh, we have to act now. Why? Because it's now in your backyard. And we've said this many times. It won't just be us. What is happening in my backyard now will soon come to your backyard. Next slide, please. And this is my house and the seawall that I've mentioned that has to be built again and again until the king tide season is over with. And so my people travel the world, we come to places like this, and we tell our stories, we use whatever means we can, and most of the time it's through the means of art because of the ancestry that we've been passed on from our elders and our older generations. And so through the use of pictures, I'm able to show to you what words cannot really, to show the reality of my people. And we're not saying that, okay, this is it. The reason we're here is to say we're not accepting this as the end game. Whatever little time we have, it is still time to act. And we have to continue raising awareness. And that would mean, looking into your local community, into your national community. See how the climate crisis, how are you impacted in one way or another by this issue? And then bring that forth to your global leaders, to your government leaders, and push them to say, hey, this is happening to us. We can't have these ambitions and goals that you've already put forth. They need to be more than where they are right now. Because Marshall Islands globally contributes to only 0.0001% of the carbon emissions out in the world. And so with what we're gonna have to do, which is using indigenous knowledge, nature-based knowledge, and the ways of our people since eons ago, it still would contribute to very so little. And so countries like this, nations that are powerful, have a much bigger responsibility to push their government to do more. Because the effort that is done in mine can only be up here if you reach me up there too. And so this is the message that I came to share here today as a climate warrior and a poet from the Marshall Islands. Kumoltada. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Selina. Can I keep you with me for just a second on stage? It was, yeah, so impressively spoken. I'm never going to look at SpongeBob's or bikinis the same way, and I'm sure nobody else in the audience will either. Thanks so much for sharing this message and also your call to action. I just wanted to ask you maybe one or two follow-up questions on that, because I think it's so important, this call to action you just made. How can we all amplify your voice, your story that you've shared? And I feel like today we're exploring different ways to do that through artistic intervention, of course also through activism and different ways. Do you have a wish or a suggestion how most effectively we can be amplifying what you just shared?
Well, I think we've already seen it now. Opening spaces like this for my people to come share their stories, for people in the front line to come and share their stories is a very effective way, because you're bringing the human voices out into these spaces where we don't get as much access to. And I've always tell, like, it's a pressure amongst the Pacific climate warriors because it's a lot on us and there's very few of us in this space. And so we're very stretched to our limit. But at the same time, we recognize the crisis that we are in. And so we put ourselves forth, even though it's draining us, it's really exhausting a lot of the time. But we recognize that we have managed to tap into these spaces, and it's a rare opportunity to come and be the voice and face of the people who are in the front line. And so utilizing spaces like this, using your privilege to give voice, to give space and the platform for these people to share their voices is a very great way to move forward.
Absolutely, and maybe also just to add, for those in power or those who already have a seat at the table, to make sure more people, especially people of indigenous origin with indigenous knowledge, also get a seat on the table in order to share those perspectives and have them included in the conversation.
Precisely.
Thank you so much for being here with us today. Let's have another really big round of applause for you.
Obrigada.
We are going to have the tiniest of breaks before kicking off with our first panel session of the day, Repairing the Present, REWORLD, REWILD, and RETOOL, which is going to kick off just before 11:15. So we'll be right back with you in a few minutes.
presentation slides are on this one. Okay, perfect. Do you have it on this? Do you just send it over to you? Pardon? Awesome. How is it on? I'll just skip that part. Okay, super short. So, the click in there.
Selina. I think she said she's still going to be around today. She was just hungry and had to go find some food. So I hope she's going to be right back. That's all right. I did ask her. She said she would be sticking around for today. It was great, wasn't it? So nice. I just wanted to find her. I would want that too. If I had a doctor here, so yes. All right, so she, yeah, all right. I'll move on.
This is what it looks like. It's really easy. This will be the first thing you use with this. And you switch here. And you're talking to this. Understand what it is? It's currently it's fine. It's on standby. Do you need adjustment? Then somebody can help you with this. But
I can adjust, yeah.
yes, okay, perfect.
And I speak from here.
If you want to, you can also sit there and use one of the
And use
mics.
one of the mics and the clicker.
Either is fine.
Okay, thank you.
And
Tana, is accurate? It's just for you. Is this for me? Yeah. For my 15 minutes. Right.
no, just a quick question. We're going to sit and stay here.
I was planning that. No, you wanted to use the lectern, right?
No, because now there's a laptop here, so I can also just, I have my
we have the
notes.
switch
I can also sit and use the switch. So we stay here.
Yeah, the question is the mic. I asked her if we're going to have a mic.
She said I think we have to.
Does it work?
I think so. Yeah, I'll try. Welcome back, everyone. In our next session, which is our first panel session of the day, Manuel Siauki, the curator of the STARTS exhibition series, Repairing the Present, REWORLD, REWILD, and RETOOL, is going to speak together with Mariana Pestana, who is an architect, researcher, and curator of contemporary design and architecture. Please give them both a warm round of applause.
So, it's on? Yes. Hi, everyone. Let's see if I can get in. So, thank you for being here. I'm so happy to see so many friends and colleagues and artists I admire. And it's not so much a topic for this presentation, it's also a launch. The idea was that this exhibition series that is going to happen during the fall will be launched here with already a first installment, which is a conversation with Mariana Pestana. And I want to show you this little book that explains a little bit why it seems so relevant to have Mariana here in this launch conversation, because I was reading it through the spring, and it's called Fiction Practice, Prototyping the Otherworldly. And in the framework of Repairing the Present, the idea of prototyping was a core concept that we had to deal with. The conceptual elaboration of the project is, let's say, that journey between repairing the present, the idea of prototyping, the idea of futurity, the idea of the present again, and so on and so forth. And as I sort of bump my head against the notion of repair, I thought we would need to gather as many brilliant voices as possible. And so here we are. And I will do two things. I will try to present this project and the conceptual scaffolding of this exhibition triptych. Then I will introduce Mariana briefly so that she gives a presentation on some concepts that also seem core to what we need to collectively address through projects like this. And there's nothing particularly special about any project today except the fact that it's an opportunity to address collectively certain issues. I think there needs to be an emphasis on these are not expressions of creative personalities simply. This is actually over and over again the opportunity for us to start conversations, get together, and bring our efforts and our intelligence to, I think, the most important common goals. These goals, of course, are summarized or you may say even encoded into the new Green Deal in the European context. They're also presented as a multiplicity of strategies, and amongst these strategies, STARTS, which stands for Science, Technology and the Arts, has been a consistent effort to bring this collective intelligence in the form of collaborations between artists, scientists, and technologists, industry leaders. So, with that framework, we may start speaking about such project as Repairing the Present. And I will show you a first slide, if it comes on. Let's see. Click. Click. Next. Maybe you can help me somewhere over there in the black box. Can you bring on the first slide? Great. And now if I do this, how do I go on? Okay, good. Let's stay there. Let's stay there for a minute. Maybe we will just stay there. So, Repairing the Present is the name with which a number of regional centers associated with STARTS have gathered their efforts to foster these collaborations that I was referring to by means of residencies. And residencies or fellowships or whatever name they take, but I think the idea of residing is very key, is also a core aspect of STARTS. These processes actually happen through extended periods of time and situated forms of exchange. So I will just briefly mention the regional centers that are engaged in repairing the present, which is the Cleantech Hub Snowball in Belgium, Maxi Museum in Italy, State in Berlin, Onasisteg in Greece, InfoArt in the Netherlands, MIT in Milan, CCCB in Barcelona, and Ars Electronica, alongside tech hubs such as Sony CSL Paris, Kersnikova in the Czech Republic, Science in Cyprus, and Art Hub Copenhagen. And this is important because these residencies actually have been the material with which we've worked for these exhibitions. And now how did we come to these three slightly monstrous words is that journey. So let's say that if we consider this situation in which we're all in as a constant sequence of opportunities in which we mobilize our collective resources and our creative efforts. The idea is that together we will provoke these forms of ecosystemic improvement. And that's where this first sort of forking occurs. If we think about ecosystemic improvement, we are somehow projecting it in, let's say, timelines. Now, what has happened in the past 3 years, systematically, not only because of the pandemic, but also with the war outbreak in Ukraine after Russia's invasion, with the supply chain crisis, with a number of things, has, let's say, undermined the very idea of timeline in design and creative processes. Somehow the very idea of futurity has affected not only the futures market on a speculative level, but also a very, very practical level in design and creative processes. And so addressing the current urgencies might not be a question of futurity and timelines or projections. It requires another component. That's where I think the relevance of this concept of repairing the present comes in. If we are to repair the present, if we are to fix, you can move on to the next slide, yeah. We will be, well, operating on two levels. The level which is transitive, repair something. And I always use the same example of the washing machine. So when your washing machine breaks, you don't prototype a new one. You call someone who fixes it. So that would be the fixing, right? When your shoe breaks, you go to the cobbler. I mean, assuming you're not just going to throw your shoes and buy a new pair on whatever website, but that's what you do. This is the approach of fixing, it's immediate. The idea of repairing gives a sense of the present. It cannot be postponed. It needs to be approached with the techniques that already exist, with the elements that are in the ecosystem at hand. So, but there's another level, which is sort of intransitive or somehow intransitive, because there's a level of repair that is applied to time itself, to the present, to presentness, which has been broken. It has been broken by a certain urgency to anticipate market-wise in this period that since 1950 has been called the Great Acceleration, in which pretty much all indicators of human development have gone exponentially higher. And you can see all those curves as you know, hundreds and hundreds of indicators, all pointing in the same direction. And so that exponential growth is also the projection line of futurities. That breaks when something like a pandemic comes in. The sort of like I-shaped diagram is not a V, it's not a U, it's not an M. It's just like boom. So that's what happened in 2020, and it's something that we have assumed has become tendential somehow, and now it will be in a different pace. But futurity has been broken. But at the same time, we see ourselves in these endless Zoom calls, in these situations that are not exactly there, in these pre-recorded events, and so on and so forth. And therefore, we strive for proximity in a better way. And, well, look at how people were ferociously traveling this summer everywhere. They wanted to be in places. So that's also excessive. There's a damage that's been done to the present, and we're sort of like switching back to whatever mode was natural or, harmonious. And so this has been the twofold dimension of reparation, in which, in this context, is where we see these residencies unfold, with the most diverse topics: immunology, blockchain, crypto, like waste distribution, interspecies cooperations, bioengineering, new fuels, energy, so like rethinking and so on and so forth. There's a huge range. And I think when we listen to talks like the preceding one to ours, you see that the question of addressing global reparation is manifold. There are a huge number of anthropocenic markers of disaster, of required reparation. And so, as you may all have seen too much during the pandemic, there was also this urge to people were reinventing themselves. People were calling for like the redesign of the whole world, the reinvention of this and that. And so we were coming from a period in which there was a mantra that was reduce, reuse, recycle. And suddenly it was everything: reset, rethink. You see it on t-shirts, you see it everywhere. Rethink, reinvent, redefine, rework, reground, whatever. And that's where these three monster words came about. And this is where the question of improving the situation, enhancing, repairing, fixing, starts articulating what, thanks to Mariana's text, for instance, I would also call fiction practices that are not innocuous, that are actually ways of articulating and re-articulating our practices in general. So they are vehicles for the re-articulation of our practices. And so the three monster words call for like redefining what we call a world, and calling upon, actually, Nelson Goodman is cited also in your book, in Alexandra Midal's essay. What do we do when we make worlds? How can we approach this task, let's say, in a less frivolous manner? Less frivolous than the company called Meta is trying to make us think. Less commercially, more, like injecting citizen goals, injecting poetic goals in the work of world building, world making, worlding. Rewilding calls upon a new condition of the feral. How can we restitute to the wild, and this being understood as not only the wild in biomes, but also the wild in anthromes, what Anthropocene scientists call anthromes. And retool, how can we rethink mediality? How can we rethink instrumentality? So these three levels appear in these exhibitions, and certainly they are just three fictional frameworks in which the practices of these 21 residencies can be made visible. So now the question of the exhibitions is, why do we make exhibitions, right? They are not exercises in activism per se. And with this, I remember a conversation between Olafur Eliasson and someone in the intergovernmental panel on climate change, where it was very clear that what we can do when we exhibit work is actually to catalyze. And this concept of catalyzation is also very, very key in the process of the residencies. How innovation catalysts and artists can work into a process that become, let's say, prototypical, or become exemplary, become catalyzers themselves. So there's this sort of like expected escalation of this catalysis. And that's what these exhibitions are made for. They are not spectacles. They want to produce a close experience of the work. They are not displays of documentation. They are also themselves catalyzers, as much as the teams that have worked on these ideas are working on catalytic processes. So, as I only have 18 seconds left, I will read the name of the artists who are in the exhibition that you will be able to see at Meet in Milan, opening October 4th, Maxi in Rome, October 14th, and ZKM in Karlsruhe on November 18th. You will see works by Wasim Al-Sindi and Oxalon, Kat Austen and Farah Peluso, Samira Benini Alawat, Felix Getke, Joseph Hovadik, Studio La Pasunger and Joanna Smear, Studio Above and Below, Cecil Mariton, Penelope Kane, David Shongo and Philip Van Dingenen, Suzy Gucci, Olga Kiseleva, Adriana Knuf, Liu O'Neill, Grow Your Own Cloud, Marcus Gisaunig, HyperConf, and UnitLab. So we hope you will be able to see these exhibitions and share your impressions, your ideas. There will be a tool crafted by State Studio to precisely bring this conversation on a more global and continuous level. And now, since I already gave this framework, however schematically, I would like to give the floor to Mariana Pestana. Thank you, Mariana, for being here. Besides being an architect and a curator and an editor and a researcher, I've encountered some of Mariana's shows over time in these past years. And once I told Mariana that when I saw Eco-Visionaries, I had the feeling the show was coming too early. Had it come today, it might be too late, but we have to, I guess, negotiate these two time dimensions, whether we be too early or too late. And so perhaps the present is the convergence of both, you know, too late and too early at the same time. So Mariana, please.
Thank you so much, Manuel, for inviting me to be here in the first place, and for the conversations we've had already in the last moments. I think I'm going to go maybe to the lectern so someone doesn't have to be there changing slides. I'll liberate you. Hi, everyone. Is it on? Yeah. Ah, perfect. So hi, everyone. So I, as Manuel mentioned, I'm an architect and a curator, so I'm a practitioner before anything else, and I make spaces that rehearse possible futures. I think of them as fictional scenarios of what the very immediate tomorrow may look like. And these spaces are highly collaborative, and they are frameworks where many people get together, they get involved. And I do this so that people can engage with the futures that are presented to them and think critically about the present. So it's about this extension of the present that hopefully we will talk about. You will all recognize this image on the screen, and I apologize for showing it. It's from 20 years ago, it's so old, but I think it's a good starting point to explain my positioning in relation to fiction and fiction making and fiction practice, which is what we are going to be discussing here today. This is an image from Minority Report, and the architecture that's being displayed there is what David Kirby has famously called a diegetic prototype. So cinema has this ability to attract public support for technological development by revealing possible futures on the screen and stimulating desire in audiences. An object that is fictional can be perceived as real by audiences, and so gain support for its implementation in the actual world. So justifying funding opportunities, leading to the construction of more real-life prototypes. And so contextualizing technology in the social sphere, cinema naturalizes something that wasn't so familiar before in the eyes of the public. And so the film works as a pre-product placement. Companies gain public support, raise fundings for the projects, but the public has no say or no real participation in the development of this technology. So the public here is a mere spectator, and in the future, possible, very plausible consumer of what's being presented. And so, as an architect, what preoccupies me is, or what motivates me, is to create spaces where social, technological, and cultural futures meet the public. But we try to do them in a way that the public is not a passive observer, but someone who is a participative agent in the definition of what a particular future, the future of a particular site or context may be. So these collaborative frameworks that I was talking about are spaces where many voices are present, and they allow for plural viewpoints where people can participate and live for real as futures that are being presented to them. And I do this because I believe in an idea of critical citizenship, that if we are able to understand the ideas and the prototypes that are being presented to us today, that are shaping the world of tomorrow in a way, that we may better position ourselves critically. My studio, The Decorators, makes temporary architectures that are conceived and presented as working systems where many people can take part. So they take place outside of the walls of museums and galleries, often in the public realm, and they're constructed in streets, in squares, city pockets, and so available for anyone to just bump into them. They imagine fictional possibilities, but they replicate real-world models, so a radio, a cinema, a restaurant, and eventually they merge with reality. And so this specific condition being inserted into the city fabric accentuates this blur between reality and fiction. You encounter a project and you think of it as something that is absolutely real. Of course, it's there, it's for you to use. But often the vision that lies behind the project is not yet either fully accepted or fully circulating in the everyday political or social reality. And I believe that using architecture to give shape to these possibilities augments the plausibility of these visions. So one of our first projects was Ridley's, that I just, sorry, this is it. That was a restaurant built on site by ourselves with cheap materials, simple construction methods, with the help of friends and volunteers, and it was furnished entirely with items found on the market where it was presented, so from pans to cutlery, and it served meals that were cooked with food sourced from the market as well. And what was special about it was not how it looked, as you can see, it's very simple, but it was the mechanism on which it ran, which was a food-for-food exchange system. And it was created with a lineup of local chefs that would create daily menus and using market produce only, and so people would come to the restaurant, look at the ingredients we needed, get those ingredients and exchange them for a cooked meal. And so this temporary installation was for us an opportunity to imagine an alternative socio-economic program for the public realm. We designed a system, composed a temporary building, a set of rules, a financial system, a collaborative network, a public program of events. We were concerned with imagining alternative uses for public spaces, to think of program as a means of regenerating a space. And so through Ridley's, we implemented this vision in a 25 square meter tiny space for 3 weeks. So it was a fragment of this vision that we wanted to implement in the actual world. And so in that sense, this was a tiny prototype of a reality. And then we worked with city councils from then on, using other methodologies such as radio to collect public opinion. We went to work with different city councils to do this, which we began calling rehearsals of possible futures, and we would do them and build them and test them. From local councils, I went out to work with cultural institutions such as museums and festivals and biennials, and as a curator, I began thinking of the institution as a state of exception, where things that were not possible outside, out in the streets or the city, were all of a sudden created within the museum walls. And so they were presented as relatively fictional, we can discuss this, but the act of enacting them, of making them real for a period of time, I think made them a little bit more plausible. So through hosting stories, conversations, stretching modes of hospitality, I've tried to bring this kind of thinking to the space of the museum. So many years ago, my first experiment in doing this was at the architecture by a triennial in Lisbon, where I commissioned an architect, Paulo Moreira, and an artist, Giulia, to design an embassy. And then we invited different organizations to become ambassadors on a weekly rota. The guest ambassadors were not official envoys or high-ranking diplomats that actually represent the nation state, but they were representatives of radical civic movements and marginalized communities within the region of Lisbon. They were envoys of places and people that usually remain in the shadows of dominant national and even city representations. So following this preference for choosing usually unrepresented ambassadors, the project opened up a space for imagining alternatives to dominant politics and to power structures. So every week there was a new ambassador, they had carte blanche, they could change the space as they pleased and talk about what they pleased. And so it became like a tiny little space for these kinds of representations to be enacted. I've took this kind of thinking to different places. At the World Economic Forum, for example, in Davos, we worked with 2 set designers to make scenarios where we asked a number of questions about the social impact of emerging technologies. And so here we were presenting emerging technologies as pieces of evidence of futures that were just being created, and they were put on display to speculate about their possible impact. One of them was the largest crowd-funded architecture project to date. Another one here was the 3D printed portraits of Chelsea Manning, who was a very spoken figure at the time. But we would present them in these contexts that would raise debate about the impact of those technologies in people's lives. And this was the beginning of a kind of thinking that I developed further when I worked at the Victoria and Albert Museum, where we gathered over 100 objects such as these, like evidence of futures that were being produced, that were witnessing in social, technological, political changes, from Cambridge Analytica's emotional graphics to Facebook's drone Aquila. These objects were transforming the museum, we hoped, into a civic space for discussing the emerging futures that they were bringing about. This was called The Future Starts Here, and I was inspired when the making of this by urbanist and philosopher Paul Virilio, when he said that the invention of the ship was also the invention of the shipwreck. That is, that every new invention contains in it many possible consequences, accidents that could have not happened had the invention not been created. So the futures that were, the belief here was that the futures that are presented to us, they are just some of the possibilities that are already inscribed in the world. They present themselves often in the form of harmless objects, beautiful inventions, exciting innovations, one at a time. And so this project was created with the preoccupation that it's our duty as citizens and cultural producers to question them, to critically analyze these objects, to think what interests do they serve, what visions does each embody. But as I did this project, I became really aware of the fact that critical curating was a very dangerous thing to do because the museum has such a gravitas that showing polemic objects with a critical label maybe is not enough. And so I began thinking that it is perhaps more of a duty to look elsewhere, to choose another way, to think of and celebrate and display and produce objects that embody futures that are perhaps less shiny but more promising, developed in smaller studios, less mediatized geographies, where the real alternatives maybe are being produced. And the search for these futures that are less shiny, more solidary, if you like, that present real alternatives led me to think of empathy as a key paradigm shift, as a tool, if we are thinking about retooling. More recently, I was curator of the 5th Istanbul Design Biennial, where I proposed that in face of the climate, amongst many of the crises that we are facing, we must celebrate designs and architectures of solidarity between people and the natural world in relation with other species, in relation with ecosystems. And so empathy as a tool to think of ways of designing and building models of new forms of relation between people and nature and across the more than human. So empathy as a tool. And for example, one of the projects that emerged out of this kind of thinking was a garden for people and for birds that we commissioned to Studio Ossidiana, and which they realized in 2021. What is it to empathize? This is a term that has had a very complicated history, very turbulent history as a word, as a term. But to empathize is by definition to feel into something else. It was a term that was translated from the German Einfühlung. And so it's an act of disembodiment. It's a desire for decentering. It's an idea to empathize with the more than human. It's an idea that's not about humanizing the other, but it's really about othering the human. And in doing that, destabilizing the boundary between the two. So my interest is in this, in empathy's invitation to escape one's body, to escape one's position. And of course, skeptics will say this is a pointless exercise because how can we ever escape our own body? How can we ever escape our situatedness, our anthropocentrism? And indeed, this is a physical, it's an ontological impossibility. But I trust that in the effort of escaping the center, of detaching from one's body, of seeing from another perspective, that we may see the world differently. Like empathy, narrative fiction begins with this decentering gesture, so it's dislocating the center of the real world into a new, imagined one. And from this new center, other possibilities are imagined and conceived of, alternative worlds are built, and a pact is formed between author and reader. There's an agreement to suspend disbelief, behave as if that world existed. So what happens in this process of dislocation? Of course, if the story is good, it will make us reassess the actual world when we come back to it. Freedom seems more stable after reading Margaret Atwood. Religion looks completely different after Voltaire. Voting seems more urgent after Saramago. Possessions aren't as valuable after Ursula Le Guin. So empathy is this effort of decentering, of stretching worldviews and seeing the world from different perspectives, a practice of distorting, defocusing, warping, elasticating reality. This is how I see it. So we all know that the interdependence and coexistence of humans within larger ecosystems has been subject to several disciplinary and interdisciplinary discourses in the last decades with a greater emphasis. And so aligned with these discourses, we put forward a proposition that invited design to consider its empathic purpose, to think of design as a mediator of emotions, of sensations between people and other entities, biological, geological, machinic, mineral, such as plants and objects and other species, and consider design as a practice that takes care as its main drive. So I call this work that I do a rehearsal of possible futures, and my aim always is to design curatorial mechanisms for listening, design spaces for dialogue, and then to rehearse possibilities, not in the form of text or images, not in the clean setup of computer renders and or even in the clean space of Hollywood films, like I showed in the beginning, but in the messy reality of everyday life. So it means that these are very incremental objects and spaces, quite fragile, that can be lived and experiences. And I do this because I believe that imagination and aspiration are faculties that need to be nourished. They are not evenly distributed. And when I say this, I'm very inspired by Arjuna Padarai, the anthropologist. And so my take on imagination has this political orientation because it is concerned with how imagination can be harnessed to empower people to imagine alternatives that can really improve their everyday life. That's it. Thank you.
I switched so I could see your slides. Thank you, Mariana. When you were speaking about like critical citizenship and critical curatorial work, I was wondering how would you engage forces that seem so antinomic as those of grassroots organizations and those of tech innovators? And how has it occurred in a context such as the Istanbul Biennial or your show at the V&A, where there was a good amount of technology and at the same time there was also a proportional amount of civic preoccupation? How have you managed these two levels, which today, for some mindsets, which I think need to be transformed, they seem incompatible. It's like either you're in a grassroots thing where, you know, we make chai and kimchi and sort of like discuss these topics of solidarity and empathy, or you're in some sort of like industrial drive where then we all seem to be, you know, flexing for, you know, machines to be improved and mechanic processes to take on more and more complexity so that they save whatever they can save. How can you negotiate this distance?
No, that's a question that I posed myself as well when, because when we did this show at the V&A, this was in 2018, and we were really inspired by the great exhibition and the fact that there was a display at the great exhibition of things that were placed with equal value, like a flat hierarchy between objects, be them just raw materials or fireplaces or technological innovations or decorative elements. And that kind of bird's eye view look at objects and what messages they bring about was something that was an interesting starting point. However, having done it, I thought that there's no such thing as a flat hierarchy, because some of the projects that are created with the huge resources of big tech companies, they cannot compare in terms of like aesthetically to some of the projects that are being created by grassroots movements and so on. And so there wasn't a flat hierarchy. There was a very unbalanced hierarchy in terms of how these projects presented themselves, regardless of how we spoke about them. And this is what made me really question this position of something that we could call critical curatorship, right? And I started questioning it and thinking, okay, no, maybe there's a positioning in terms of opting for a particular side of these things that needs to be done. I think that. So from then on, perhaps I have engaged less with these, let's say, dark side of technology. However clever, it sounds in conversation and in there's something that happens when you start interviewing certain research centers, visiting certain places, that there's almost like a feeling that you know more. And that's very tempting, but I don't think that that's what I'm perhaps so interested in doing. However, I think there's something about infiltrating some of those spaces, and I think universities can be a really interesting space for that. And I'm sure that's what, maybe you can talk a little bit how you're balancing those two with the STARTS project.
Yeah, in my case at Eina Idea in Barcelona, I think I've gotten through so many possible terminologies, and now I'm more into Gothic technology. I like it as a way to approach all technologies from the perspective of let's say the impossibility to distinguish the living and the dead, the natural and the artificial. Mm-hmm. That would be like straight Mark Fisher definition of the Gothic. And I think the Anthropocene is very much that. And if you want to move it to the two terms I threw before, because I think they're interesting, is the impossibility to distinguish the biome and the anthro, meaning the ecosystems built by the biosphere and by all life, and those that are directly influenced and crafted by humans. Incidentally, on the train to Linz this morning, I saw a farm and there was a llama. There were some horses and a llama, and I was like, oh my God, what is that? That's Peruvian. So anyway, when you were speaking, I was thinking that there are several of these conflictual pairs. I think we need to approach technology from this yeah, Gothic fictional side, if you want to call it Gothic or fictional, but at some point in your book, and I mentioned it to you before, I think it's page 13 in your introduction to all the laboratories, you use the term clean fiction, and I think it matches clean design as something you do not want to articulate. You want to be somewhere else through fiction, and I would not call that dirty, but what I would say is there seems to be a reluctance in the worlds of design or the worlds of, like fiction-powered productivity to not overflow into areas where it gets uncomfortable, where empathy becomes part of the equation, where citizen issues become part of the equation. And that's why it's so difficult to influence the industry from these processes, because what we are trying to bring in is holistic points of view in which there's nothing cleaner or dirtier, but everything is codependent. So how have you managed to, let's say, push for this vision in contexts in which you've been asked to speak, which are very clean fiction driven? How do you, manage to keep these things together in this type of effort?
No, I think that there's something about this staying in the present, right? Reclaiming a presence in the present time, if that makes sense. Because it is true that many of the contexts and discourses that are, how can we call them, more dominant, they call for ideas of other long-term futures, and they call for ideas of prototyping, replication, scaling, as if a particular test that's made in the present is something that should achieve a final form and therefore be then useful in other contexts. So this idea that it's a legacy of course, an industrial mindset, but that there is one, that something is created and therefore one size can fit many places and situations, and the success of something is measured in terms of how replicable, how long-term can it exist, and so on. So I believe that there's something to be done, and that's what I find really promising in your project as well, about reclaiming this presence in the now, right? Extending the present time as rather than just like escaping it for the future. I really like, I was speaking, I mentioned Apadrai earlier, and something that I really like about his thinking is this distinction between fantasy and imagination, right? Fantasy as being a gesture of escaping the here and now, and exchange that somehow for something else that may seem better or worse or more shiny. And imagination is something that's very concerned with action, with a desire to shift a little bit the condition that we're in. And I much prefer the latter. Yeah. Definitely. And I think replication can, follow improvement or worsening paths, because replication is a pattern. And yes, I guess we're trying to just bring out all these ideas into expositions to provoke the good kind of replication and variation and like reinvention, I guess, carrying them out in any possible way by any other bodies, and keeping that chain and that virtuous circle. This is what we are trying to do, and I'm very happy that your ideas are at least inspirational to me, and I feel I can replicate some of them in my projects, and that will start newer and newer conversations. This one has been great. Mariana, thank you so much. And I believe we're out of time.
We would have a couple of minutes for 1 or 2 questions.
Okay, excellent.
Which I'm happy to
It'd be great
take over, but if there's anybody in the audience who would like to ask a question, then you can give us a sign of hands and a microphone will come to you.
Yeah.
if you're all being shy, then I will come in a question of my own, but I do want to give you the chance to ask one of yours. I'll do the icebreaker then, but if you see a hand raised, then please rush to them with a microphone. Thanks, it's been super fascinating to listen to you, and I actually have a bunch of questions I would like to ask. But maybe just to start with this idea of how we can perhaps overcome the egocentrism of the Anthropocene and reconnect with nature, and how technology can also be a guide to that. I recently read an article, not just that we might be able to speak whale through AI soon, but that we figured out that animals where we would have perhaps not thought of that communication complexity, like naked mole rats, have complicated dialects that change with a change in leadership. So do you think that these kind of technologies can also be a bridge to reconnect with nature in some way?
Reconnect with nature. I am suspicious of the idea of like nature in itself, because I have the feeling that's okay. If we take this idea of the Anthropocene seriously, that means that there is a change of epoch from another one that was called the Holocene. And what that implies is that what we call nature is actually pockets of the Holocene. And what we need to do is not so much protect pockets of the Holocene where certain amounts of waste are not attaining directly, but they are, because the amounts of nitrogen that are, like spit out in the atmosphere that cannot be divided are massive. And so sooner or later, these pockets of the Holocene will be, like destroyed by a hurricane or whatever is provoked by actual global warming. So how do we reconnect with that? It's great. It's a lot of fun. I also read the article, New York Times. So, but I have the feeling it's not about that. It's like, how can we articulate together with all these agents, empowering themselves, but also humbling ourselves to speak their language? How can we articulate together a new nature in the Anthropocene, which is now irreversible, to live in peace and maintain and grant the livelihood of, like subsequent generations without endangering them as we are doing, in the current, still, accelerating process. I would articulate it that way.
Thank you. Do you want to add anything?
I think it's fine. I think
There's a hand that's gone up. Then right here in the middle with the white jacket, unless somebody else has already got the microphone.
Yeah, thank you both for your presentations. And I just want to elaborate on what Manuel said with an example from one of the works that's going to be exhibited in this exhibition, where I think your question about how the technology can othering the human, like you so beautifully said, Mariana. It's a project from Penelope Kane, where she started to rethink what a lichen is as a symbiotic creature. And together with the HRLS in Stuttgart, with a high-performance computer center, they were able, with micro-CT scans of this species, to delve into it. And with having that perspective and starting to understand, only with the help of this technology, what happens there inside for the first time, you could take another stance and also start understanding what another time span would be, like a lichen time span, just as a practical example.
Definitely, Leah. Thank you so much, because I think precisely Penelope's work with lichen, when we've discussed, but how do you see the articulation of lichen in space? How does it communicate? Well, the understanding of that language, which is the expression of this organism, is a model. She is helping us find new models in behavioral entities like lichen, and then influence our own languages and our own extractivism and our own attitudes. And that's where I would take this. It's not so much, it's so exciting to hear animals speaking and then suddenly they make comments on, how ridiculous this whole thing is. But rather, how can we, like enter new process of estrangement and mimesis in which we become them. It's like the devenir animal, perhaps, of Deleuze, but technology actually operates there as a very, very powerful tool, if we understand it well, is to enable new becomings for us, but not for the species that work for us, as our unpaid employees, like lichen, for instance. Thank you. That was actually a great example, definitely.
Thank you so much. I think that's all we have time for. Let's have another, big round of applause for Marianne and Manuel. And now we are going to head straight into our next spotlight session. And in this session, we are going to learn about the work of Giulia Foscari. She is an architect, researcher, and activist. She's also the founder of Unless, which is a non-profit agency for change, as well as the alter ego Una, an architecture firm focused on cultural projects. And the work of Una and Unless have been recognized and shown at numerous international exhibitions. Giulia is also one of our STARTS award winners. And today she is going to be interviewed by the wonderful Francesca Bria, who is president of Italy's National Innovation Fund and honorary professor at the Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose at UCL London, as well as senior advisor to the UN Nations UN Habitat on Digital Cities and Digital Rights. Please welcome them both warmly.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction, and it is really an immense honor to have received the STARTS Grand Prize for Innovative Collaboration in Science, Technology and the Arts, and to have the opportunity today to share with you the work on Antarctic Resolution, which is a truly collaborative and multinational, transnational project. Yes, it's working. On December 7th, 1972, NASA's famous blue marble photograph immortalized for the first time in history our planet Earth as an illuminated globe. The line of sight of Apollo 17's crew fell onto Antarctica, putting it center stage. However, our modern map projections collectively neglect the Antarctic, portraying it mostly as a very thin line, which is bordering our cartographies on its lower edge. With Unless, the agency for change that was just introduced, we advocate for the urgent reframing of our planet, to recognize the pivotal importance that Antarctica and the ocean that surrounds it holds in the global ecosystem. The proposed New World projection assumes that our seventh continent is acknowledged as a global commons, rejecting historic territorial claims. It aspires to a more inclusive future, which does not relegate the power to vote on Antarctic government and governance only on the hands of 29 members, consultative members to the Antarctic Treaty, but to humanity as a whole. The Antarctic continent accounts for 10% of the landmass of our planet Earth. It equates basically 1.4 times the surface of Europe. Its geographic borders were defined with the Antarctic Treaty in the signing in 1959 as the territory south of the 60th parallel. Yet its geographic borders are in constant flux. Regarded as a true Antarctic boundary, the Antarctic convergence, which is a current, circumnavigates Antarctica and in fact activates all the currents of the global oceans, oscillates constantly between the 60th and the 40th parallel, whilst the surface of the ice almost doubles in winter as the surrounding ocean freezes, and the south magnetic poles keep shifting due to the Earth's magnetic field. Antarctica is the largest repository of data, of scientific data on our climate history. It is a planetary archive in which the ice itself allows scientists, such as Carlo Barbante, who will be talking with us very soon here today, to reconstruct trends in atmospheric greenhouse gas concentrations from past glacial and interglacial eras, offering irrefutable evidence that never in the past 800,000 years have carbon dioxide levels reached the levels we are witnessing today. Yet Antarctica also represents the greatest menace to all global coastal settlements threatened by the rise in sea levels induced by anthropogenic global warming. The kilometer-thick sheet of ice that accounts for 70% of the fresh water of our planet and 90% of the ice of planet Earth is currently melting at the alarming pace of 200 Olympic swimming pools per minute. And its total meltdown would increase the global sea levels by 60 meters, launches the largest migration ever witnessed by humanity, and in fact erasing both the Marshall Islands and Venice, which is the city I come from, alongside incredible cultural heritage. While the future of our planet depends to a great extent on the fate of the Antarctic, it is really astounding that our seventh continent is still collectively neglected. Antarctic Resolution is a project by the Agency for Change and Less, and it catalyzes global attention on our southernmost global commons, and is really conceived as a call to action. Aspiring to build, let's see what happens here. So, no. Yes. Aspiring to build a movement in defense of intergenerational justice. Since the foundation of UNLESS, which is quite recent in 2019, we invited 150 leading Antarctic experts from the fields of geopolitics, science, architecture, logistics, technology, as well as 80+ institutions, archive, artists, and students worldwide to contribute to Antarctic Resolution, which is the first encyclopedic publication ever curated and edited on the Antarctic. And we exhibited the multidisciplinary body of research in international cultural institutions, including the Venice Biennial, where a large-scale art installation denounced the alarming thinning of the cryosphere by reproducing the thundering soundscape of fracturing Cyclopean sheets of ice. There should be an audio which would hopefully convey the alarming soundscape of Antarctica. Next time. Building on the power of the arts to catalyze global action, the exhibition traveled to other prestigious institutions, such as the Museo Nacional Thyssen-Bornemisza, on invitation of TBA 21, which I believe is also here tomorrow as a speaker, on occasion of the 30th anniversary of the Madrid Protocol, the Protocol on Environmental Protection to the Antarctic Treaty, but also in Milan on occasion of pre-COP and other institutions. Now, in an effort to consolidate and grow the Antarctic Resolution Network, we're launching a process to digitize the multidisciplinary project, and with the ambition of creating an open access platform that has the potential of enhancing even further collaborative work in and on the Antarctica, promoting data democratization. A key feature of this Antarctic Resolution platform, which is also previewed not only here but in the exhibition here at the festival, is its search engine. And the ambition of this interactive interface is to help future researchers navigate through the complex relationship between Antarctic Resolution contributors, but most importantly, it allows Antarctic experts to easily identify colleagues, their respective affiliated institution and projects, and to ideally launch new interdisciplinary projects on Antarctica. The generative potential of the Antarctic Resolution Network, of really building this network, cross-disciplinary, can be exemplified, in my opinion, by a project that we led with UNLESS, which is the Antarctic Suit. It was conceived by UNLESS while running a symposium with our academic platform, the Polar Lab, which was held at the Architectural Association, which at the time was led by Eva Franch, who also will be here later today. And I'm very privileged to have a conversation with her on Antarctica. And on that occasion, what appeared evident is that we had invited specialists from two organizations, namely ENEA and the European Space Agency. And they both mentioned the inadequacy of current clothing in Antarctica, which is not sustainable with the extreme weather of the continent. But what is interesting is that while each of the experts had full know-how on the operational and medical specification that a new generation suit would have needed, they had not communicated, and therefore the absence of a shared platform sort of hindered the development of a project of that sort. So what we did is we just catalyzed their knowledge, and we tried to build the brief for a new suit and invited the DR Lab, which is the R&D technological sort of design laboratory of the Dainese company. They normally do armors for sort of safety armors, I would say, to design with us the Antarctic suit. And we have here in the exhibition the first prototype that was designed, but the beta version is currently being tested by scientists in Concordia Station on the Antarctic plateau from the French and the Italian national programs. But committed to contribute as architects beyond the built form, be it at the micro scale of an intelligent clothing or that of a building, we launched, and to also embrace the critical and ethical dimension of the architectural practice by exploring the potential of design to participate in the construction of what here at Ars Electronica you call Planet B. On occasion of the 44th anniversary, of the 44th Antarctic Treaty Consultative Meeting, which was held in Berlin in May this year, we launched an urban campaign which was conceived to build a constituency for the only continent without indigenous population. culminating in a rally at the Brandenburg Gate, which we organized together with the Antarctic Southern Ocean Coalition, ASOC, which I'm very proud to serve on their board, but also Fridays for Futures, Greenpeace, and many other NGOs. The campaign called on citizens to demand accountability on a global commons by supporting 3 petitions, which 2 now were signed by almost 250,000 people. But the campaign asked the public to basically embrace their role as Antarctic citizens and speak up to protect 3.8 million square kilometers of Antarctic waters, namely to establish 3 new marine protected areas. The so-called East Antarctic MPAs, vehemently supported also by the European Union, would not only bring the United Nations 30 by 30 challenge at reach, but it would also help preserve the Southern Ocean biodiversity and also its potential to act as a carbon sink, as it does today. But we also invited citizens to speak up, to commit to international stations in the continent and reduce our contaminating footprint while enhancing scientific collaboration. And finally, to speak up to ban hydrocarbon extraction in Antarctica permanently. While the mining in Antarctica is currently banned by the Protocol on Environmental Protection on Mineral Resources, the prohibition on mineral research activities may be dangerously challenged as of 2048, which in fact is around the corner. And if I may, I would like to sort of take this opportunity also here to suggest a reflection together on an issue that I believe will become really crucial in the coming years. In view of the possibility of an imminent revision of the Madrid Protocol, it is likely that the potential suspension on the ban of exploitation of Antarctica mineral resources will somehow trigger a revision of the Antarctic governance, which in turn could reawaken nationalistic ambition and presently frozen territorial claims. In order to avert the crisis and the conflict that would be caused by an underestimation of this problem, I wonder what would happen if the 23 European states signatories to the Antarctic Treaty, 13 of whom have rights to vote, would actually allow Europe itself to sit as an Antarctic Treaty table, strengthening a process of European unification and coordination in the field of scientific research, and building upon existing cooperation platforms such as the EU Polar Net or the EPICA project, the European project for ice coring in Antarctica, which surely Carlo will speak about later. I believe that investing unanimously the diverse scientific expertise of the 27 component states of the European Union, Europe could contribute significantly to the protection of our southernmost global commons in the interest of humanity at large. But if this sounds like a utopian ambition, to take a first step, the European countries officially present in Antarctica could join forces on the ground by agreeing to share international stations, instead of operating their stations nationally in the name of science, but also as quasi-embassy-like outposts. Our contaminating footprint, if you look at this graph, in the continent keeps growing, despite the relatively small transient population deployed in Antarctica in the summer months and in the ever-dark winter months. Yet, what it is saddening is that the growth is not directly proportional to the significant scientific contribution that one would hope could be achieved through this investment. An analytical study of all 76 active stations present in the continent today, which we carried forward with UNLES while building the Atlas of Antarctic Architectures, revealed that only 13.8% of the surface area of these stations in average is devoted to scientific laboratories, and only 1 out of 9 people deployed in Antarctica are actually scientists. So, if you could actually consider that 19 out of these 76 stations are owned by members of the European Union. Only one of them is shared, the Italo-French Concordia station on the Antarctic Plateau, and most of them are reaching the limit of their life cycle as they have sustained the unforgiving weather of Antarctica for more than 2 decades. So considering this, I believe that Europe could have a key role in launching a global paradigm shift by reducing the number of existing stations and investing the operational saving in specialized staff, infrastructure, and scientific research. The cultural benefit induced by the fervent collaboration that could be established between scientists working side by side in European stations would be invaluable, pushing the boundaries of scientific discoveries, which can only be undertaken in the unique environment of Antarctica, be it the search for the trails of light left by nearly massless particles called neutrinos, research within the Ice Cube Neutrino Observatory, which is a particle detector placed within the ice at the South Pole, or the study of cosmic rays and atomic particles flung from supernovas in far-off galaxies, which is undertaken by launching balloons the size of the football stadiums. Here you see it deflated, but it becomes gigantic, which are thrown into the stratosphere, certain that the cyclic winds above the pole will allow the balloon to circumnavigate for almost 50 days, taking data in the stratosphere prior to returning to the exact place of the launch location when the wind begins to break down in the second half of January each year. Or to conduct paleoclimatic studies to analyze air bubbles captive since hundreds of thousands of years within the Antarctic ice pack, to unveil our planet's climate history and provide data that is essential to inform undeferrable environmental policies. Only true transnational collaboration, conducted in the name of humanity at large and with a full appreciation of the notion of what it means to govern a global commons, has the potential of protecting the fragile equilibrium of our southernmost continent, and in turn contribute to securing the future of planet B and of our own species in this incredible planet, which we have the immense privilege of inhabiting. Thank you.
Thank you, Giulia. Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. What a fantastic project, and I'm so happy to be chairing this discussion. First of all, because I think what we just saw, and this kind of work, multi-year work, I mean massive multi-year transnational and transdisciplinary collaboration, which has, I think, a very specific way to wake us up. Yes, I think I was really right, you know, what kind of impact, what shall we do in order to own this problem? So you're really bringing us in at the conversation, but I think it's a project that is really at the core of what STARTS intends to do and what the new European Bauhaus project just launched a couple of years ago by the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, which is, I think, on one side showing how arts and architecture and cultural and creative practices are important to go deeper into this communication across disciplines and knowledge, in your case, geopolitics, science, architecture, but also climate science of all kinds, and then make them available to the population. So I think giving visibility probably to this kind of research is what we can do from the policy side, and how we can turn this kind of research into informing policy in a more coherent way and stimulate action, and what kind of action we can take in the case of, for example, governing global commons. So I think we have all the ingredients to jump into a panel where I will call the two other speakers. We have Eva Frank, please join me on stage. I will just give you a short introduction of her work, but I think she will tell us more also about what she does. She's an architect, curator, educator, and lecturer of experimental forms of art and architectural practices. She's the artistic director of Model, an ambitious urban planning and city policy experiment that you just did in Barcelona this year. She has dedicated the last 10 years to transforming educational and cultural institutions around the world, and I think we want to know from her, how do you do that? You're going to tell us. And you're the former director of the London Architectural Association, and you were heading the storefront for art and architecture in New York, but many other things. And I will call also Professor Carlo Barbante on stage. Yes. So Carlo is the director. Yeah, applause. Carlo is the director of the Institute of Polar Sciences of the CNR and professor of Earth Climate at Foscari University of Venice, where also Giulia is from. He works on paleoclimatic reconstruction in polar regions, and he has participated in several expeditions in polar regions in the Alps. When have you been there the last time?
I'm back last February, after 3 months of Antarctica.
Yes, nice. I think we all want to go there after we saw this. I don't know if this is going to help, but we're going to talk about that in a moment. And he has been professor at the Accademia Nazionale dei Lincei and an elected member of the Accademia of Scienze and the Istituto Veneto di Scienze Lettere e Arti. Right, so I would like to start this conversation maybe really from the science standpoint, because what Giulia showed us, I think the background of that is really multidisciplinary. You have an institute where you have more than 200 scientists working on this kind of projects, and maybe around 20 or 15, they are now on the ground in Antarctica. Yeah, so can you explain us the science behind this? How difficult it is to do the work that you do? The question of the international station, I think you are working on this Italian-Franco international station. And what do you do with the data? How the data that you're gathering as we speak can inform real policy, environmental and climate policy?
Well, thank you very much. I can speak about that for hours, I think. Well, the project we are working on right now in Antarctica is called Beyond Epica, and Giulia have shown you these alarming records over the last 800,000 years, and that was part of the European project for ice coring in Antarctica. We want to go beyond that. We want to reach ice as old as 1.5 million years. Which is not just more than 800,000 years, but that period of time is a very, very special period, which is called the mid-Pleistocene transition, which probably doesn't tell you nothing, but is a period of time in which our climate has completely changed the way in which it operated from a physical point of view. It's nothing to deal with orbital position of the Earth, so it's something internal at the climate system. And we want to know what happened there, because that will help a lot to see and to better understand what is happening today because of human forcing of climate, because of the anthropogenic emission of greenhouse gases and so on. So the reason why we are there is exactly to look at these specific period of time to better understand climate. Because what we know about the climate of today and what we know about the climate of tomorrow, that is even more important for us, we mostly know from the study of ice cores and other archives. So we spent years in Antarctica. I just want to tell you that we just started last year with this new deep drilling. The ice where we are drilling now is about 3 kilometers deep. Is a multi-year project. The time in which we can work in the field is very limited. When I arrived in late November in the field, it was -60, and the temperature never went above -35. So you can imagine how difficult it is to bring all the material and the people in the field, which is about 1,500 kilometers from the coast, 3,200 meters in elevation. So it's a really harsh and remote environment. So that's very difficult. But the data that we gather are extremely important from the society of tomorrow and for better understand what's going on. And if you want to put on the right perspective what is happening today, you must know what the climate was working before.
Can you elaborate a little bit on this concept? Because I think the reason why maybe our collective consciousness is not so clear about the importance of Antarctica is that it's very far, we can't really relate to that, we don't know what's happening, but also we don't know really that this archive of data and knowledge is informing what we can do in the future and what we should be doing, what happened and what we should do in the future.
Well, the rule is very simple. In our future, there is a lot of our past. So we have to look at that first if you want to put in the right perspective what will happen in the future. You probably heard about climate model, and they tell you what the temperature will be in 2100 or in 2300, so quite far away from today. Well, first of all, you have to test the model, so you have to check that your model is telling the truth. Otherwise, we might be quite far away from the real results. Well, the models are run into the past, so we test this mathematical model into the past. Because of the past, we know the composition of the atmosphere, and we do analyze all the single layers of snow down to 3 kilometers, dating the ice and attributing to each layer the concentration of greenhouse gases, of dust. We can reconstruct the temperature, thanks to a very fine isotopic analysis of the water molecule, so we can gather a lot of information out of that. So we use the mathematical model, we test them on the past, and if they work, we can say, well, let's try to apply them into the future and to project them into the future. And these can also inform policymaker, and we can tell them, well, look at, if we continue with this greenhouse gas emission, we are going there, and that might cause a lot of problems.
So those are the models we actually see on the IPCC reports when we read,
exactly those models, yeah. Sea level rise model, temperature model, precipitation model, increase of extreme events. We are facing every second day strong precipitation, heat waves, fires that are more and more frequent, and that will be even more frequent in the future, going on with this increased temperature that now is there.
I want to talk a little bit about the collaboration with the artists and with the multidisciplinary teams. So, Giulia, how you've been engaging? I think it would be good that you tell us more about the intelligence suit that you built, and how did you relate with the scientists on the ground? And I mean, you said that the suit, the clothing is now tested as we speak there on the ground. Can you tell us why you developed these, and how did you work with the scientists? What kind of method?
Certainly. So, well, in Antarctica, as I said earlier, there's no indigenous population. The population is a transient one, is the Carlos who go, and are lucky enough to go to Antarctica. And there are approximately 4,500 people there in the summer months, and 1,500 maximum in the winter months. Those, especially who are overwintering, are experiencing incredible temperatures. The lowest recorded temperature is minus 89 degrees centigrade. Wind speed 327 kilometers per hour, and 6 months of darkness. These are the conditions in which they're living, and in which they should be able to operate and conduct science. And obviously, this leads to the fact that if you're overwintering in Antarctica, you have an autonomy outside of the station in safety of approximately 20 minutes. Because the current clothing are not adequate enough to protect you for a longer period of time. This means that you can do less research than you would aspire to do in the wintertime. You are obviously also contaminating more the footprint of the sites, because to reach your off-sites, you need to sort of punctuate the road with containers which are heated. And it has also effects on the psychological and physical well-being of the scientists who are basically living in confinement. So we realized during one of the Polar Labs, as I was saying earlier, events which we held in London, that there really was a need for an intelligent, sort of portable environment. This Antarctica is known for being one of the space analogues, so I believe the analogy also with portable environment, microarchitecture of clothing, is quite pertinent here. And we've invited basically 3 teams to collaborate with us. One was the ESA, the Aerospace Agency team, because they have scientists permanently based in Concordia, even in the winter, just to record the medical data of scientists living there, to understand whether they have some hormones are no longer produced when you're in the dark. You're in a dark environment, you're sensory deprivation in the interior, and so they're really monitoring the evolution and the overwintering syndrome of scientists there. So they provided medical data on the human beings and their sort of metamorphosis, if you wish, in the remote environment. Whilst the logistic team that operating the station, the ENEA, have provided us with all the specifications that we needed to understand what do they need, how does the suit have to perform, what are the movements that need to be facilitated, what is the role of agility, and so on and so forth. And then we invited the DR Lab, which is the R&D of the Dainese company, and they have already worked with the Aerospace Agency, so they really work always on extreme impact.
Was this the first project of this kind for them?
They have once collaborated with MIT Lab on a suit for space, but generally they are focused on suits for high speed, so motorbikers with embedded airbags or high impact. So they really work on, their clothing is really technological, is really to provide safety to the human being. And so we thought they were the perfect partners. They had never thought about Antarctica. They were generous enough to allow me in when I knocked on their door and said, hey, there's a problem, you're the right person to address it. They came on board and they really invested a lot of time and effort in trying to prototype with us and with all the parties involved, the suit. And the suit has then since been, basically it's composed of 2 layers. There's an inner layer, which is very thin, and woven within the fabric are filaments that can at once heat the body at the perfectly right temperature, because obviously sweat is very dangerous because it could freeze and bring you to death in Antarctica. But at the same time, to take all the vitals of scientists who are in the field or staff who are in the field and inform the station in case of hypothermia or any other symptom that they might be experiencing, and so they can be brought back into it for safety. And then there's an outer layer which is quite thin, so again to promote agility, but it's strengthened in all the areas which are necessary for kneeling, to do specific scientific experiments, and which is very thin and very light, at the same time guaranteeing the right level of temperature. And it's a really interesting iterative process, so it's an ongoing process. It started 2 or 3 years ago, and the scientists, we Zoom with them regularly from Antarctica, which is really cool. I'm still always quite excited when I can see their face appear. And they give us information on what is working and not working in the suit, and the Year Lab is then optimizing, and now they are testing it in Concordia, but literally next week the new version is going to be sent to Christchurch, then reach Concordia Station as soon as possible. So it's a very interesting collaborative effort
and it's very applied, it's very concrete somehow, and it really makes a difference, I guess, in the condition also of work on the ground. So talking about the role of people like you in this kind of multidisciplinary and big scientific projects, I want to bring Eva in because I think this is also probably, the name of Ars Electronica this year is the Planet B. So what is this Planet B? And I think maybe we're having a conversation on how we're going to shape this Planet B. And your work also with this architectural, this archive of the Antarctic architecture that you're doing, and your practice, Eva, which always looked at transcending boundaries of knowledge and recombining them to create a new space for action. What is the role of architects? Why do we even need to think of an architect in this space? Why do we need architects in this to change the perspective and to open up new spaces for action?
Well, there are many types of architects, and I think there is always a kind of a preconceived idea that architects might be just enablers to the power structures that are in place, no? That they just simply solidify either the economic or the political aspirations of a particular moment, or that they make buildings in that process of enabling, or that architects are iconographers that make symbols for a city or for a particular power gain, or that some of them are critics and agitators that try to denounce, no? And you could say, oh, that's like an architect that doesn't build. And somehow those figures are usually seen and perceived as separate. What I love about architects like Giulia and the kind of architects that I like to work with is that I think there is a threefold strategy to any architect to operate today. That is, you need to be an agitator, you need to identify the problematics, you need to be a critic, you need to be able to enable new constituencies, and in this case, you are trying to identify a constituency that in itself doesn't identify as such, and you need to produce new aesthetics, and these aesthetics obviously are informed with technology and science and all the different ways in which new aesthetic realms need to be conformed. So for me, an architect is the kind of figure, if you want, or collective that brings the social, the political, the economic, the technological into a collective aspiration. And it is in this kind of transversal understanding of what architecture and the architect brings into a table that in a context like this one, we actually as architects like to feel as the ones who can actually bring people together. The institutions that I've been running over the years, even if they actually had the words art and architecture, or only architecture, were always understood from a very transdisciplinary space. And I do think that it is through that space of intersection, of breaking the boundaries and the limits of the labels that, if you want, the world of technocracy has given us, that we can start becoming more dangerous. And I think that in the kind of production of new imaginaries, and as Mariana was talking before, not of fictions, but of new imaginaries, we do need to bring people who actually are willing to operate in those dangerous spaces of amateurism. No? Architects, we always say we are not scientists, and understanding the depth of many of the issues that are extremely important in the real construction of this planet B, but we are able to actually articulate that collective aspiration, the values, the aspirations. And I think that that's somehow how I've always operated. Something that Carlos said that I think is very important also is to understand the past, no? And all those archives, those histories, those buildings that the books of magnificently collects is something that obviously also through my work with Office S we did. And it is through this past, no, this future past, this past that actually we need to ensure that do not repeat again. Sometimes we actually find future past that never really happened, that we could reenact. And I think that there is a lot of ingenuity and innovation that has been left behind that we can actually recuperate. So I do think that looking back is not only a way of torturing ourselves, but also to inspiring ourselves.
I think it's somehow a bit counterintuitive, this role of architects. That's why I asked you, because I think probably in the imagination of people, architects are, reinforcing the status quo most of the time. So when you look around, you know, what's the better building? I mean, now they're building all these fancy, places for the super rich, and we think that's architecture. So you're telling a different story of what architecture can be. And I think it would be also good if you talk about this Polar Lab. I mean, why did you meet? Where did you meet? I mean, why did you think Giulia's idea was, yes, we can do it now? And why did you think actually the institution where you worked was a good space to do it? Because also sometimes we have rigidity in the institutions that we find, and they're not a platform for this kind of experimental work.
No, absolutely. I mean, so the way we met was at the Architectural Association, where I used to teach a diploma unit, and Eva was elected director. And I had this idea I started having this obsession on Antarctica because I realized the role it had in the global ecosystem, and I realized there was a huge knowledge gap, especially also if you want to, in the field of inhabitation. There was no publication on architecture in Antarctica. We were at the eve of the 200th anniversary of the discovery of the continent, of the first recorded sighting of the continent, and the first landing on the continent. That was respectively 1820, 1821. And there was nobody had ever critically really analyzed our build and our footprint on the continent in those 200 years. So I was really interested to somehow study that under-theorized, accelerated history of architecture on the one hand, and that's what brought me to knock on the door of Eva and just say, hey, Eva, I'm leaving the school in terms of I'm no longer teaching here because the office is growing, we have too many projects, but I would really love to run the Polar Lab from the AA. And Eva was like, of course, being Eva. And this was fantastic because it was really the beginning of Unless, and it was the beginning of this project, because the AA provided the platform where we invited cross-disciplinary experts, scientists, architects from all over the world to do symposium, workshops, and that's how we started building the archive for Antarctic architecture. And in fact, it was also an experimental pedagogic model, if you wish, because the AA was the first platform we had, but soon enough we wanted to sort of spread and try to access local intelligence in archives all around the world in countries which had a history with Antarctica. So basically I called friends architects, again, all around the world, in Chile, Argentina, Brazil, Asia, where I had worked and lived, to really run parallel polar labs and build together this archive and this knowledge. So this is how I believe it's really important that institutions such as the AA or any other actually embrace this experimental really mode of working, which is interdisciplinary and is transversal, as you're saying, and but it enables these platforms to grow.
So what kind of institutions we need in order to enable those projects to grow and then to develop?
I mean, if we would have been in a regular institution, or if I would have been a kind of different kind of person, we would have run into the problems of bureaucracy and scientific research and the ways in which collaborations do not take place in institutions of higher education, not only in the European context, but also around the world. At that point, obviously, I was creating the AA Residence, that was a platform for the production of research and the intersection of art, architecture, technology, and policy. And we created the Wood Lab, and we created the Ground Lab. And so the interesting thing about what Giulia actually brought into this space was that institutions are nothing without people, no? And the other way around. But you actually, I believe that if we have not had someone like Giulia, the Polar Lab would have never existed in that first encounter, right? But the second part is how do we allow those doors to be open, and how do we allow for those initiatives to take place? And I always say if there is any kind of head of institution of higher education in this room, someone could come and say the difficulties that they have, no, in actually generating those kind of new initiatives. And those things need to be challenged. Non-for-profits, independent funding, and nimbleness, I think, are probably essential qualities for the production of those interdisciplinary projects projects. Of course, Carlo could actually come and bring an entire different experience of the way in which the Italo-Franco collaboration was generated. But I think at the cultural level, at the higher education level, we do need institutions that are more radical, that are more experimental, and that are willing to take risks. I took a risk, I made a bet, I had to actually push some doors, I had to argue a bit for things, and it obviously is extremely worth it.
So partly is the people, they make the difference, but then there are also structural issues like long-term funding and what else, like infrastructures, because obviously we saw that to do those kind of research you really need solid long-term investment, real large-scale collaborative infrastructures, and you need to make sure that the science is solid and verified and can inform future work. What's your experience about that?
Yeah, for sure, and you need ideas, I think. Science is based on idea and testing hypotheses and so on. I think that Antarctica is certainly the best laboratory, environmental laboratory we have in the planet. Is a space ship in a very remote place in which we can do a lot of research. That's the first things. And then the contact with architecture and with the stations, I think, and we are running one of the, actually the only international station in Antarctica, which is an Italian-French station called Concordia on the Antarctic Plateau. We are working very close to that. Is based on an idea, or a scientific idea, and that we went there because we wanted all the stars that we were able to look at that period of time. So the station grew up around the project, the scientific project. It grew up thanks to the vision of a couple of visionaries at that time. One was Mario Zucchelli, the former leader of the Antarctic project, and another one was in France. So they said, well, if you have a project, we need to support this solid science, and we need a structure. We need architecture behind that, and I think that Concordia Station with the two towers is nice. I mean, is a challenge to have a station like that in that place, because most of the time, I mean, Antarctic stations are really very, from an architectural point of view, very at the very base. It's just a simple series of containers, put one close to the other one, tents and things like this. So not that good to see, but of course, if we can work on a better environment, that's helped a lot for us as well.
Well, Giulia was calling before, I think, for a consolidation in the number of stations and better collaboration amongst states, and to put science at the core of this collaboration. I actually want to know a little bit also about the data. I'm also a little bit of a data geek, and I see that in your project, this creation of, I mean, very unique type of data that can inform our future, but also starting from our past, has a real value and a real potential, but also for multidisciplinary approaches. Your idea to put that into an open access platform and democratize this kind of knowledge, how is this going to take place?
Well, I mean, this was born out of the realization that the Antarctic Resolution really started as a collaborative project, and we wanted to create at first a publication which could somehow catalyze it. Knowledge, and seeing also the architectural role of an architect as a enabler or translator, of data to visualize it and to be able to communicate to the largest possible audience. So this was the effort of the publication. But the publication has a physicality, which in itself, or a weight in this case as well, in a way it's a limit that we want to overcome. So we want to digitize the content of Antarctic Resolution, but more for the possibility of ever expanding it and allowing the network of contributors to keep building on that knowledge, making sure it's up to date, and foster new collaborations. One thing which is really important on the notion of architecture is that we have constructed this archive of Antarctic architecture. So we went through all the archives around the world that we could to access the plans, the sections, the drawings, and really study the buildings. And that had never been done. And what is important as a conclusion is also to realize and extrapolate data, such as the 13.8% of space devoted to laboratories. That is a factual visual information and evidence that there is not enough space for science, if you wish. And also that there is only 1 out of 9 people deployed there being a scientist. So I think the idea of consolidating the number of stations into fewer stations strategically located, so to enable specific projects, whether it's ice coring, atmospheric studies, ballooning, or what have you, would be the best way to somehow reduce our contaminating footprint on the continent. And the other thing which somehow became evident is that there is no building code in Antarctica. There's no building standards. It's an unnormed geography. And so there are a number of environmental impact assessments that need to be done prior to building in Antarctica, but again, there's no regulation, there's no legislation, no sanction if there is any violation to them. So we believe it's really interesting as architects in this case to also look at all the sort of history, once again, to understand what could be the best practice in such an extreme environment, and how could we implement some regulations whereby we can build more responsibly, not only to have better environments to inhabit, because even issues such as the design or color are very important in a white context, right, which has a real effect on the quality of life. But more so, how do we do that responsibly without contaminating, designing for removal, and so forth, which are really important aspects in Antarctica.
So in this, just your last sentence comes out the real political part of your work, and immediately it goes into regulation, into policy action, into governance, and also I think, to make a connection, because always sometimes, when you come to some arts talks, they feel like a little bit a bubble in this reality we are living in. I mean, you were talking about the possibility, the danger of exploitation of the Antarctica, and the fact that this is already happening, and how we can stop that, how we can make people aware that this is a global common and we need a governance model for that, and we need to be very clear. And of course, we are in a moment where, we are living in a complete change of the world dynamics. Of course, we see the energy prices, we see the inflation, we see that, we lack food, extraction of raw materials, that we need to empower this new green and ecological transition. But, the world is a little bit supply chain disruption. So there are a lot of problems related to how we change and transform capitalism. The model of development. And so my question really to all of you, and I think we have only 10 minutes to answer, is, you're showing, for example, you did a lot of things now in Barcelona. How do we transform cities? How do we recreate public space that is green, that is more democratic? You did letter to the mayors. You are like basically taking action at EU level, at UN level, at global level. You do it all the time. What are the real ways, in political terms, that projects like this can, show us a way for intervention for this kind of global challenges?
Good question. We're trying to find out ourselves. The issue with Antarctica, which is something you referred to earlier, and it's very specific to Antarctica, is that there is no constituency. Antarctica is so remote. Its geographic distance makes it, at best people think that there are beautiful penguins, let's put it on the bucket list if you're very, very fortunate in life. And that's it. They don't understand that it's their problem. It's their cities that will go underwater. It's the coast of their countries that will be submerged. It's their people that will go through a migration. It's their countries that might go to war if the issue of resource extraction in Antarctica resurfaces national claims in that continent. It's really their problem. So I guess the challenge here and the question we are asking ourselves at Unless, and we would love to also turn the table to the audience for anybody who might have good ideas that we can implement or test and experiment, is how can we make sure that we bring an awareness that what happens in Antarctica does not stay in Antarctica? It is our problem. How do we make it ours? How do we own it? How do we create a constituency for this continent? I don't have the answer. I don't have the magic wand that was referred to earlier either in the opening speech today. But I'm committed to trying to keep working and finding ways. So we've experimented with a campaign in Berlin recently. It was interesting because it happened on occasion of the Antarctic Treaty Consultative Meeting, which is the yearly meeting in which all Antarctic governance matters are decided, and it's always unnoticed. There's no media report generally. Past year was in Paris. It's on rotation on all the consultative members' capitals. And it was really interesting because, we wanted to create awareness. This is the moment of decision. You have to demand accountability. These are some actions that you could, or decisions or resolutions that you could try to support. But it's really difficult, I believe, to allow people to feel that Antarctica is really important for their own future and those of their children and next generations.
And Eva, in your work?
Well, I could give more than 7 minutes talk on this, and so I don't even know where to start. But, you know, I mean, yesterday we were talking with Giulia, and she asked me the same question, and I love to have problems. No, before we were saying, if you think that technology is the solution, you don't know what is your problem. And so,
good.
And this is the problem, and, you know, we will get there. In my practice, I have always tried to identify what is the right form of action for each one of the issues. And sometimes writing a letter to a mayor has been the medium by which you bring an entire constituency together and you bring the citizens to understand better that, in fact, architects are there to speak on behalf of those ideas and visions of citizens. But, you know, in other moments, it has been a festival like Model, the one that we actually just launched in Barcelona with the city council, to try to produce prototypes about how do we occupy public space, how do we actually start rethinking the ways in which we plan about cities. I mean, Barcelona a few years ago, 85% of its public space was destined to the car, right? Through parking, through just simply pathways. And the idea is, how do we regain that idea of public space towards an entire new idea of citizenship? How do we actually bring it for the people? And so how does one prototype that? How does one actually test that? Is through those moments of exceptionalism that festivals are supposed to be, and that equations like this one can actually produce, where campaigns, but also interventions in public space that bring people together. That, you know, architecture starts with this bench in which we are, the four of us, sitting together and apart. And I think it is about actually being able to calibrate, to innovate in each one of those small gestures, from the kind of skin of a suit to the scale of the city, and ultimately to the scale of the atmosphere and the planet, that I'm always interested in identifying what is the method by which we can intervene. Lobbying, broadcasting. Yesterday we were saying, why don't we go into the weather app and actually make sure that there is a kind of a small application that makes us conscious and aware of the state of Antarctica in every single day. And so, you know, from a small innovation like that to major campaigns about how do we think about these problems, I think architects, we probably like to do that, to sit down, understand a problem, and then try to find a solution. You know, over the years, when we started Worldwide Storefront in New York, or when we actually started to think at DAA about many of the global nomadic masters, about how do we actually learn in a planetary scale to produce local understandings, but respond to these global aspirations. I think there is not just one, obviously, answer to each one of those problems, but I think that it's this constant flickering between our local and global understanding that is the one that actually is going to constantly fuel each one of our actions. And so I'm going to leave it there in 2.5 minutes.
No, fantastic. And that's why you work a lot on education at the end, because this is transformative. And no, I want to know also from Carlo, because you told me before, we need also the policymakers to understand how urgent this is, that we need to, you know.
Absolutely. I think we need to communicate. We do collaborate a lot interdisciplinary, in many interdisciplinary fields in Antarctica, in the polar region in general. And we do a lot of collaboration with many, many different disciplines and internationally. I just want to let you know that we were discussing yesterday that during the Cold War in the 80s, for instance, in the Vostok station, the Russian station Vostok, French, American, and Russian scientists were working together. And on other sides of the world, I mean, they can barely speak each other. So collaboration in Antarctica, which is a piece of science, a place of peace and science, is a long tradition. And we have to bring all these things out. We have to communicate. And so since a few years, I would say, we are putting in our research program a lot of communication and dissemination of results. Until a few years ago, 10 years ago, even a European project at European level, outreach was not considered at all. Now we are forced to do that. And it's a great thing, I think. And the fact that I'm sitting here speaking with two distinguished architects like you means that the things are opening up, and we are in contact with artists. We did a lot of work with artists in many different fields of our work, and I think that's a way to convey the message. We were a minute ago discussing about the fact that also journal, TV has to speak about this theme in the first pages on the prime time and not to leave it, the climate crisis, to page 14 or at 11 in the evening. That's a crisis, and we have to take it as a crisis.
Maybe, Carlo, you want to say, I don't know, this audience is very interesting, but for me, I also now sit on the board of the Italian TV, RAI, and when you said, like, science on prime time, I was like, yes, I wish. I mean, actually, that's not really what we program on prime time. And then you also told me before that now scientists came together to analyze the political program of parties running for elections, and you wrote a letter with the Nobel Prize winner on physics, Parisi, Italian, and you wrote a letter. And a few years ago, when you were writing letters, maybe you had just a few people, a few other scientists supporting that, and now you had hundreds of people supporting that. And as a group of scientists, you came together and analyzed the political programs, and you scored them, and this made the news. I mean, I read it yesterday on one of our main newspaper, and political parties today are, you know, they have to respond to people about their climate action, their environmental action, what they're going to do because of a global movement. Because, you know, young people came in the streets and there is a global movement. So things are changing.
Yeah, things are changing. I just want to let you know that in 2018 we had political elections in Italy, and we also tried to stimulate the political parties to have climate in their programs, and I must be honest, we failed completely. In the whole political program from
That's because of Italy.
Well, I don't know. From the far left to the far right, the name of climate was on two pages of all the programs. Now the things is different. I mean, we are in the middle of an energy and climate crisis. Literally is our last chance for the future. And I think they are, at least in Italy, taking it a little bit more seriously. We are, as Francesca said, reading carefully all the political program. Things are changing. Let's hope that they will put in action afterwards. That's our hope.
I think I leave it with this hope that this will be put into action. I love this sentence. I thank you very much. Thanks for the conversation. Of course, Giulia is one of the STARTS winners of this year, so you will see her on stage afterwards. Thank you very much. Thanks. Thank you.
Thanks. I think we'd have a couple of minutes break time then, and then we'll be right back with the next spotlight session. Thank you.
Coming from HDMI.
Grundsätzlich war der Sommergarten bestimmt. Du war jetzt die letzte halbe Stunde in Laurie müssen, weil ich gesagt habe, jetzt und bin jetzt wieder gekommen und habe das Panel gar nicht mitgekriegt. Aber das muss ja wieder Regie gesagt, sie soll den Timer, sie ist gesagt, dass der Timer
Selbe Meinung haben, die Sessions hätten abwarten sollen,
jetzt noch kurz reden.
Und dann können wir das auch versuchen, so ein bisschen einzufangen.
Ich würde jetzt den Lösung besprechen.
Stage. We're going to try it now. Try the sound, which is super important.
We'll give you three a whole session, a very quick intro, and then leave it to you guys to take the stage, all right? And you'll have a 30-minute session. You can fit it all up. No time. If you want to have an audience question answer, that's fine too, but you don't have to. So you can fill the full 30 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, great discussion. And I'm now so busy working on decentral and peer-to-peer production stuff between having a Horizon project with my NGO between Africa and Europe. So that's my topic at the moment.
Good. Let's do something together.
That would be great. Yeah, I maybe have time with you and habitat things.
Okay, yeah, very good.
Because we're also targeting like cities, places of production and stuff. So yeah, if you want, I'll shoot you a quick message.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's be in touch. What do you do here? You're sharing the entire... No, you're sharing the entire channel. It's a really intense job until the end, and you're staying over there.
Yeah. Are you hanging out for the weekend?
Tomorrow then I'm going to Vienna at some point. I'm staying here for 1 in the afternoon, and then after I leave, I leave tomorrow. Because then I want to see this contemporary art thing in Vienna. I just want to try it.
In Austria. It's my third time this summer.
Francesca! Yes, I'm very happy to see you again.
Yes. Das meinte ich ja mit, es gehört auch ein bisschen dazu, glaube ich. Jetzt erkenne ich auch ohne die Masken, Helena und andere, die erkenne ich auch wieder, dass sie mal da war.
Maybe I will leave Sunday.
Weißt du was von dem?
Auch sehr, sehr dankbar.
Ich bin gerade immer total zwischen, das inspiriert mich ein bisschen und dann schreibe ich mit 1000 Dingen auf. Nein. Das sind keine Fragen. Ich probiere, ja.
Yes. Okay.
Dann verändert sich die Sprache, kann der Dialekt kann sich ändern, dann läuft es
Okay, great. Okay.
Not only art
wollte nämlich schon einen Tag früher fahren. Also, ich würde das jetzt sagen.
Ja, wir hatten das hast gemerkt, ne? Weil man mit viel beschäftigt draußen ist, dann haben wir die Position gewechselt intern und dann runterkommuniziert. Wie gesagt, hat er ganz andere Stellen. Das macht keine Sorgen hier. Also jetzt gerade, weil es jetzt halt nicht mehr so viele Fragen ist, was man anfangen stellt. Ich dachte, ich könnte stellen, weil ich ganz aber krass, ne? Giulia kommt Schiff zusammen, ne? Das ist das Weißt du? Ich war auch froh, dass sie gleich so das Zepter, ich habe auch gemerkt, okay, lass mal. Es geht sich alles rein. Ich glaube, das war auch mal ganz groß. Ja. So, jetzt gleich weiter. Ja. Ich stelle mich da einfach schon mal hin. Danke. Ja, gerne.
All right, everybody. I think it's time for you guys to take your seats again, please. We have another highlight that's going to happen in just a few minutes on this stage, so don't go away. Welcome back, everybody. It is now time for our next spotlight session. And this spotlight is going to be on Holly Herndon and Mathew Dryhurst. So Holly Herndon is an American multidisciplinary artist who is based in Berlin. And in her work, she develops new technologies. To experiment with her voice, with her image and her likeness. And she's really supporting critical research in the field of AI and decentralized infrastructure. This sounds a lot, but she'll explain in a minute how all of this comes together. And more recently, in a project with Mathew Dryhurst, who's also an artist and scientist based in Berlin, Holly has developed a new tool that allows anybody to really use her voice, to sing with her voice, delegate management of her digital voice to Holly plus the distributed autonomous organization, her own DAO. And they're going to be sharing more information about this project, about this artistic AI intervention in the upcoming interview now, which is going to be led by José Luis Vicente, who is a curator and cultural researcher focusing on the socio-technical effects of innovation by analyzing artifacts, devices, and narratives. Please give the three of them a warm welcome and a big round of applause.
Thank you. No. Yeah. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for being here today with us. It's a pleasure, and it really is. It's not saying it just out of politeness, being in Ars Electronica again, in this place which for many of us feels almost like a home, and it's really, for the big family and the community of science, technology, and the arts, a very important global spot. I am very happy to be able to be here having this conversation with two artists whose work I admire, respect, and I enjoy very much for many years, Holly Herndon and Matt Dryhurst. They are the winners of the S+T+ARTS Grand Prize for Artistic Exploration 2022, which, and I want to highlight the subtitle because I think in this project is very relevant. Artistic exploration and artworks where appropriation by the arts has a strong potential to influence or alter the use, deployment, or perception of technology. And I think there's a thesis there that I would like to unpack a little bit more. Can we get our presentation on screen? Because we're going to see a lot of images. We're going to play a lot of music. It's nice playing music in a context like this. Just to say a few words about the work and the trajectory of the artist Holly Herndon and the research structure, laboratory, office created by Holly Herndon and Matt Dryhurst. Their work has had a very important impact in the field of electronic music globally in the last decade. I think because of a few reasons, they develop an aesthetic that in a way encapsulate and capture many, many things of the perception of what the internet and the online space was doing to culture, what inhabiting the internet and actually existing in this common social space felt like and meant like. In a way, I think they develop an aesthetic and a sound, whether also in their videos, in their music, in their lyrics, that capture that. Platform, their second album, highlighted this position, but it was in 2019 with Proto, an album that I can say, and this might be like maybe overblown for them, but I think it's one of the most important albums of the last decade, highlighted a new position for the boys in the emerging consolidation of new forms of relationship between automatic systems, machine learning as a technology, artificial intelligence, not only as a technology, but as a cultural artifact, and the relationship between the human and the non-human. Proto was an album that I think shows some of paths forward, and they toured it very successfully. In 2019, I had the pleasure to see the show in the festival that I curate, Sonar, in Barcelona, and then the pandemic happened, as we all know, and that meant that they couldn't tour anymore. We couldn't not be singing songs in public spaces because singing in public spaces was forbidden, and this is an image that I think we will keep in our minds for a while. So they focus on other projects. One of them is, this third image is the image of Interdependence, a podcast series that that started during the months of pandemic and is still going on, which also has become a very influential and important cultural hotspot for conversation about the relationships between technology and society today. And if you don't know this podcast, I advise you to subscribe to it. Includes long conversations with very important people, sometimes very long conversations, some hitting the 3-hour mark. But it's a constant source of stimulus and ideas. And also during these months, they were cooking the technological principles and the ideas of what would become a new, I would say, incarnation of the Holly Herndon artistic project in the form of this character, Holly Plus. And this song, which you all know, is a song that has the voice of the human Holly Herndon. You will hear it now. Okay, we have it. You have heard Proto or Platform or any of the Holly's previous albums, you know that this is Holly Herndon's voice. But Holly Herndon has not sang this song. Actually, I wonder if Holly Herndon has ever sang Jolene. I don't think in public. No. Can we listen a bit more? This is a model, trained on Holly Herndon's voice. So of course, when you start to rationalize that this voice is not coming from a human throat, that is not being produced by the vibration of human chords, but by a model trying to reply to the answer, seeing the song Jolene by Dolly Parton, who has this as a music script adhering to the vocal qualities of one specific timbre that is developing this model, you start to wonder a lot of things about what does this mean for our sense of what the voice means, for music today, for many other things. And to me, to try to not to contemplate this in isolation, I like to also think that these things are the continuation of long historical processes. So we could even talk a little bit about a cultural history of the idea of the artificial voice, of the will. Gerfried was speaking today about the old dream of the robot. This notion, of course, of simulation of the human and production of the human has developed in every possible aspect and field. And throughout the almost for more than 500 years, we've been trying to build machines or systems that can reproduce the human voice and sing like the human voice. From the vox humana, which was the way that pipe organs could be configured to sound resembling voice choirs, to the vowel organ, an incredible machine invented in the 1780s that could reproduce the 5 vowels, not the consonants, but the 5 vowels. The voder, an amazing mechanical device that could create an artificial human voice that was played like an organ manually, demonstrated for the first time in the World's Fair in New York in 1939. And more recently, a speech synthesis, of course, the capacity of a computer to reproduce a human voice and sing a song. Sampling, which was in a way a technology that allowed to reconfigure recordings of human voices and turn it into something different. And of course, the huge cultural legacy and impact of the autotune in the last 20 years, the possibility to another technologies, maybe less known, like Melodyne, which basically allows that when you are hearing to a recording of a voice on a record, there's a very, very high possibility that many of those notes never really came in that tune out of the voice of the singer, but actually were treated and actually were modulated and changed. So most of the voices that we are listening to today, in a way, are artificial voices, or don't really exist in that space of mediation between the technology and the interpreter. So the demonstration that you heard starts to build a little bit in an idea that also has a certain history, and is the one that I have been pursuing in this project, which is the notion or the concept of timbre transfer. First of all, can you give us a fast explanation of what is timbre transfer and what does it come from and what does it mean culminating the path to make it real?
I think the simplest way to describe it is the mapping of one sound onto the performance of another sound. So essentially, it's a machine. You do a machine learning training on a specific sound. So in this case, my voice, and then anyone else can perform through that voice, and it will come out with kind of my unique timbral sound. So you could also do this with like a flute timbre transfer, where I could sing through a flute model, and then it would kind of sound like a flute.
So the timbre transfer was an implementation, but also seems like the culmination of a very specific idea, which is the possibility of getting one input, which can be a system, but can be another human, channeled through a timbre transfer system, and what comes out is that same input, musical input, turned into the voice of that timbre, into the spectrum of that timbre, right?
I think a lot of people are more familiar with style transfer with images, like, make my portrait look like Van Gogh or something like this. So it's kind of in the audio realm, a similar concept.
So to talk about Holly Plus stage 1, or a way of saying it, you launched this online tool that we'll discuss a little bit further that allows for anybody developed with a company called Never Heard Sounds to upload a sound file, and then pass it through the model and make a basic timbre transference process with the Holly Plus model, right? Which is trained on your voice.
Exactly. So the collaboration with Never Before Heard Sounds was kind of like version 1. And the really interesting thing that they were able to unlock is polyphonic timbre transfer, which is like a complicated way of saying more than one line at a time, which is really difficult if you're trying to map the sound onto a particular audio file. It's much easier if it's monophonic, but they're able to do it in a polyphonic realm. And so it's less kind of naturalistic, that instrument. I was using my processed vocal stems, so it's more kind of like the essence of my vocal production sound. And so what we really wanted to do is create something that was very easy and approachable for people to use. So you can drop any audio file onto the browser, and then you will receive back a kind of like holified choral version of that audio file. And so this is really interesting for things that aren't particularly in a scale. Like somebody, I can't remember who the artist is, but they uploaded the sound of their commute on the train, and it had all of these kind of like insane overtones. And then when you turn that into the Holly Plus voice, it sounded like this beautiful, weird choir, dissonant choir.
So the Holly Plus site was launched, if I remember, April, May 2021, something like that. I think, yeah, around there, and it creates has a certain echo, both, of course, in the global music community and in the tech community, and it also has a certain, like, when these things happen, virality to it as people upload files. And at that moment, we were starting the process to work on this project that happened last year, the STARTS AI and Music Festival. STARTS, among its different initiatives, has premiered this festival that for the first 2 editions took place here in Ars Electronica, and the third edition took place in Sonar, in Barcelona, in Festival I Curate. And when it was launched, I remember having a conversation with you and thinking, like, this is, of course, amazing, but I'm starting to think about how can we translate some of these ideas into the context of the performance of the stage and the realities of what does working on a stage with other voices start to feel like. So we start discussing about how could we actually start thinking in those terms. And I remember that in that moment, the idea was, let's take a group of singers that don't belong to your musical tradition, that actually may exist in other musical spaces, and see how would it be if they would work with you. This is the moment in which you guys are starting already to think like phase 1 is this, the possibility of unloading, but phase 2 is a completely different thing. It is a much more developed model. And then you contact this company based in Barcelona called Voctro Labs. Can you tell a little bit about this part of the story? Yeah.
Well, so Matt and I have been kind of obsessed with the Yordies, as we call them, the two Yordies that work at Voctro Labs, because they actually developed some of the technology that went into Vocaloid, which is actually a sample-based technology, but they've been working on voice synthesis for decades, and they're the kind of like, I don't know, I think they're like the best engineers in that space, so I was always kind of dreaming of working with them, and finally one day I just kind of cold wrote them, and I was like, hey, do you want to collaborate? And they were super open and nice, and so we created this Holly voice model that's very naturalistic that you heard with the Jolene. So that version of Holly Plus can read notes from a score. What's really great about that is she can sing in multiple languages, German, French, Catalan, they're working on some more. But also, what my kind of wish and what I brought to Voctro Labs was, can we make this real time? And they were like, okay, let's see if we can do this. Like, can we get the latency low enough? And they actually managed to do it, and we created a really huge training set to get it as accurate as possible. And then the first time they sent us the link, and then Matt started singing speaking with his British accent to me in my voice. I was like, oh my God, this is insane.
I have some of that now. So yeah, like that, sorry, like what the moment is all of us first impression when we actually had to bump into this reality. Voctro Labs were known for doing, for instance, characters for Japanese virtual singers. That fascinating world of virtual pop icons that in Japan has a long tradition. So they would do voice models for that. I remember you were telling me a bit about how was the process of actually training the model, where you had to be doing specific vocalizations of phonemes. Can you explain that a little bit?
Right. So you use what's called a Timmett script, and that basically tries to, cover all of the phonemes of whatever language you're modeling. Yeah. So in this case, English. So, these kind of like nonsense phrases like a quick beige fox jumps in the air, but except for you're singing it. And it's trying to cover all of the different kind of combinations of phonemes. And then I started singing as low as I could and then sang all the way. And if you're familiar with my music, I don't usually sing acoustically. Like, it's usually like highly mediated. So this was like, I don't know, it was very vulnerable for me to just send this like huge training set of me just like, like diva-ing out in the studio. So anyways, that's not public. But the voice model is.
So when you got to this position of there is a tool that can do it live, that the latency is good enough. We basically gathered in Barcelona for a week. We got stuck in a production center, and we were with 3 amazing singers. One of them is Barcelona-based singer Maria Arnal, who I had the pleasure to work with in multiple projects, and many times we're close collaborators. And the other are the amazing band Tartar Elena. They are 2 of the most important names in the musical scene in Barcelona, and they were super game for the idea, which at this point we didn't really know what it's going to be like, saying like, okay, we're gonna sing with Holly's voice, you're gonna bring your musical training, you're gonna bring your musical tradition, and somehow we will meet in between. And this was a big bet. I mean, we didn't really understood exactly what it could mean. So we got stuck like for 4 very intense days in this room. And when the model started working is when some of the things that you said, like, this cannot be possibly happening, started emerging. I don't know if this will work or it will sound well. Let's try it. Can you please raise the volume? Hello. That's Matt singing Silent Night. And as I approach the speaker, it's Holly's voice. And Holly is looking.
This is ridiculous.
So that was one of the first moments. It's like, okay, there is something here in the space between a body that is producing a voice that you recognize that is not coming from the same body, to the amazement of having the body where the voice belongs to right beside you. It's suddenly this sort of literally disembodiment in multiple levels of music performance. So in 3 days, we start working in different stages to try to do incremental experiments with the Holly Plus models on stage. These are some of the final performances in the first ever demonstration of timbre transfer live at Sonar 2021 in the Music and AI Festival. The first part is the first fragment where you have render a song, and it's a song by Maria Arnal, through the model, in this case pre-render, and it's kind of like the way in which you can see one specific musical tradition, which is not yours, one specific vocal range, which is not yours, in dialogue with the person who has written that song and sang that song originally. So what you see is the back and forth between Maria Arnal and Holly Herndon in this dialogue.
Un destello raro en el firmamento, que no minto, que tembló hasta tiempo. Yo cantaré este final sin melancolía, porque cada temor temblará una utopía. Die hastigt tahanfastråja, det hastigt fröstigt hastigt tahanfastråja, calbrio gabi hastigt la noche fudia sin fin, calbrio gabi hastigt flamenco Holly.
So there's something really crazy here about the notion that in a way, it's like we have imported a library, which is the Spanish music and flamenco training. This is a very complex own musical vocal tradition that you who are from the southwest of the US don't really share. It's like we were here in a way imposing on the model a full set of practices of vocal traditions. And so how do you feel? Like when you feel like the model kind of like clashing into all of these other influences that could never really have come from your throat? I mean, it's
amazing.
Yeah.
One of the reasons why I started using the voice in the first place was a kind of like input for my computer when I was just, doing computer music performances. And I never really thought of myself as like a vocalist or traditional vocalist. So I was always looking for ways where the computer could kind of like expand my range or make my voice do things that it couldn't naturally normally do. And like you said, I don't have the training that these three have, like no way. And props to them for, you know, meticulously getting the scores prepared to get those melismatic runs. It was really funny, some of the outputs that we got that were totally off. But to get it there, you know, they worked really hard to get it there. And so it's actually really beautiful to hear my voice do something that I could actually never do, you know, unless I spent, you know, years really training in that tradition.
Something that, just play just another fragment, because something that really called my attention is that it is also not exactly, and we'll see it now in the live demonstration, I will see another fragment where is the real-time model. As they are singing, the three singers, they have a fourth mic, and then they will oscillate between their own voice and the model voice. And something interesting here, please notice, is that because their three voices are different, the outputs are also different. So there is not exactly an idea of, there's a certain meeting halfway, and I think we could discuss this a little bit more. So here you can see,
Please help me, my dear
it goes to the Hollis model.
friend. Bring me out of the quicksand. It's the only way I've learned, so that I don't feel despair. As high as the full moon rises, as far as the sunlight burns, you and I and this whole earth can stop us from being so sad.
This was really beautiful, by the way. I remember like there was a specific feeling in that moment of say like that texture and became three bodies, four voices. And one of them, and this is what I noticed in that moment, like it is like if you took your timbre again, but it matched with, for instance, the range of their voice. So because the range is different, you seem to also be going deeper than you would go in your normal voice. This is the almost a chimera or the hybrid also of this practice, right? Which is not only about imitation or existing as.
I also think that you can hear the breath quality. Like I think Maria has more breathiness to her voice, and so it sometimes would kind of confuse the system a little bit or make it a little bit lower-fi sounding. And someone who might have a more kind of like really thin kind of direct vocal stream might sound more hi-fi.
Talking a little bit more about like almost the aesthetic theory of what we're discussing here, you've made kind of like this tension between calling this practice to make it incremental spawning versus the previous musical logic that we understood, which was sampling. Sampling being, of course, taking an existing audio fragment from a previous recording and contextualize it in a different way. Matt, can you tell us also about what spawning would be and what does the jump from sampling to spawning would imply? And actually, guys, you made like a super helpful kind of like a scheme to say like, this is what we're talking about when we're talking about spawning.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I mean, most people are familiar with what sampling is. So your sampling is kind of a reproduction of an existing sound placed in a different context, oftentimes to make something kind of new, right? And so we came up with the term spawning, kind of inspired by the fact that we called our like AI baby Spawn for the proto record. But the whole idea there is that spawning is a more reproductive process, right? So spawning is the process of creating new art from trained on a corpus, from using an AI system or a machine learning system trained on a corpus of existing art. And the reason we made the distinction, to be honest, is that there's not really a term for this. Like you see this also with the image generation systems that we're probably going to talk about in a second. Yeah. There's not really kind of a new term for this, and it feels kind of important for there to be a new term for this because it's a very, in some cases subtly, in some cases dramatically different process what we're experiencing here. And in fact, a lot of the ways in which we treated IP and the kind of ideologies that were generated around the politics of sampling or collage in the 20th century don't really feel like a perfect fit for where we're going with training data, and permissiveness and these kind of ideas that we like to explore. So yeah, so we use the term spawning for our insanity, but I actually think it's kind of good and useful.
Actually, in a way, when this project was launched, like 1 year ago, these all still feel very unfamiliar. This is some of the visual pieces that you are also been producing as part of the Spawning project and technique. This is all, of course, Holly passing through many things. But now they don't feel so alien, because in the last 6 months, of course, we have the explosion of what we're calling transformer technologies like DALI, Midjourney, or Stable Diffusion that are starting to create a certain familiarity with this idea. What is exactly, you have actually been one of the first artists working with these technologies, and you were doing work with them before some of them actually were public. What is the space that we are defining here? What is the space of possibility? And also in your personal experience, what are you trying to actually chase in this series of works that are transcending the musical?
Yeah, I mean, well, these works, well, the interesting thing, so as you said, I mean, we've been working with these machine learning systems for quite a while. That one's really good, I think. That one's also really good. So most people, I don't know if people understand how like a system like DALI works, but for those who maybe don't, you basically have like a generator that works in parallel to a system called CLIP, Contrastive Language Image Processing, which is basically labeling or kind of defining concepts by words. And so we're kind of fortunate in a way, because Holly, I certainly didn't, sadly, but Holly passes the fame threshold to actually have her own clip embedding. So technically
what is the fame threshold? This is a question I with people.
Well,
like, how many images online do you need for the model to be able to understand this is a celebrity?
It depends what was crawled, and like, but Holly, if you actually look in the Lion B dataset or any of these big datasets that Clip or others were trained on, there are thousands of images of Holly in there.
Yeah.
So there's just enough there for there to be kind of a concept of Holly publicly available through these embeddings, which is a really fun thing to explore. So that's what we've been doing. I mean, that one's also really good, I think. That was like a DALI 1 generation, but is basically like trying to explore through this process the stereotype of Holly.
Yep.
Because in actuality, these embeddings aren't actually Holly. Obviously, they're kind of like a caricature of her. Like it's always, you know, this hair. Excuse me. You know, blue eyes. Holly's obviously like a white female. He's often, the haircut is there, there's often a laptop that kind of appears, and so if you go onto whatever Stable Diffusion right now and you type Holly, you know, Holly Herndon, you'll end up with something kind of derivative of that, and so it felt like a fun thing to explore. And so yeah, we've been like constantly, every time we get access to a new generator, basically generating new Hollys to try and understand like a bit more about this embedding.
I think there's also something very interesting also meta from the history and the structure of music and the music industry, where the construction of the image of an artist has always been, in a way, as important as the musical discourse of that artist. So I think also this project is kind of like the first time that the construction of the image of an artist is asking these systems, what is the archetype of Holly Herndon? What is actually Holly Herndon in the understanding of this idea that people have, which might translate to your X number of photographies online that sort of consolidate one specific version. You've given us a couple of things that you've been releasing in the last few days. This is like really new. Can you tell us what is this?
Oh
yeah.
Yeah, this is, I mean, this is just an animation. It's basically the same. It's the exact same process of like exploring the Holly embedding through Stable Diffusion. So Stable Diffusion came as, you know, they've been releasing models the past couple of weeks, and a lot of that stuff's open source. So you can, you know, unlike with, let's say, DALI 2, which they're being kind of very protective over, you can kind of go in there and generate anything. We won't show it, but we're also generating Holly porn at home, which is also kind of crazy. Research for sure, but that's kind of a really interesting new domain there. But yeah, so it's more or less the same as those memes we were seeing earlier, but it's just like exploring the Holly embedding to try and understand what it really sees.
But I can say some of the first works that we're doing in the language of video in this space, which, because it's going so fast, it's really taking us in these directions.
Yeah, it changes by the week. I mean, it's pretty
yeah. It's very hard for me to not leave a piece running and listen to the voice of the human Holly Herndon pass through the. But before finishing, we have like 10 minutes, 5 plus 5. I will talk a little bit about the politics and the economics of the Holly Plus project. There's something, we should play also a couple of more things. There is this concept that I think you expressed very clearly in Barcelona from the beginning of the tension between intellectual property, which was a way of approaching this, but this is your voice should be corrected to this notion of identity play. And you explained this point beautifully, Holly. What would be like this notion of, instead of thinking from the perspective of ownership, from the perspective of experimentation with identity?
Well, I think each artist will need to make this decision for themselves. I'm not interested in a one-size-fits-all solution, but for me, I thought I could be really playful with my own IP, you know, rather than someone else's IP. And so instead of doing kind of like a controlling approach, we tried just a really open-ended approach. So for example, with the first Holly Plus instrument, anyone can use it, they can release music through it, and you know, you don't even have to give us attribution. It would be nice, but you don't have to. So the second version might be a little bit more structured, but we're trying to find ways to incentivize people to work with our instruments, but also to kind of join our DAO, which we can get into. It's probably too not enough time to get.
No, we'll discuss a little bit before, but I think we were playing here with the idea that I want to explore. If you're moving to a stage where you're saying everybody can be Holly Herndon, if you want.
Yes, you could be your own version of Holly Herndon. So, for example, we just did a performance in Helsinki a couple weeks ago, which we called, you know, it was like the first version of identity play as a play. And I'm kind of exploring my...
Salvation as I fly.
Can you explain a little bit the idea here?
Yeah, so this is my friend Sam Fuller-Smith. He's a vocalist from the South, where I'm from. And so the idea was to kind of explore a little bit my childhood and my upbringing, and thinking about how these systems often kind of create a pastiche of oneself. So we were talking about the Holly kind of beacon, or the Holly embeddings. From the previous images, it's almost kind of like a stereotype of me. Like the stereotype of me is like orange braid and blue eyes. And so kind of mapping that to my own childhood and place of birth, Appalachia. You know, I grew up in the town next to Dolly Parton. We have this kind of like shared cultural idea, pastiche of what that is. And it's already kind of like infected my memory of my childhood. So I started generating some images of myself and a child in the kind of country church that I grew up singing in. And it was kind of like familiar, but also it's not, because I'm generating it from, you know, this kind of like shared hallucination. So anyways, this performance is essentially exploring the idea of kind of pastiche in these training sets. And Sam is performing as me, and he's wearing a motion capture suit, and there's a huge kind of like Holly avatar that is performing behind him on the screen.
Actually, in the Barcelona show, of course, you never really properly perform, and the close of that was Matt performing as Holly. Of course, it was a moment that actually created like a lot of impression, because here you could actually, in a way, see what actually meant the extension of the possibility of identity when you've been familiar to a voice that still is female, but it doesn't need to be female. There's also a very interesting tension between the model's American pronunciation and accent and Matt's original British accent. Because sometimes
it's also going through the effects chain here, so it sounds even more like how I perform live.
Okay. Couple of things that I want to talk a little bit about.
Just quickly, one thing I really like about that, we co-wrote that song together in like 2017, and the song's called Swim.
Swim,
which means someone who isn't me.
Okay, you already knew.
Little Easter egg there.
Okay, you already knew. I want to talk a little bit also about how you have developed from the beginning the notion of this is not a proprietary tool, this is not an instrument that you use, but it's the possibility to both produce a community around it and to generate some forms of governance. This is the Holly Plus website where you can actually upload it. But talk a little bit about this notion of the DAO, the Distributed Autonomous Organization, which is a very form of governance that is common in the Web3 world. Actually, you wrote a song called DAO in Proto in 2019, which was also pretty...
2014.
2014, you wrote a song called DAO. So
DAO came out before the first DAO.
Yeah.
It's true.
What is the model of governance of Holly Plus? This is very interesting.
Yeah, well, as Holly said, when you're talking about managing your digital likeness, first off, you know, we don't want to be in a position where we're telling other people how to do it.
Yeah.
But for Holly in particular, we quite like the DAO structure for a few reasons. First off, this idea of, you know, if you're going to allow for, let's say, hypothetically, 1 million people to be out there making work with Holly's likeness, how would you manage that kind of volume? It actually makes a lot of sense to have a large number of people who are all stewarding the voice at that particular point in time. And the DAO structures are really just kind of the lightest and easiest and fastest way to put together that kind of shared consensus model. But again, there's other ways you can do it. But for when we were talking about it, the idea was, thinking even posthumously, what would it mean to manage a voice model or a character, ultimately having that default back down to a couple of people in a rather archaic structure that's really difficult to kind of update, seemed kind of like a bad move. Rather explore this idea of, let's say, thousands of people governing a voice and in perpetuity. But that was our idea for it. Yeah.
You actually are addressing now these questions that a lot of people has. Yes, but how actually then do I assign authorship in a world where these tools are distributed? And also, how does retribution work? Who gets paid? How will we do it? In which way we'll create an economic model that also builds on these complex processes of authorship that are distributed? And I guess you would tell me, happy that you asked this question, because you guys are launching a project that is addressing this very specifically, right?
Yeah. So we're actually launching this next week, but we've been working on this for all year. But it's pretty much talking about this, like building tools for ownership, governance, attribution, and payment related to embeddings and AI training data. And so Holly Plus was really the first experiment in getting to do this under the basic principle that that kind of infrastructure needs to exist. That kind of infrastructure, particularly when we talk about things like consent with artist training data. I know it was obvious that this situation was going to come to a head, but it has become like more of a discussion on Twitter right now. So basically an organization to create tools for artists to own their training data and determine its usage in ways that we might, we would do it in a different way to a different artist, but also to work with organizations like Stability and get them to honor the wishes of artists, which is the other side to this. And the good news from that is that everyone we've spoken to is kind of on the same page about honoring artist consent going forward. Because I think generally, like, right now, people see these things as kind of cute image generation systems, and we don't have enough time to get into it. But mark my words, this is a new internet. This is a new substrate for how another internet is going to work. And so understanding consent from the beginning is going to be really, really important.
I wanted to finish highlighting something that for me is very important, and it's a bit of an obsession of mine, and I wanted to share is how was this project made, and the fact that the way that it was made in a way existed like in completely parallel ways to the ways that the tech industry works. Because one question that you could have is, how didn't Google or how didn't Amazon solve the problem of polyphonic timber transfer before? How didn't they came up with the Amazon echo that will sing with somebody's voice? And it's not that I want them to, I want to highlight in a way that this project started independently, right? And then it started in the infrastructure of the arts world. The Music and AI Festival STARS helped to push it by kind of like funding the further development and making possible a couple of aspects in the collaboration. And I think it's a very good example and a quintessential example of how artistic research can lead and can drive technological innovation in ways that maybe industry cannot do on its own, and why understanding artistic research as also tech research can produce and can create different kinds of outcomes than the most monolithic, top-down, industry-driven vision of the tech industry that rules today. And I wanted to know both your experience in the development of this project and your feelings around this.
I mean, I think we would all agree that artistic questions are very different from commercial questions. And so that's one of the reasons why we, prioritized a real-time timbre transfer system, for example, because maybe there wasn't an immediate kind of commercial application to that. I think once we were able to do it, people are like, oh, obviously karaoke machines are changed forever or whatever. But yeah, so that's the kind of first point. Did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I mean, it's also tricky, right? Because this is a way longer point, but there's always been a relationship between kind of big industry and then people on the fringes. I feel the same within the music industry, right? Like our private joke has been that we're like the R&D wing of like the bigger music industry, because we like bust a gut to do all this stuff, and then 2 years later you see it somewhere else because they see us do it and be like, oh yeah, well if we pour gasoline on that, we could do it elsewhere. And it's kind of the same with tech. I mean, like the matter of like AI research, like high-level AI research, there's just different thought patterns going on, and I don't think necessarily one is better than the other. But obviously, we have a bit more agency and are coming at this from a very different angle. And so, yeah, I'm very grateful for those who've supported it. I think they want us to leave.
Okay,
thank you.
I want you to leave because it's been so fascinating to listen to you. So I hate to be the one to bring this to an end. It's been such a fascinating conversation. But yeah, Such an amazing project, such amazing work, also such amazing questions. Give a shout out, quick.
No, just to say for those of you here, Holly is performing tonight at the ceremony, right?
Well, Holly Plus is performing.
Holly Plus is performing tonight at the ceremony.
So you don't want to miss that. It's been incredibly inspiring. Also, this future thinking about data governance of our voices, the different things that that could unleash. So thanks so much for sharing this with us here. And now, I'm sure you all came for this session, but I also am sure you all came for the next session. We're going to have a quick break, close to 20, more like 15 minutes now, but that's fine. And then we're going to welcome our very special guest of the day. So please stay with us. And another big round of applause for Jose, Holly, and Mathew. Woo!
Switch goes up and down.
Yeah, it says on.
Yeah.
So up is on and down is off. You can use this hour lecture.
The lecture doesn't really hide the papers, and it's pretty far from my eyes. She will use that. Yeah. So then, if she's sitting there, then I can talk, and she goes and talks about stuff.
No, but don't worry about the pages being visible.
I'm just trying to decide. That's still on Mrs. Sparkle, right? Okay. Make sure I got the right thing. Yes, she'll probably want still water.
Okay, that will do exactly that.
Yeah, well.
Bescheid, 15:30.
Genau, also so wie diese Session vorbei ist und die Pause anfängt, können wir super gerne quatschen.
Ja, sag ich dir.
bei mir nur, ich habe kein Ticket. Ich habe es ja noch nicht geschafft bis nach vorne. Und deswegen komme ich ja nicht so gut wieder rein. Aber ja, du musst dann einmal kurz nach vorne, das dauert halt 20 Minuten mindestens. Ja. Ich könnte dir Martha anbieten direkt. Ich würde sagen, die sind noch bei Wasser stehen. Hallo?
sehr unterstützenswert, aber frage ich, kommt man überhaupt nicht? Also
sehr interessant, nischige, oder auch nicht nischig, aber ja, interessant.
Ich weiß nicht, ob ich das inhaltlich verkraften möchte. Ich glaube, dann würde ich das lieber sauber machen.
Is it going to start at 2:30 or 45?
It was supposed to start now. I think they're just setting up a little bit, so we're supposed to start at past.
Ah, because on mine it says 45.
Oh, really? I don't know. Maybe
and then
it's to trick the people who are not really hardcore Laurie Anderson fans because it's going to be full by 45. So.
Okay. And then it's 1.5 hours.
I have it in my schedule for an hour.
An hour.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back, especially for those of you in our live audience here in this lovely auditorium. Very happy to see you all here for our next session, which we're all very excited about. It is a short goodbye for all of those watching us via our live stream. I'm sorry to inform you that we're not going to be live streaming this session, nor the next one. We will be switching our live stream back on at 16:45, and as I believe there will be also some recordings, but no live stream of this session or the next session. So thank you for your understanding. But now it is time for a very special moment on this year's Ars Electronica stage, as we are about to honor Laurie Anderson as the visionary pioneer of Media Art 2022. I'm going to hand over to Gerfried Stocker, who will give an introduction on behalf of Ars Electronica, and also welcome the composer, sound poet, and producer Charles Amirkhanian to the stage for his laudatory speech before we welcome our special guest.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. I mean, it's clear this is definitely one of the highlights, not only of this year's festival, but for me and my 27 years career of artistic director here, to have the one and only Laurie Anderson being here, not only giving a concert like she did, I think in 94 or 95 already at the festival, but being the one who receives this prize, this special Ars Electronica award, the Golden Nico for Visionary Pioneers of Media Art, and this is something that she definitely deserves, but I'm always torn apart what is more exciting, all the wonderful historical body of her work or all the exciting new things that she is doing, and I'm sure we will get a very nice presentation. And I know you didn't come to hear me talking about how excited I am, so I shut up, and without any further ado, please, Charles Amirkhanian, who will do the Laudatio, and Laurie Anderson, the stage is yours, and we are really very happy.
Dankeschön, Kirill. Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Laurie Anderson has pursued her evolving artistic practice with a determination driven by a joyful, insatiable curiosity. At 75, her stories continue to draw from her observations of the real world, along with imagery summoned from her dreams and imagination. Her stories are rich with symbolism, full of irony, bemusement, satire, gentle outrage, plus her very personal brand of speculative futurism. Ars Electronica celebrates her career accomplishments with this year's Golden Nika Award for Lifetime Achievement as a Visionary Pioneer of Media Art. So you've heard of her, I guess. Yeah. As a practitioner of electronic and media arts, she's a leader at adapting new emerging technical innovations. Her creations of a special violin bow with a magnetic recording tape was one of the first. It had tape instead of horsehair, so she could bow down and say yes, say yes. And she also created a violin that enabled her to play a spinning disc with a phonograph needle on her bow. Many others, there are so many. How many of you seen the CyberArts catalog article on Laurie that I wrote? It has about 75 pictures of everything she ever did, so I'm not going to go into that detail today. But no matter what tools she uses, her work is always distinguished by a personalized, down-to-earth, hands-on approach that communicates vividly to her countless fans and followers. Laurie's dynamic ascent situated her at the center of an emerging form of performance art, an intermedium that embraces any and all artistic media. And she's employed them all: music performance and composition, prose, poetry, and songwriting, painting, drawing, photography, sculpture, motion pictures, artist books and installations, choreography and movement, theatrical spectacle, and digital media, from video and interactive DVDs forward to virtual reality environments. Anderson's art generally has favored short, song-form compositions gathered into ambitious theatrical suites. Her métier is aphorisms, short stories and songs, as opposed to novels or symphonies. Her visual subjects refer to the whole of art history, from cave paintings to the present, and her lyrics are as likely to quote overheard street conversations as to comment on contemporary social topics. Over the years, Anderson has built an impressive catalog of plain-spoken but sophisticated tales that bring out the child in each one of us. She shares her wonder at how bizarre ordinary life can be. She can simply walk out onto a city street with eyes wide open to engage creatively. Hers is a communicative art, deeply personal, yet grounded in common experience and amplified through her extraordinary imagination. Contrast that with some of our digital and computer art with its pristine science lab aura to understand her popularity across widely different audience groups. For her, content is most important. New technologies are only a vehicle to enhance her message. In 1984, Laurie described her writing process. I try to be in a receptive mood. I suppose I mesmerize myself to write the songs, but the most important thing to me is the words. That's what I consider my main work, the way the words fit together. So opening her mind to the reception of disparate thoughts, a kind of concentrated meditation, is essential to her work. Composing these memories into sequences that speak to our own imaginations is at the core of her artistic process. Though sometimes her ironic commentary seems to lead us toward drawing specific conclusions, Laurie has made it clear that she avoids prescriptions for fixing the world. As a Buddhist practitioner, she knows better than to try, but she generously lends her support to social, environmental, and political causes that move her. And like most true artists, she is not content to be told what she can and can't do in her work. Laurie and I met in 1977 when I produced an LP compilation of electronic music by Anderson and many other American women composers. You can read about it in the CyberArts catalog, so I won't dwell on it. But over the years, I've been thrilled to watch her career blossom with an impressive series of brilliant recordings, theatrical performances, artist books, and a stunning feature film, Heart of a Dog, lovingly centered on her pet rat terrier, Lola Bell. Laurie's partnership and marriage to the late rock guitarist Lou Reed was energizing and a great source of comfort and inspiration. And recently, she's worked successfully to preserve his legacy in conjunction with the New York Public Library and by curating some of his unpublished recordings for release just this year. When Harvard called upon her during the pandemic in 2021 to present the prestigious series of 6 Norton lectures, she responded to the challenge by turning them into fanciful Zoom performances, replete with beautiful visual backdrops and inventive musical manipulations. VR has now become a major focus of her work, and there's a good reason why. She says, as an artist and performer, I've become increasingly frustrated with stages and screens, and more interested in immersive works, music you can walk into, and images that completely surround you. I also love long, extended drone work that fills the physical space and the imagination, and art that is composed and completed by the listener-viewer who walks into it and experiences it viscerally, emotionally, and intellectually. This new medium, however, has forced her to reorient certain assumptions about the creative process. In working with VR, she says, I've had to relearn many of the things I know about narrative and stories. In VR, the beginning, middle, and end are shifting states, not sequential ones. I find this way of being in time increasingly interesting and actually true to life. Not only is that disorientation true to life, it points to another reason Anderson's storytelling is so compelling, even hypnotic. In her writing, the focus will change abruptly from one subject to another, replicating our own thought patterns and offering references that challenge us to connect the dots. This is the very power and essence of surrealism, seemingly illogical sequences of images resolving dream and reality into an absolute or super reality. Laurie Anderson's life and work serve as an inspiration now to 3 generations of art lovers and especially to many younger artists, revealing a way forward that embraces the tools of evolving technology and employing them toward humanistic ends. Her creations consistently reawaken our sense of wonder. She is, without question, a most deserving recipient of the 2022 Lifetime Achievement Award from Ars Electronica as a visionary pioneer of media art. Well, you're here to present a new piece for orchestra. Dennis Russell Davies, are you here, Dennis? Is going to conduct. It's about Amelia. Who is Amelia, and what is this piece like?
First of all, Charles, thanks so much for that talk. I learned a lot in that. It was really, especially about the beginning, middle, and end. I forgot about that. So this thing, the orchestra piece that we're going to do tomorrow a couple times, is based on Amelia Earhart's pilot's log of her last flight around the world.
Was it streamed up to us? How did they find the log?
Well, you know, she was a person who is a very 21st century person in that she married her press agent. That tells you a lot about what she did. So every move was broadcast to everybody. It was very important to her that it was like, you know, Instagram stuff. You knew where she was at all times, and she's posting it. So, and then she would talk to women, and she would say, ladies, I'm here in my cockpit, and I have to say, it's a lot like your control in your kitchen. Like you have all the things in your kitchen, you're just in control, right? So this is kind of like, communication with people, with the real folks, yeah.
So is this a piece that you participate in?
Yes, I'm in it as a narrator, and also my friend Ruben Kodeli is in it as an electronic element in the work.
And what size orchestra is it, the whole
25, 26. 25 people. How many, Dennis? 26, 27? 27, thank you. 27 beautiful players from Brno.
Do you have any plans for another theater, evening-long theater work like you used to do in the past?
Well, I'm working on a big opera now called Arc, and it's about.
You told me that 5 years ago.
Did I? Okay, I'm still working on it. Yeah, it's just starting. It's about rescue. It's about rescue, and it's largely composed with the lyrics with this AI group that I've been working with in Australia, and they put everything that I've ever written or published or recorded into the biggest language supercomputer in the world, and they mashed it up with a bunch of things. They sent the first thing they sent to me was a 9,000-page Bible. They had kind of mixed my words with the Bible. So it's the Bible according to me. And I tell you, like with great confidence about the creation of man and the dominion of of man over animals and the future where we're all going to burn up in hell.
Can we read this somewhere?
Yes, you can.
Online?
And the great thing about it is that it's never the same. The next time you put this Bible through, I printed the Bible for a show that I did in DC, and it's there, this big hefty book. But if you printed it a minute later, it would be totally different.
Wow.
Yeah.
There's an artist in New York who has printed out the entire Wikipedia,
whoa!
And that keeps changing.
It's
every
a lot
time.
of paper.
It's a lot of volumes.
Yeah.
Amazing. Yeah. You prepared some remarks?
I did, and you know, even though this is a tech festival sort of thing, we couldn't get the visuals to work. So I'm going to depend on your imaginations, which are much better, really, than some images.
So it's like radio.
What's that?
It's like radio.
Yeah. But you would understand that.
That's,
I love radio.
well, but
yeah.
you got very inspired by radio in Chicago by listening to the Ken Nordine broadcast. This is a man who told stories with jazz behind him, and they were very fanciful.
Yes, they were about a lot of really interesting things, like what happens to a stranger who comes to your little town and he hypnotizes everybody to like think he's the greatest person in the world. He also has another one where he just wakes up and you hear doom doom ding ding ding. God, I'm hungry in the middle of the night. Doom 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 doom. Wonder what's in the fridge. Ding dong ding ding. The whole thing is about the olives in there, and he just draws this great picture of the olives and how crunchy the crackers are, and it's amazing radio because you're really hungry at the end of it. Actually, every show, you know. Yeah, Ken Nordine was so, and your radio show was amazing. KPFA for, you know, I mean, is.
Well.
Say a word about that. What you're doing.
Well, I'm no longer doing radio, but the organization I run is called Other Minds, and we publish a lot of information about composers. We have an archive of 50 years of radio programs interviewing composers, so you can see video of every performance we've ever produced in San Francisco. And our next festival is in October, and you can read about it at otherminds.org. And we named it that because when John Cage died, the New Yorker printed a note about his passing, and it was very dismissive. It said that he composed music in other people's minds. That's his epitaph. And we thought,
that's the greatest epitaph. Where else is it going to happen? You know, it's like in the stratosphere.
It's unsigned, and we still don't know who wrote that mesmerizing paragraph. But we were looking for a name for the organization right at that time, and we started right after he passed away. Yeah. And he was a good friend of yours. Yeah,
yeah, he just had his birthday, you know, a few days ago.
That's right.
One of the things I loved about him was he was super happy person. You know, he was really happy. He was always like, hey, he was happy to be here. You know, like a lot of old people are like, I've had it. I'm so tired. No, it didn't work out, you know. But he was just like not like that at all. He was happy to be just in the present. What an incredible person he was.
I think what we got to him was that he was about to have his 80th birthday, and there were so many demands on him that he was very diligent about answering his letters. Every day he would get up in the morning and sit down and write answers to everybody who sent him a letter. This is before email. And, you know, the day he had a major stroke, he was asked by his assistant to complete his list of works. And she assumed that he wouldn't do it because he said, oh, no, I don't feel like it. And she went out to do some shopping for him and came back, and he's lying on the floor with a stroke, with his beverage spilled. And she went over to the table as the medics arrived, and she saw he had finished his list of works. Isn't that terrifying?
Yeah, it kind of is terrifying. Gotta love him.
Yeah, wonderful man.
Yeah.
You too. You're wonderful, and I'm so glad that you're here and able to tell us what you think of all this stuff going on in the world right now.
I'm going to try.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Laurie.
Yeah, thanks, Charles. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit on the fast side because I have a lot to go through here. And as I said, thank you for using your imaginations in this instead of looking at pictures. But first of all, I want to say that it's great to be gathered in a group thinking about the future and after such a long time of being so close to home. And I have a friend who has a 5-year-old, and at the beginning of the pandemic, he was explaining to his son that he couldn't go to school because we're all staying home and fighting the coronavirus. And the kid had never heard the word virus. He didn't know what it meant. But what he heard was the corona pirates. And this really made sense to him. He said that the whole world was fighting pirates who were from some place called Corona, and we were putting on these masks so that we, to fight them, us against them. And we were doing that by staying at home and just fighting from there. So like it was a new Space Invaders kind of game, and you didn't actually have to go anywhere to do that. So I'm trying to channel that feeling of like community as we gather here to confront the climate crisis that threatens the life of our planet. Now, I really appreciate that Ars Electronica has taken on the difficult and extremely controversial conversation of whether it is a planet B, although in one way or another, my own work uses the story of the sixth extinction as a starting point, a story so full of terror and sorrow, so monumental that we are unable really to put it into words. But this is not actually what I want to talk about today. Instead, I'd like to say a few things about how I see Planet B and Plan B. Also tell you about some teachers that I've had and some of the things I've learned along the way as an artist that have helped me to be able to tolerate this idea and still live and work. Now, first of all, I love the concepts Planet B and Plan B. It usually means that Plan A or Planet A has somehow not worked out, and that has a very familiar ring to me as an artist, since most things really don't work out at first. In fact, almost nothing does. In most of the projects I've done, I quickly make it to, Plan X, Plan Y, and then just start all over from the top, like an endless series of, alphabetical hurricanes with all these looping problems, pushed along by the twins of doubt and ineptitude. Now, it also reminds me of Andy Warhol's book, Andy's philosophy from A to B. And I really appreciate that kind of brevity, in summing up what you actually know. But there's always been a Planet B, a second chance, a place where things are better. And you get to do what you want and be what you want, called sometimes heaven or nirvana or the communist state, or a place where things are resolved. And it's a place artists know very well because it's a place of infinite possibility that you imagine every time you create something. And I appreciate the idea that things have gotten so bad on this planet that we're looking for an escape. Now, some look to outer space, like Elon Musk's mission to Mars, and others head instead into the depths of the metaverse. So I want to say some things about escape this afternoon, what it means, and just where we think we might be going, and some of the ways it works, and some of the downsides also. So first I'm thinking of Mars. So you have to imagine a picture of Mars there, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about my experience with Mars. Around 2005, I had this job as artist in residence at NASA. This was a very strange job. They called me one day out of the blue. I was having one of these days, not a great day in the studio. Everything was sounding horrible, and the phone rings, and someone says, "Hi, I'm from NASA, and we'd like you to be the first artist in residence there." And I said, "You're not from NASA," and I hung up the phone. And they called back, and they said, "Yeah, no, we're from NASA, and we'd like you to be there." And so I said, "What does artist in residence mean in like a space program? And I mean, where are you?" And they said they didn't know what that meant, and what did I think it meant? And I said, "Who are you people?" So anyway, I took the job, and for 3 years I went around to various places, Mission Control in Houston, the Jet Propulsion Lab in Pasadena, the Hubble Telescope in Maryland, and I think NASA asked me to do this project because I'm a multimedia artist, and they thought I might come up with some, sexy techno project like bouncing light off one satellite onto another and lighting up the dark side of the moon, this kind of thing. So when I said I was going to do a long poem, their faces really fell. They just thought, a poem? Why would you do a poem? which got me thinking, I have to say. But another big NASA project was that was a lot like an art project was the greening of Mars, which they were working on at the time. And so I walked into a room that actually had a huge whiteboard that went all the way around, like for about an acre, and on the board was a timeline. And the timeline was for the greening of Mars, which has a 10,000-year timeline, by the way. And the idea is to add air and plants and water to Mars to make it inhabitable by the time we get there, sometime in the distant future. Now, the fact is that we're going to have to go somewhere, and Mars is the most likely place. So we're terraforming Mars, and we're getting ready to go there. And it's a little worrying, really. You know, now that we know so much about taking care of planets, we're going to take care of Mars. Now, the years I was at NASA, there were the robot rovers, Spirit and Opportunity. They were being built and tested, and there were these tiny little robots, like sort of like little go-karts or big dogs, and we'd take them out to the parking lot and drive them around. And imagine the parking lot in Pasadena, California right now. There's the walls were painted to look like kind of like Mars, and so they were really into like movie sets there. So getting to Mars is really hard. It's 300 million miles away, and it takes about 6 months, depending on where you are when you launch. But during this time, there were 3 missions to Mars, a British, a Japanese, and an American. And the British and Japanese had exploded, and the American mission was lost. And so I'm thinking of this one day at the Jet Propulsion Lab in Pasadena, and on the day, in fact, the morning of in Earth time, when the robots were supposed to land on Mars, and there were about as many people as are in this room. And it was kind of a gloomy meeting, since it had been months before we'd gotten any signals from the American mission. So on the day the rovers were supposed to land, we were all sitting there, and each person was a designer. And each person had designed only a small part of the robot, so nobody really knew how the whole thing worked. And only their small part. Since there are no cameras on Mars, you know, we were watching at that time, we have them now, we were watching a series of numbers up on the wall, and that would indicate the status and location of the craft. And this long series of numbers was completely frozen and had been for a couple of months. So we all sat there just looking at these frozen numbers for quite a while, and suddenly they all started to move really, really, really fast. And then they toggled into a certain pattern that indicated that the craft had entered Martian atmosphere, and everyone was, whoa. And the next numbers indicated that the parachute had opened, and the craft was plummeting down to the surface of the planet. And the next series switched to show, boom, impact, contact. And the craft had landed in exactly the place where the designers had planned. And it skidded a little bit, rolled to a stop. Then the craft unzipped itself, and the little rovers opened their solar panels to the sun, and they charged up, and then they rolled down the ramp, and they began taking 360-degree high-resolution images of Mars and sending them to Earth. And we all went, humans did this. Now, I love technology, and I always have, but I have to say that my favorite quote about this are some words by a cryptographer who said, if you think technology will solve your problems, you don't understand technology, and you don't understand your problems. But even with that as a given, of course, we should look for other plans, move ahead optimistically into the future. It's dangerous, really, to believe all the stories about the end of the world, because we really have no idea what will happen next. The next coronavirus could be deadly. It could kill 9/10 of the people on Earth. First of all, creating lots of room, and maybe leaving some optimistic people who might think about a new planet C. Now, but any number of happy or unhappy accidents could happen that are not part of this climate scenario that we're all talking about. I also choose to move ahead as an artist, but with technology, I try not to idolize it. I like to work with the materials that I have, and every time I have ideas that mean that I have to do a lot of fundraising, for example, I for the most part just abandon them. Because by the time you raise that money and get the partners, it's easy for the whole thing to really go off the rails, since the partners usually have some other ideas about how this is going to go down, generally having to do with making products and monetization. Now, this is another topic that's very interesting and challenging, but I won't go into that right now. I just want to say that you can do very dangerous things with a pencil. I'm not saying not to be ambitious, of course, but I want to tell you a story about a project I did with a kind of Planet B that also involved a Plan B. And it started here in Austria in 1997. And I'd been invited by some people at Kunsthaus Krems, a small town not so far from Vienna, to make an audio installation in the cultural center. And part of the center was a 13th century Mennonite church where they were just starting to do projects, and they asked me to do a sound installation there. Now, like a number of artists, many of them women, by the way, Christina Kubisch, Pauline Oliveras, Eliane Redig, I'd been working with resonance and fields and installations, and for us, this was a real movement. And I have to say that some parts of history, like this story of women in electronics in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, just are not in the history books. And it wasn't until this recent film called Sisters with Transistors that this particular story was finally told. Now anyway, like a lot of my electronic sisters, I was working with these ideas and I thought I could do something like that in Krems. But I spent a couple of days walking around the church, and the space was really reverberant in ways that I couldn't understand, and I couldn't come up with a Plan B. So I was somewhere around W when the curators came one day to find me to ask once again what my project was going to be. And so to escape them, I ran up these crooked stairs up to the top of this old bell tower in the church. And at the top of the tower, I could look out over the town, and in the middle of this perfect little Austrian town was a maximum security prison. Now, directly across from me in the bell tower was the guard tower in the guard tower, and there was a man pointing a machine gun at me. And so I ran down the staircase, and I found the curators, and I said, I'm going to do something about the function of cameras and telepresence in our culture. So what we're going to do is we're going to build a video studio in the prison and get a prisoner to sit very still for a long time, and then we'll make a life-size statue of the prisoner and put it in the apse of the church and beam the image of the prisoner onto the statue of him, sort of like a living statue. And it will be about the attitudes of the church and the prison to the body, incarnation or incarceration. Now, weirdly, they said, that sounds great. I thought, really? This is actually a good idea, really. I mean, plus, I think I got this idea from the Illinois State Fair, where they projected a face of this onto the statue of Lincoln, projected his face and made him repeat the Gettysburg Address forever. Plus, I had all sorts of second and third thoughts about what it would mean to put the image of a convicted criminal in the apse of a church where there's often an image of a deity. Now, this didn't seem like a really good idea in a town centered around the Catholic Church, so it was on hold. Now, a couple of weeks later, they said they had discovered that according to Austrian law, prisoners do not own their own image, which is a 21st century dilemma as well. Who actually owns your image? And what can they do with it, and how? And most importantly, who can you sue? Anyway, the ownership idea and issue killed the project. Now, a couple of weeks later, the curators told me that an official, let's say like the Austrian Attorney General, had said, I love your project, and you have special dispensation to do it, note the clerical language. In the end, there was really just too much red tape, and we didn't do it, and it was one of those ideas that just got so far and then fizzled. And once in a while, I would resurrect it. The Whitney Museum asked me to do, and I proposed a collaboration with prisoners from Sing Sing. And in this case, it was about the prison and the museum, what you keep guarded and why you keep it guarded. And so we planned this high-speed satellite connection that bounced the image of the prisoner into the museum, onto the life-size cast of their body. And we were going to work with a group of men who were meditators and who had learned to sit perfectly still. And this was eventually nixed by the board of the Whitney because they said, this is just too political. You know, don't do anything too political. So it was about a year later when I was describing this project to a great kind of can-do curator in Italy called Germano Celant. He liked the idea, and he eventually did the project at the Prada Foundation in Milan. Collaborating with the San Vittore prison, which is a prison in central Milan. Now, of course, the most difficult part of a collaboration like this is the potential for exploitation. So it was crucial to find a collaborator who genuinely wanted to do this for their own reasons. So Germano and I went to the prison to meet with the prisoners to explain the project and see if any of them would be interested in collaborating. Now, the prisoners were in for life. This was a prison for white-collar crimes. and people who'd done some, let's say, like very serious financial finagling. Now, these guys were very smart. Very clever. They were fluent in Greek and Latin, and they were writing books, and they were all allowed to have knives and visitors, and they had big wine collections, and they were very urbane and charming, and they were all like wearing Armani, and you know, everything was super styling until you looked down at their shoes, and they were wearing like, you know, slippers, because you realized these guys are going nowhere, ever. Otherwise, our meetings were a little bit like kind of corporate board meetings, and because they were lawyers and they were skilled in the dark arts of persuasion, they could just very subtly, before you knew it, get you to start gradually turning your head in a certain direction just by using certain words or phrases or little lifts of their eyebrows or, you know, the tiniest imperceptible like winks. Suddenly you were slowly like nodding along with them, you know, and seeing their point of view and believing the whole thing was actually your own clever idea, and they were all just congratulating you for being so perceptive. Now, basically, they had already decided who the collaborator was going to be, and they were just like winding me up. Now, the whole process had left me looking directly at a man in the corner, and his name was Santino, and he was a bank robber and a murderer. And Santino, I said, you know, if we collaborate, what do you make of this project? And he said, oh, I see it as a virtual escape. And I said, you're my man. Now, Santino was a writer of books and plays, and we talked and became friends. And meanwhile, we were making this statue of his body, gradually creating it from a combination of casts and carvings, and finally testing the projection. And after a lot of preparation, digging up streets in Milan to lay video cable and building the studio, the exhibition finally opened. And it was called Dal Vivo. Since life in Italian didn't imply a life sentence, as it does in English, dal vivo means really drawn from life, taken from life, like a still life, which was only a few degrees away from the meaning I was looking for, but still kind of acceptable. Now, Santino had trained a long time for this, and he sat perfectly still for months, although you could see him breathing. And in the end, he didn't look like a prisoner at all. He looked like a judge, distant, you know, almost like your really distant father what's your name? You know, almost every day his girlfriend came to the Prado Foundation and stood next to the statue of her boyfriend. And in an adjoining room, there was a kind of another installation of small figures with projections on them. They told stories about transformation, representation, and the relationship of time and crime, the alchemy of blood and gold, and the body and money. Now, one of the statues told a story attributed both to the poet Robert Graves and to Borges, and it goes like this. You know, Alexander the Great wasn't killed at the Battle of Macedon like everybody thinks he was. He was, in fact, captured during the battle by a huge tribe of yellow men and forced to fight in their army as a slave. 30 years went by, and finally his captors, who could see what a great fighter he was, decided to pay him. And they gave him a bag of gold coins. And Alexander took one of the coins and looked at it, and on it was his own picture. And he said, this is from the time when I was Alexander the Great. Now, I'd always wanted to do a prison project in the United States, partly because our prison population is the highest in the world. 1 out of every 35 Americans is in prison. And sometime in the 80s, the privatization of prisons was oddly coinciding with a sudden increase in the number of criminals. Was it a sudden surge in the number of bad guys? But, of course, now that prisons were privatized, what do businesses need? They need customers. Now, in 2014, the Park Avenue Armory asked me to do a project, and at first I wanted to feature one prisoner, and then I decided to stream these images from 12 upstate prisons, and there would be 6 statues in a big row, kind of like an Egyptian tomb of Hatshepsut. Too bad I don't have this picture, but picture a gloomy tomb of like Hatshepsut, stiff people sitting on it. That was the prisoners as they sat, being streamed in from the prisons, lined up like these pharaohs in the afterlife. It turned out to be fairly easy to work with the prisons since there are already cameras in there, and prisoners were getting used to being actors, and because a lot of the reality shows are being streamed from prisons in the United States. Now, the plans were getting more and more advanced, and then one day we got a notice from Homeland Security that said basically, you will never do this project in the United States of America. It was pretty clear, there's no way around that. And so then the people at the Armory said, okay, so what's plan B? And I said, plan B, I don't have a plan B. And so I rather quickly came up with, and it involved a kind of ruined Western landscape with kids as miniature cowboys wearing like mustaches glued on and like vinyl records playing around in this parade of scenes where, from American history. And then there were also a lot of miniature ponies in Plan B. And suddenly they said, okay, now we have to print the big banners we're going to hang on Park Avenue. And so, you know how sometimes you have to do the press before you've actually written the piece? So we got some ponies and we brought them into the Armory. And they were clomping around and posing. And I wish you could see that picture. But that... As my sister, who's a horse trainer, said, you know, if ponies were people, they'd all be in jail. Ponies are nasty. They're always kicking and biting, and anyway, pooped all over the place. And at this point, I was panicking. I didn't really want to do a parade of history around the ruins of the West, and I wanted to see if there was another way to work with another kind of prisoner. And it was at this point that we made contact with a group in London called Reprieve. And Reprieve represents detainees in Guantanamo, and they arranged for me to meet with one of the detainees. Now, Mohammed El-Garani was the youngest detainee at Guantanamo, and he had been released from Guantanamo for, about 5 years before I met him, and he was moving around Africa, basically looking for a way to get citizenship of any kind. And I talked to him several times on the phone, and I explained the project, and he agreed to do it, principally, as he put it, for his American brothers. Now, Mohammed had been bought by the US for $5,000 in a sweep of mosques right after 9/11, picked principally because he fit the profile. He was a Saudi. Now, the project began to turn around the difference between Mohammed's story and the story of the US government. The US government case was based on the somewhat fanciful story that Mohammed, who was a spy, and as an 8-year-old goat herder, had somehow found his way to London and joined a terrorist cell. Like a lot of detainees in Guantanamo, Mohammed was very unlucky. Wrong place, wrong time. Most Guantanamo detainees ended up never receiving a trial because they weren't even charged. So since they were never charged, they could also never be exonerated. And they lived in a Kafkaesque limbo. Now, the story of Mohammed's incarceration, his time in solitary, his broken teeth, his broken bones, his scars, his years of interrogation. His first interrogator said, think of me as your mother, and then sent him in to be cut up. His time in enhanced interrogation was almost impossible to listen to, but it was full of many stories. I went with him, I went to meet him in Ghana where he was living. The project began to move very quickly. We built a video studio in Ghana, and it was during Ramadan, and so Mohammed sat motionless for very long periods of time in a kind of deep meditation, samadhi kind of thing. And meanwhile, in New York, we began to build a huge statue of him out of styrofoam, the size of the Lincoln Memorial, so taller than this room. And we beamed his image into the Armory live from Africa. And he sat for several days in New York, and the installation was called habeas corpus, a legal term for have the body. So, of course, no prisoners, Guantanamo detainees were not allowed to come into the country, but of course, you can always stream. So people came every day, and they stayed for hours, and they were sitting there listening to him talk, and they were lying down in this huge space, and some people did Tai Chi, some came to write, or just lie in this field of kind of rotating stars that we made about this mirror ball. Gotta love mirror balls. And one girl came and just did ballet for days, just being together into space. We also did a concert one of these nights playing with several musicians, mostly from Africa as well. Mohammed talked about some of the things that had happened, and it was eerie listening to this giant talking statue, because you just imagine this giant, like Abraham Lincoln size, talking statue. And there was also a room of videos where Mohammed was talking about, in a more detailed way about his case, and we also had a number of descriptions of legally what was happening in this conflict of stories, the US government versus Guantanamo. But one of the stories that Mohammed told was about a fellow detainee who told his interrogator that he had a dream that a submarine had come to rescue the prisoners. And the next day, Guantanamo Bay was filled with helicopters and ships and troops looking for the dream submarine. I mean, Guantanamo was and still is a dark dream. like the imaginary nukes that brought the US into a protracted war, like the dreams of Putin for a lost Russian empire. It is made of illusion and fear and rage. Now, in the drill hall at the armory, there was a camera at the top of the ceiling aimed so that Mohammed could adjust himself to match the statue. So adjust his image so it matched the physical statue. So if we would say, okay, Mohammed, move your fourth finger a millimeter, and in New York that would be like 3 feet. So, but you know how it is in the 21st century. Everybody always knows where the cameras are, like in a parking lot or at the entrance to a building. You have we have a second sense for surveillance. People realized that if they turned around and looked up at the camera, that they could, that he could see them too. So they began to bring guitars and big signs with messages written to him, and poems, and they made gestures, and going like this, and hello, hello, and then they held out their arms because there was no audio, and they mouthed the words, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry." But back to Planet B. Back to the age when there are even more cameras everywhere you look, including all over the metaverse. I actually haven't seen the BBC Planet B series, but it seems to have started out with the death of a young woman, and the hero, who's her boyfriend, thinks she might be in the metaverse, but isn't sure what's real and what's not. Now it raises, okay, yes, I'm rushing along. Raises so many questions about what's real, questions that humans have asked forever. Are we our image? How are we different from photographs or gods or robots or avatars? What are we? And what is lasting and what is mortal? And I just want to say a couple more things before wrapping things up. And it's often in the face of death, like the plot of Planet B, that we look for meaning. We are, after all, meaning machines. We are always looking for something to mean something. The thing is that meaning is everywhere, and it's possible to give almost anything meaning. A flower, a bee, an algorithm, a star, a virus, a color. You can give each one of those things meaning. And then again, you know, I've also lived long enough to watch meaning collapse, almost for no reason, except that time goes on. And as a young artist, I entered the art world at a time when minimalism was the biggest idea, the cutting edge. And we were all very focused on our work and ideas, and the idea at the time was the concept of the edge. Essays were written about the edge. We discussed the edge with passion, with focus. Minimalism was more of a philosophy, really, than an art movement or a style. Now, the things we made, actually, as sculptors, looked exactly like boxes, light fixtures, and walls. They looked like stacks of sheetrock, because they were stacks of sheetrock, as far as appearances go. Industrial, anonymous, that sort of straight from the factory look, but it wasn't really about what they looked like. It was about where you were in relation to them. It was about size and weight and presence. The most extreme and hardcore of these works were knife-sharp, masculine, very physical. But like so many things, the edge as a concept disappeared. The radical thinking about the edge softened, and eventually, no one was focused on the edge anymore. And as it disappeared, the act of focus became the focus, and the time it took to focus became the subject. Now, gradually, it might dawn on you that there is no subject. The only important thing is the act of caring about something, pointing to something. And it almost doesn't matter what you care about, what it looks like or what it is, as long as you've decided to give it meaning. Now, for example, look at the way the light comes through the windows here. You know, notice the way it changes throughout the day. And the next to come were the writers who became painters, like Barnett Newman, who started out as an art critic, and he's standing next to his new painting, blue with a brown stripe down the side, and he's talking about what it means. Just standing next to the paintings and talking about them, bringing them to life. Now, as a young artist, I began to move from painting to sculpture and electronics, and I was a student of Saul LeWitt at the School of Visual Arts, and I spent a lot of time looking at his drawings of number series. And one day, I said, you know, these look like musical scores. And he said, write one. So I wrote something called Quartet for Saul LeWitt based on this series, and I have to say that it sounded exactly like his drawings. And this is also the basis for a new work for orchestra that is potentially part of this opera arc. Now, around that time, though, I was asked to show my sculpture in a big show in Rome, and this was a huge thing for me as a young artist, and I packed all my work, I showed up there, but the show had been postponed for 2 weeks, and the promoters just like forgot to tell the artists. Now, I couldn't afford to go back and come back again, so I decided to stay, and my teacher, Saul LeWitt, arrived too, and so we just drifted around Rome together for 2 weeks with no map, no plan. You know, and one afternoon we arrived in an empty piazza, and it was a cold and drizzly November day, and there was a man with an easel. He was wearing a beret, and he was holding a pallet, and he was actually going like this. And I was about to make some snarky New York comment, you know, like, what's when Saul said, you know, it really takes dedication to paint on a day like today. And I'm also thinking of his famous letter to Eva Hess about how to be free as an artist, with advice like, try to make your worst work. You'll learn a lot, and you'll learn about the rules that you think you have about making your best work. And it may turn out to be that your worst work is your most free work. Anyway, I want to thank Saul LeWitt, who among many people, John Cage, William Burroughs, Pauline Oliveras, Philip Glass, the Buddha, Vittorio De Sica, Freud, about several hundred more, who have been my teachers, because I'm someone who likes to look for teachers. I like to find things out, and so I look for teachers. And I want to tell you a quick story about a tree to finish this up, because, okay. And it's by the Buddhist teacher Bob Thurman, and he described what he called the jewel tree. So it's about making a tree yourself, about making a mental tree. So here's how it works. You just imagine a big tree in front of you, and on this tree you put all the people that you love and you admire, from all eras of time, real or imaginary, artists, writers, politicians, relatives, thinkers, race drivers, put them all up there, just like jewels, just like sparkling all over the place. And remember that they are all on your side. They know that you're there for the explicit reason to teach you everything that they know, to help you. And they have really nothing else to do at this point. So learn how to use this tree. I wanted to say, because there's one more minute, that I do choose to be an optimist for no good reason. You know, if you try to prove the world is getting better, you cannot do that. If you try to prove the world is getting worse, you cannot do that. And so I choose to be an optimist for one reason, not based on anything rational, but just simply because you will have a better life if you are an optimist. You'll be happier. You'll have a happier life. Now, in conclusion, there are many worlds, many plans, countless like the planets in the universe, and so I just want to say a couple bullet points that I'd like to end with. One is time does not exist, and since there is no time, you can't run out of it, so you don't have to worry about that. Second, happiness is a choice. So train your mind not to long for it. Doubt and grief are your friends. Like my teacher, Mingyur Rinpoche, said, and this is something that I think of every day, try to practice how to feel sad without actually being sad. Now, this is a very good distinction. It basically means that there are a lot of sad things in the world. And if you pretend they're not there, you are an idiot. But most important of all, his teaching is, do not become sad yourself. Do not become sad yourself. Now, if I've learned anything in my life, it's that it's when your heart is broken that it's one of the best times to learn things. So really treasure those moments. And finally, let me assure you that the reason that we're all here is not to suffer and work. The reason that we're here is to have a really, really, really good time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What an incredible treat to be able to listen to you, and how lucky we all are to still have your performance tomorrow to look forward to. That was just wonderful and fantastic and inspiring, and I'm a little bit in awe. So I'm just going to say thank you one more time and clear the stage. We'll have a short break now of about 40 minutes, and I'd love to welcome you here about 4:10 for our next session. Thank you.
Gesehen, dass das grüne Kabel am anderen Ende nicht ansteckt.
Das war dann voll, ich hab keine Ahnung. Es hat keiner mit mir geredet.
Folie 7.
Ja. So, jetzt haben wir das einmal so.
Nächste.
Das ist hier.
Genau, das ist, ja.
Okay, passt. Dann lassen wir es mal gleich rein.
kommt ein Stuhl noch mit.
Thanks, you brought me things. That is so nice. You brought me things. Oh, amazing. Hi. Yeah.
I work with our Science Technology+Arts prize, but also on a couple of other projects. And I had a quick chat with Veronica yesterday about mentioning another residency possibility for the Better Factory project, which is also in STARTS. Did that message reach you as moderator?
No, I don't think that reached me. Do you want me to include that somewhere? This is my contact person point, so I'm including Caroline in this. I'm happy to mention things, obviously.
Wir haben das Video über eins. Ja, ich weiß. Das ist hast du schon was jetzt was braucht. Ja, das schaut man auf dem letzten Bild. Entschuldige, aber wir haben das so.
So if you...
Okay.
That would be amazing. I would give you my email and you can just send it to me in like a very short snippet. That would be fantastic. Even better. Great. And then I can weave that in. Should I give you my email, please? Okay. I have a question for you. Double check. Das ist voll lieb, danke schön.
Ja, so. Denke mal, was kann da?
Mit Luisa, ich habe geschrieben, ich nehme die an, die kommt gleich, ich musste nur kurz auf Klo. Sag mir doch nur mal ganz kurz jetzt, sorry, weil das war bei den anderen Spotlights ein bisschen unterschiedlich. Weißt du, ob Giulia zuerst sprechen will oder ob wir uns direkt unterhalten miteinander?
Sie möchte Frau Wiesner,
ich komme dann dazu, wenn sie fertig ist, dann mache ich Interview. Okay, alles klar, perfekt. Und weißt du, ob sie nur über den israel-palästinensischen Kontext von ihr der Arbeit sprechen will oder ob es auch ein bisschen allgemein ist?
Ja, interessant. Ihnen wird das immer wieder auf.
Okay, dann gucken wir einfach.
Ich glaube, sie wird sich freuen.
Auch ein bisschen broad. Ja, weil ich meine, die machen so viele spannende Sachen und das ist auch natürlich jetzt Ukraine-Technik total relevant und so. Ist ja auch vielleicht nochmal, ja, genau. Aber dann ist es super, okay, vielen Dank, das ist schon mal so gut.
Sie verteilen, das ist und du bist diejenige, die da ist, von A nach B schicken möchtest.
Ja.
Deswegen hoffe ich, dass du sie... Ja, das ist okay, das passt.
Also,
Joella wird normal studiert und dann stand.
Ich habe gerade auf Klo getroffen.
Ich meine, es hat dir nicht schwer gekommen. Wir probieren es nochmal. Deswegen fährt das noch keine Pause.
Ja, ich war bei auf Klo getroffen und dann drauf und oh, Geraldine, so my first name, Geraldine, and then at connective with a lot of K's. K-O... K-O-N-N-E-K-T-I-V. Connective. .de. Oh ja. I'm so tired today that I was prone to break a device, so I'm like, well, let me This is von der Frau. Ich dachte, das hätte dir ja, kann ich Ihnen noch das gleich das auch wir heute mit Kino nehmen.
Ja, gute Zeit.
I know that she would like to say that and she was not sure if she would go to the whole talk because
to meet you. I'm sorry, this is my lunch at the same time, so but I'm super happy to see you and have a chat about the panel this afternoon.
Thank you for taking over.
And I usually like to be better prepared, but I'm also looking forward to this conversation, so I'm sure we can make it nice.
Let me know if I can.
So, I received your comments. Maybe we can talk about those in a sec.
Honestly, it's just because so the idea initially was to have Gianni just introducing the subject, anyway, and then of course as usual like presentation of the speakers, and that was like 4 minutes per speaker. Then I thought to just explain what they're doing.
Exactly, that's what I was going to suggest. I'll do an open round, I'll give you really short introductions, and I'll do an open round where everybody can elaborate on how they're working on this idea of creating different narratives to engage people around climate change topics, what kind of media, what kind of approaches, what kind of methods, and just do a fast opening round, give you all a lot of space to talk about your work. And then I thought we could go from there to discuss some common themes. So after you've each spoken, then I'll probably give you each a follow-up question as well to talk about. These are just some suggestions, so I'm super happy to share. I think the idea of how to create a sense of urgency without creating a sense of disempowerment, like it's one of those key. So
to engage people, but make them like not act because they're like.
Good, because they're exactly like I really liked the book. I might reference this on the We Are the Weather from Jonathan Sachs, where he like discusses the question: when do people act and when do they not act? And it's very nicely described in this book in regard to climate change and all the different comparisons from World War II, basically. So how do we get people to act? So this is then something that maybe next question we can do a round on. Then there are different philosophies, I think, around communicating climate change. So I thought maybe that's also something we can talk about, because also in the sense of empowerment, do we look toward sort of innovation, circularity, reinvention, or do we look towards scarcity, repair, saving? I think those are two kind of axes. And maybe it's interesting to map sort of where you're seeing yourself on this axis of different narratives. And then I thought we could do a round on the aggressiveness around misinformation and how.
Ja, ich höre gerade genau.
Also,
I was thinking about that. Like, why are the informative narrative more compelling right now than the scientific ones?
And what are the powers behind it? Okay, cool. Let me just wrote it down the way you said it because it was really nice.
I think that's because this is it around misinformation.
So we go back. Because Ben's answer is like a physicist, climate expert, and he's working in a media company, and I think he's actually doing data visualization like graph. So maybe we'll be able to.
Cool.
Like,
I think
a way to.
he has a very important, interesting point of view on how to bring people to react to discussion of climate change and information, and how people can like be touched and not just scared. So I think I think that would be interesting.
Because the information is just better if you don't want people to be seduced by misinfo somehow,
Yeah, nice. And then I thought maybe as a closing round, we can also talk about how do you protect yourself, being out there, giving narratives. I think this is something that's become such a big topic around science communication. I'm sure it's also relevant for artists. So those were kind of my suggestions for topics.
That's very nice.
Okay.
That's all good. And I think it's gonna be short. It's like 45 minutes, so I'm pretty sure maybe even I don't even know if like the 3 or 4 rounds
but then we have a bit of stuff. And what I think what would be really helpful for me is if we can make it as conversational as possible. So for instance, if Bernd says something, Mark, and you want to react, and I haven't asked a question, like just go for it. If you want to make a comment or a counter question or anything, and I will just make sure it stays orderly, but everybody can feel like they're in a conversation, not have to wait just for my question. I'll say this to the others if we get a chance to see each other.
I can
As in the website, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so we start at 2:45, and then that's what I have, right? We start at 5:45
Yeah.
with our session.
Yeah, that's it. I have an okay, so it's around, Mark is around. So that's it. Yeah, Mark and Marta, and then Vern is online.
Yeah, have you seen Marta?
Marta is yeah, she's arriving.
Okay.
Yeah. She's yeah, really. She just saw the exhibition quickly, and she just texted me like, I haven't had lunch yet, so I'll grab something. This is what she's writing, so I think she'll be around. So we can just present that to them, because I guess you also use it.
So let me just check that I got everything from the website correctly, just to double check about, so I just kept the little blurb, and then I have Bernd, Hazel, Marta, and Mark. That's it.
Yeah.
So that's all around.
Right.
Okay, wonderful.
So I think, three people and you, I think that's good to have this discussion. What we planned initially, but really do as you like, it was to, at some point, just you ask questions, or there is this discussion, but we can also say, if you want people from the
Oh yeah, I will
from the
open it
audience,
at the end, for sure.
So as you like, depending on how things are happening, but I think, that's great.
Maybe a short notice for you. So I think Mark and Marta sent us content for showing, maybe during the introduction.
Great. So when
I would
they
like to show. But Bernd, I reminded him yesterday that
maybe he won't. Yeah, I think because he was wondering at the beginning if he should prepare something. So we said, as you like, it's open, it's 4 minutes, so it's quite short. So if you just don't want to do like any presentation, that's all right, other than speaking. And I think so. You should do. I might do that.
I would probably aim to keep everybody on the couch and have it more like Francesca's session that was showing the images when they're speaking. But of course, if somebody wants to get up and use the podium to do that little bit, that's totally fine too. Then you can do it if people prefer.
I think they're quite chill. Yeah, Mark and Marta, they're really
Okay.
they're nice.
Okay, lovely.
That would be very great. Yeah.
Cool.
Sounds great.
Great, and I think, I think it will be very interesting. And then there is also the keynote before about violence also. I don't know if there are links to depending, I think maybe in the introduction, or Marta, because she also has a work on violence.
Yeah.
I think.
There's definitely that link around the general topic of misinformation and how to counter it, you know?
Yeah.
So I'm sure that we'll be able to have some kind of tie-in. Good, I'm feeling much better now about this. I'm very much looking forward to it. So that's great. Hopefully we'll congratulate each other.
Before it's already cool. Super. So it's 45, and so the keynote is at
15.
15, right?
Yeah, I'll do a quick intro about 10 past, and then we'll do the trailer, and then then we'll have the talk, and then I'll ask a couple of questions after, and then we'll segue into our panel.
Super. So I think
we'll let you enjoy your rest.
I'm just going to stuff some food in quickly and make sure this is updated. So,
okay, so Marco is just wondering when.
Yeah, this is updating, so that's good.
That's good. I think we'll just.
Cool.
Good. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thanks for the briefing and
gave us an update.
It will be very interesting.
Yeah.
It's been a great day so far. I mean, it's really been one highlight after the next. What an incredible experience. This talk from Laurie. So.
Yeah, that was super.
And I'm just checking for your email now. But I haven't got it yet. Has it gone through?
Okay.
Thank you. And see you later. Crazy.
Wie jetzt seid ihr alle ein bisschen entspannter, oder? Jetzt, wenn du mal Laurie gelaufen ist, ist gut? Hi.
You couldn't meet officially, but I'm sitting there. It was fast. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, that is it. Why is this not coming through?
And then I jumped out 10 minutes
Okay, you mean stage hosting? Okay, well, I hope you don't feel I put you out of work.
No, it was totally good. I was happy to hear that they didn't change.
I know Carl from Republica, and I've always kind of wanted to be here. Last year I couldn't make it. So, it was nice to come over for the task. Wie geht's dir? Kann man irgendwas für dich tun? Mir geht's super. Ben ist auch vorbereitet. Alles fein. Ich habe es mit in mein Protokoll aufgenommen. Aber es war doch super schön. Ja, das glaube ich.
Ich glaube, jetzt wird es besser.
Ich glaube auch. Wer ist remote?
Bernd Hiesel.
Da kann ich mir gut vorstellen, dass die zu spät kommt.
Der Bernd. Und wer ist noch remote?
Die Julie von Forensic.
Ach, die Jury, die ist gar nicht da. Die ist on.
Genau.
Ah ja.
Ja, wir teilen im Bildschirm selber. Aber
Sehe ich sie im Monitor oder ich sehe sie hier? Und wo rede ich dann mit ihr? Wollen wir das mal ganz kurz auf der Bühne gucken?
Ja, Monitor.
Ich sitze am weißen Tischchen und ich gucke sie hier am Bildschirm an einfach. Oh ja, das ist natürlich easy. Nice Gefühl. Es ist nur mein Fehler, dass ich immer, wenn ich nicht richtig abtatsche, so, und dann habe ich irgendwann nachmittags immer Rückenweh. Aber ansonsten ist es eigentlich super Platz. Wow. Noch luxuriöser. Ah ja, und ich kann mich auch einfach mal neben Max setzen zum Wechseln. Das ist auch kein Problem, wenn es euch nicht stört, dass ich da mal. Wow. Ja, schön hier, ne? Okay, prima. Das heißt, genau, ich bitte ja alle dann nochmal, dass sie auch nicht live tweeten von der Session, hatten wir gesagt.
Es wird wieder nicht übertragen.
Genau.
Wieder nur Audio. Ich bin in 6 Minuten im Zoom. Das heißt, die Caroline wird hier unten sein. Und das im Auge haben. Wenn dann die Jury übergehen.
Martha. Hi.
Nice to meet you. I'm Caroline. Yes, I recognize you, but I don't know why you're from the picture. Yeah. Okay, because I wasn't in the group. Hi.
I'm Geraldine, and I'm going to be jumping in as a moderator for your panel today.
Perfect.
I really look forward to our discussion. If you want, I'll give you a quick brief or just sort of talk to that. Sure. Is that all right?
Yeah, perfect.
Stay away for just a minute. So, I'm going to give you just a short introduction.
Can you look at the sentence? It's yellow. It's one sentence.
Yeah, are you still here for 1 second? Then I'll come and find you just after this. Thank you. Sorry for making you wait. Give you a short introduction, but I'll need to allow you to really elaborate on your work in the forest around. I understood you also shared some visual materials.
Yeah.
So it's up to you if you want to keep sitting on the couch or if you want to take the podium, but we can also do it conversational.
Yeah.
So, I'll ask you a question to segue into it, but then you can elaborate and I might ask a follow-up question just to make sure you each have any space to sort of showcase your work at the beginning. And then we'd move on to discuss some current themes that I think might connect to all of your work around topics like how do we create a sense of urgency without creating a sense of disempowerment? How do we get people to act? For talks to me, I would just say something like, we want to draw your attention to another residency, and you said it's connected to, as another program within the STARTS residency program.
Yeah, it's a STARTS project. Better Factories is a STARTS project, and it is creating residencies for artists in manufacturing with robotics and tech.
Oh, I have someone for you. I have a friend who's making feminist robots, architect building feminist robots.
Yeah, we know it. Yeah, we probably know it.
You probably know it?
Yeah. But in the last panel, it is about residencies. And this is a gift to everybody who gets
It's best if I do it in front of that panel. Like, I'll do it before that panel, and then say start a project that you can become a part of.
I already saw you do things, so I trust you. You present this right.
Lovely, okay.
But it's also really a present to the
Yeah,
audience.
absolutely. And I'll send this link to my friend right away, in case you don't know it yet.
Super, do that. Yeah.
Cool.
Thank you.
Welcome. Hi.
Hi. Kurz, ich bin Christian von dem Ending Panel. Gibt es irgendwas zeitmäßig, wann ich nochmal hier sein muss?
Ja, ich glaube, es ist auf jeden Fall immer eine Viertelstunde vorher gut. Du bist Residency, but how? Ne? Genau, also if you can be here at 5:30 latest, that would be great. And then I will make you finish your panel at 5:45. Okay. All right. Sorry to keep you waiting. Yeah, but no, I'm really excited about this presentation. It's definitely something I like talking about. Sorry, these samosas are creating a terrible mess.
Okay, I will
so,
give you.
We'll just put these on the
I was
side.
literally just here because I just flew in, and I will ask for water later. So, anyways, oh, it's fine. I will talk about what we do because we tackle misinformation, bringing together arts in data. So there are many ways that we could tell that story. So through one example, it's very specific. I would tell it that was in the context of violence. So I would explain how we turn
18 schwimmt das natürlich
art
gar nicht
piece
mehr.
back at home,
Oh, yeah.
so I need to be there for the opening.
Okay, cool.
So just zone in and then back tomorrow.
Oh.
But it's
Warst du hier bei Laurie?
at least I get to see it, and I think it's important to you come across as more
Ach, warst du?
alive and engage with your work.
Jetzt
You can actually
doch
explain
voll,
it
kann das
yourself
sein?
physically.
Ja. Okay,
So to me,
nämlich auch.
Ich habe dich, glaube ich, auch vorbeilaufen sehen.
Ja, ich muss zugeben, ich habe noch nichts gegessen. Ich habe mit Geraldine auch noch was zum Futter geholt, weil wir sind ja heute Menschen auf halb 8. Deswegen müssen wir das besorgen. Ich hoffe, dass das Share Collaboration hat. Wie siehst du zum
Yeah. Well, we're a bunch of us.
Freitag, den waren wir halt im Shop, also
Yes.
wir untereinander und nicht kommunizieren. Ich würde dich dann
It's a creative studio and
also
and you're basically saying
dann dazu adden. Wir haben halt eine Moderationsgruppe,
like kind of
eine Konferenzgruppe und wenn halt irgendwas ist, halt ganz schnell Moderation mitarbeiten.
very diverse.
Hier nicht direkt mit der Stage
I'm a designer, but I'm also like starting meditation in
es ist so, dass wir angedacht haben, dass die Moderation halt ein Headset bekommt. Wenn du sagst, über die Zeit, kann ich dir auch eine Handgruppe geben, das müssen wir halt nur entsprechend wissen und dementsprechend einplanen vorher. Dann würde ich das nämlich 15 Minuten verkabeln. Ich hoffe, es klappt und uns wirklich ab 15 Minuten vor, dann will ich euch alleine. Das heißt, wir geschickt,
everyone's got their own angle to the questions we do. We do have departments now.
Meine Mutter denkt, oder ich schicke es rüber und du kommst dann alleine und das schaut dann halt
I work with like directors,
vor Ort. Das ist ja heute, ne?
journalists,
Storyteller. Seid ihr raus?
So, genau, wenn es ein Netz zu meinem Netzwerk, ich habe die Moderationsmaße
and decided to use
haben wir das
einfach, wenn es so lange ins Internet kommt, genau, ging mir das.
Pass auf, ich weiß dir kurz zeigen.
So we kind of have subgroups to organize ourselves. Next week, then in 2 weeks, we're going to
Das ist halt die Overview.
So we've learned how to
Und wir sind quasi hier
before it
drin.
was pretty much
Moderation. Ich würde dich dann, müsstest du mir mal eine E-Mail geben, wie ich da hinzukommen kann.
Ja, und das brauche ich muss da während wir anfangen.
Nee, grundsätzlich nicht so sehr, aber das ist, falls wir irgendwie, keine Ahnung, Licht ist zu hell und du merkst, dass du was dann weil wir haben keine Präsentation, wir sind nicht mitbekommen aus dem Live ist das nicht geil, also es wäre so ewig. Aber wenn irgendwas wie gesagt, Präsentation ansonsten
the violence exhibition, that's the one we're going to be using.
Würde ich da, genau, würde ich das nicht so
That's what I'm kind of going to be explaining. Because we understand that we live in a world with so much data that is always exchanging the graphs and
überlegen,
numbers.
später, wenn kurz gesagt kommt,
ja, alles gut, ich sitze immer.
What's the difference between 1 gram CO2 and 1,000 million? Is it too much, too little compared to what? We don't have those mechanisms. So what we try to do is make data, set the database and data point and meaningful. So we work with cultural agencies, governments, citizens, and also institutions.
Ich hoffe, du konntest ein bisschen Pause genießen und
ja,
was
auf
essen.
jeden Fall, ja doch, was gegessen.
Ich merke schon, ja, ich nämlich auch, ich habe mega Hunger und ich musste mir eben schnell was holen, weil ich halt noch nichts gegessen hatte. Nee, ich bin 10 Minuten vor Laurie ein bisschen vorbei, da bin ich schnell rausgejumpt.
Ja, ich will das gegessen, ja, das ist schon, wenn es so spät ist, Pausen ist das.
Ja, wenn man morgens nicht, es ging halt alles so ein bisschen
Ja,
zack,
aber
zack,
das
zack. Wir
haben ja nichts gegessen, also, aber es passt schon jetzt wieder mal. Im Prinzip ja,
Also
jetzt quasi man kommt jetzt echt auch rein. Ne? Ich glaube, jetzt morgen noch einmal so ist, bin ich immer drin gelegen.
Du, ich kann dir sagen, optimistisch von Tag zu Tag, aber das ist, wenn du jetzt,
ja, man kommt dann irgendwie einfach
der beste Tag ist ja nicht der beste Tag,
Ja, ja, aber sogar ist eingespielt. Man ist eingespielt, man weiß genau, wann was, welches, was da. Genau. Man muss nicht 500 Mal am Saal anschauen.
Genau so. Ich würde mal ganz kurz rumfragen.
Gleich.
Es fehlt noch ein Mikrofon. Drei? Nein. Da ist noch eine Person am Screen.
Welcome back, everyone. Very much looking forward to the sessions that we have coming up for you in the afternoon now. And would just like to remind everybody that also for this session, we are not streaming live. We will be picking up the live stream again after this session. I would also really kindly ask you to refrain from live tweeting or posting during this session in the interest of the safety of our speaker. Our next session is going to address the question of what role technology plays in manipulating and misinforming citizens. And this is a spotlight session where we're very excited to welcome Shurideh Molavi, who's forensic architecture's dedicated Israel-Palestine researcher, and connects her investigative work with research of civil society groups and human rights defenders. She is going to give a presentation, and then I have the possibility to ask some questions afterwards. We're very excited to have her here, so please give a warm welcome to Shurideh. I think, so if it was not yet apparent, our next speaker is joining us digitally. And I think we're just working on a couple of connection problems, but should be right about ready to go. There we are, welcome.
Hi everyone, thank you for having me. So I'm gonna just share my screen so you can follow along with me. And so I'm Shurideh Molavi. I'm the lead Palestine researcher at Forensic Architecture. And for those of you not very familiar with our work, I'll just give you a bit of a rundown. We conduct spatial and media investigations into state and corporate violence. And we work, we're based off of London. We have a number of smaller offices around the world in collaboration with colleagues and human rights defenders. But we work largely on behalf and with communities to document instances of state and corporate violence. Now, a lot of the work that we do has to do with documenting violations in spaces where we don't have direct access. So the methodologies that we come up with need very much to address those types of realities. Can everybody see my screen that I'm sharing? Just if someone can give me a thumbs up. There we go. Okay, I can see that you can see it now. But just to give you a sense of the kind of work we do, we use techniques like triangulation, shadow analysis, 3D modeling, to piece together sites of violence. And we largely collect different layers of evidence and try to put them in conversation with each other. So here, it's not only the use of technical tools and media spaces and methods, it's also a human texture that we seek to put in conversation with those methodologies. And a lot of our work looks at putting in conversation the human experience with techniques that are perhaps more forensic, more technical, colder. And our work is used in a variety of fora in the same way that we bring together people from different disciplines. In our office alone, we have environmentalists and lawyers and designers, architects, theorists, activists, journalists. In the same way that we bring in different disciplines, we also mobilize different fora, which means that our work is shown in galleries and museums. It's used in courtrooms, local, national, international courtrooms. It's also used in the university, as forensic architecture is a methodology that's used. So we're present in a lot of different places, and we don't completely limit our work to a single site. And the importance of that is, therefore, that we then have to change the way that we speak about violence, physical violences. Our grammar, our modes of enunciation also change if we're in the courtroom than if we're in the gallery or if we're in the university. So the kinds of violences that we're used to documenting are largely physical violences, right? It's looking for a bullet in Gaza. It's trying to trace and model a specific kind of tractor in Jenin. It's memorizing the plumes in Rafah, which is also the south of Gaza. They're material things that you can hold, right? Classical forms of state violence. And frankly, forms of violence that in their physicality have established legal protocols for accountability, for transparency, and for documentation. What we found when we took on the work of digital violence, so when we started to look into the ways in which human rights activists and civil society figures around the world are targeted using their devices, basically hacks, was that we are in a totally new terrain of violence. Whereas the bullet we can touch and the tanks we can see and the plumes of smoke after a missile we can measure, how do you measure a hack? How do you measure digital violence? A violence that you can feel, but you definitely cannot see. You cannot see a hack on your phone. And a violence that's becoming more and more difficult to detect, given how advanced these tools are. So we were faced with this question in 2000 and 2001, the years of the pandemic, when we were all also relegated to our screens. We had to work from home. We had to work under lockdowns. And the more we began to dig into this form of violence, digital violence, hacks, interception, infection, malware, spyware, the more we realized that we are also limited to the very mediums that make us vulnerable. So we started this project largely out of an interest to add to the documentation of this type of violence, a violence that isn't very well documented in the world. We have language for shooting and language for missile attacks, but we don't have legal language really yet, or even political language for digital violence. Even the term of digital violence was something that we had to chew upon, something that wasn't quite apparent to us. But our interest in this started because our friends and our colleagues were hacked. We had colleagues in Mexico with whom we worked on an investigation into the disappearance of 44 students in Ayotzinapa, in Iguala, in the town of Iguala. They were hacked by a spyware called Pegasus. And Pegasus, for those of you who are not aware, I'm sure that most people in the room are aware of Pegasus by now, given the large leaks that happened last year. But Pegasus is a malware that's produced by an Israeli cyber weapons company called the NSO Group. And the NSO Group was established in 2010, and it's a malware that has since elevated in its sophistication and has been documented to target the devices, the phones, the computers, in one case, the baby cam of an activist in the UAE, but activists around the world. So when our friends in Mexico were targeted by Pegasus, we realized how close this type of violence is to our communities. And when we started to work on this project, other colleagues, friends in Palestine were targeted, friends in London were targeted, friends from the Emirates were targeted. So naturally, at Forensic Architecture, we began to use our own skill sets to document how this violence works, what the patterns are, how it spreads. And the way we did that was by building a 3D platform. We collected all the information that we could find online on hacks, any instance of a hack conducted using Pegasus. We spoke with activists, some of their faces you just saw, activists from around the world, people like us, and they're all lawyers, journalists, human rights figures, opposition figures. We had a couple of archbishops, religious figures who were anti-corruption activists in their countries. All very prominent people, and all people who were used to state violence. People who had been arrested, people who'd been shot at, people who had to go and live in exile. But what they were not used to was digital violence, state violence in the form of hacks. And we met with all of them online remotely because, of course, we were also living under lockdown at the time, and realized that digital violence affects people in ways that perhaps go beyond the physical violence. We had one opposition figure who told us that he had been shot, but that the hack to him was worse than the bullet, because the bullet affected only him, he said, but the hack affected his whole family, right? When they target your devices, your phone, this thing that's very personal to you, that has all of your details on it, they can also access your family's contacts, messages you send your partners and your children, photos of your family, of your friends. And that type of violation cuts closer to the bone somehow than the traditional forms of state violence that many of these activists were used to. So digital violence, we realized the use of technology in this way is terrifying some of the strongest people in the world. And I use the language of terror not lightly, because indeed it is a way to instill fear, intimidate, silence, terrify entire communities, organized communities, and to dissuade them from doing their work around monitoring and documentation. So we collected all of this information, the human testimony, and it's the largest collection of testimony that anyone has collected in the past. And we put it in conversation with online leaks that were of hacks that we found, reports by the Citizen Lab in Toronto and Amnesty International. We put it in conversation with email exchanges that people sent to us, with phone logs, with financial and corporate data about the NSO group. And there we were able to find a pattern in how this digital violence works. That physical violence, and here is just a clip of a screenshot of what our platform looks like. The physical violences being the red and the digital violences being the blue, how they're interlaced. That states need digital violence in order to complement the existing physical pressures that they put people under. And sometimes the hack completes the set of questions that they did not ask activists when they were being interrogated. Sometimes the hack is a precursor to an arrest that is to come, or to, in the case of Jamal Khashoggi, a murder that occurs of a journalist, a very prominent journalist. So the interlacing of the digital and the physical was very important to us. It was one of our main findings, because it brought about an urgency for us as civil society, as artists, as thinkers, scholars, organizers, activists, to develop a language and a strategy around digital violence in the same way that we have around physical violence, to take our physical security as seriously, our digital security as seriously as we do our physical security. And in putting this in a platform like this, we were also able to understand how the violence spreads. Digital hacks are never conducted against an individual alone. They're always conducted against a collective. So they go from one journalist to other journalists within the same organization, and during times when people are working on documenting violations. They go from parent to child. In 2 occasions, the children of prominent activists and journalists were targeted because of the work that activist and journalist was doing. And very importantly, I think very troublingly also, that governments are learning from each other. that this is not a type of violence that is only conducted by so-called dictators or authoritarian regimes or theocracies. That what we have now is a scenario where liberal democracies, settler colonial states, theocracies, and monarchies are all, in the case of Pegasus at least, using the same kind of malware against the same types of demographics within their countries. The difference, of course, is how these governments are reacting to the scandals. But nevertheless, they still use the same malware against civil society within their nation states. And I think that perhaps is the most concerning for us, that this is not a type of violence that's limited to a specific region, to a specific type of government. It's a violence that is spreading, and it's a violence that is setting a new terrain of warfare against human rights activists. So I think I'm about out of time. I can stop there, but I'll just let this slide continue so that you can see sort of the ontology that we developed in order to extract patterns and to show how this, how technology essentially is mobilized by states and is creating this new terrain of a warfare against dissenters. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation, but also really for the amazing work that you do. I have a couple of minutes to ask you questions. I hope we can see each other as well. Maybe to pick up just where you left off. So I'd love to ask how, in general, you deal, maybe from an organizational, also from a technical and methodological perspective, with the fact that you're in this constant arms race in terms of technical sophistication of the entities you're up against and trying to expose, and the work that you're trying to do.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see me. My video is on. I guess they're just waiting to put it on. But I can see you. I mean, the language used was arms race. You know, states engage in an arms race with each other. We don't really do that. But but it is a race, and it is also, it's a race against time somehow. And I realized this most prominently with this project, because again, I'm used to documenting, you know, which officer shot which activist when. I'm used to documenting, you know, okay, now you can see me. You know, which model of a tank or a bulldozer was used in this housing demolition. With this project, we realized that the race is drawing awareness that is effective enough to stop the proliferation of these types of weapons on their tracks. This is state-level weapons that are being sold by a private company. So a private company does not have the same requirement for accountability and transparency and documentation that a state does. Holding a private company to account is a very different thing than holding a state to account. It's more difficult. They're not responsible to you. And they're living under the protection of states. So what do you do when a private company is supplying these types of weapons that, as we see, are being used against human rights activists? So the race that we were a part of was a race of waving the flag and sounding the alarm, showing the effect, the human and the physical effect that these weapons are having before they become normalized, before it becomes just a run-of-the-mill conversation among activists saying, oh, I was hacked this morning. Yes, I was too, and it being totally normalized. So that really was our challenge. And it was our challenge also in a moment when the world was limited to their online profiles, given the pandemic, right? So the more we dug, the more we realized how vulnerable we were and the need to change activist cultures, the need to change academic cultures, and cultures in civil society that do this type of documentation.
I think that's an important point that you just made around stopping the normalization of violence. And I think that's very much the, sadly, realities that we're living in today, that different forms of violence are becoming more and more accepted, whether it's verbal violence that is brought forward on different social media platforms, or these different kinds of forms of digital violence, and also the justification from a state level why, for instance, encryption or other forms of protection might not be valid forms of protecting oneself. So this kind of constant push and pull that we're seeing in that area. How do you feel, you named different forms of intervention and different ways that your work is being used. Are there any forms that you think are most effective, or are there other ways that you would like it to be picked up?
I think in the moments when a project, and this is not only us, when a project just reveals truth, in my experience, that's not enough, unfortunately. It's not enough just to show, this was the state that did this violation, or this was the person who pulled the trigger. Very rarely is that mobilized to the point of accountability. What needs to happen is that after truth is revealed, so-called truth, or after an investigation reveals a series of events, it then needs to be picked up by the community. It needs to be picked up by organizers so that it lives. I think it really is a misunderstanding of media to think that if you publish it, then people know, then there will be change. So it's a constant struggle. An investigation isn't finished after we answer our research questions. We find that we are pushed to work with civil society, to work with press, to work with the university and the gallery, so that our findings are activated, and so that people continue to mobilize around their findings. So if there's my task at Forensic Architecture is to push this in the context of Palestine, and we've been quite effective in doing so. And we're hoping to do that also in different parts of the world where we are active.
Yes, and you are very globally active. There's so many fantastic examples of the work that you're doing that really sort of put the finger in the wound, as we'd say figuratively in German, from Palestine right the way to Germany, where I believe you recreated the situation where there was an attack on a synagogue, different people in Halle, and really showed with your forensic architecture that somebody who was on the payroll of the, simplifying a little bit here, German Secret Service was not telling the truth when he said he wasn't seeing the attacks. Do you want to, maybe you can just talk a little bit about that example, or any other examples that you might want to showcase and highlight a little bit?
I didn't work on that project, so I'm not in the I don't usually speak to research that I haven't conducted, but what I will say is that the reason why that project, I think, is effective was effective and continues to be effective because it shows complicity, right? It shows the complicity of government agencies in violences that states officially oppose. And Germany is not unique to this. We have, exposed this type of contradiction of states in other contexts. The question more for us is the limitations of legal spaces, of the legal fora in pursuing accountability. And this is one of those examples, right? Because you're asking the state to hold itself accountable in its own fora, which the state by design is able to do in a very limited fashion. So the power of a project like that comes when it becomes mobilized by community organizers, when community organizers place anti-Palestinian violence alongside and anti-Muslim violence alongside anti-Semitism, right, and see them as part of the same struggle and the same types of sources as producing them in European societies today. So I think that's really how I would approach that.
Yeah. So little time, so many points. I thought it was so impressive as you showed and made the point in your presentation, the different connection points of this physical violence, and that this is never against an individual, but always against a collective. And that's something that might not be apparent or visible to the people who are targeted themselves without the work that you're doing. Yet at the same time, I'm sure it's so important to understand that it's not one person being singled out, but to also find that solidarity and understanding that it is a collective issue. And and maybe then as a sort of closing question, building on that, you said that governments are very quick to learn from each other. So how can we support each other in this as different, perhaps entities within a community, the different people that you're you're working with, and how do we manage to learn from each other to again be at par, at pace with the other entities we're facing?
Yeah, I mean, the purpose of malware like Pegasus is to cut networks of collaboration. It's to make you so scared that you stop the work you do, you don't communicate with the journalist who was hacked, you don't communicate with the lawyer who was hacked, they become isolated. If you were to tell a friend, my phone was hacked, likely you would lose a few friends, or they would be concerned to communicate with you, thinking that they would be exposed. Projects like our digital violence project are designed to counter that by creating communities. So in the year of the pandemic, when we were all relegated to the screen, we actually made friends from all around the world, people like us who were hacked, and we brought their stories together. So I think one way of pushing back against this is to insist to keep our networks, is to insist to continue our work. Every single activist I spoke with around the world, organizer, journalist, said, I will continue my work. This is not going to deter me. So it's actually a failed project on behalf of the state to try to scare people. I mean, this malware is not working if it's trying to stop civil society work. But what we can do is to be more vigilant. So to really take our digital security seriously, not only to protect ourselves and our families, but to protect our colleagues, to protect the integrity of our work. Groups like Citizen Lab, Amnesty International's tech team, they have great instructions on steps you can take to do that. They really are the experts on this. And it's really, again, a matter of us changing our political culture to take it seriously, not to belittle hacks when they happen, and not to undermine our own digital welfare.
Would that be your call to action to kind of leave our audience with? Make sure you're doing what you can to protect yourself in terms of digital security, make sure your work is picked up and listened to and connected to different communities. Well, how else can we support the very important work you're doing?
I mean, this is a very difficult sort of position to be in. I wouldn't really put a call. It's not really a call to action. It's more of a sort of a ringing of an alarm bell of this is the kind of violence that is coming. That, you know, the remote violence that we saw proliferate in the 90s, early 2000s with drone violence, right? The ability to kill from a distance, to instill terror from a distance, that is trickling down to our devices. And devices that you bring home with you. And so that shift in the way that we think about where governments are present, I think is an important one to do. I don't think we've all done it or have completed the process. And also to understand that we have countless examples of people being targeted, not because they were doing anything, that they were not conducting any so-called terrorist activities, which is what this malware is meant to be used for. We have countless examples of people simply documenting state and corporate violence, and that made them targets. So something as simple as that, doing research on government violence, has made people in this world vulnerable to Pegasus. And targets of Pegasus. And that, I think, is something to really pay attention to, that, again, liberal democracies around this world are experimenting with this violence. This is becoming the norm unless we act, and unless we stay angry. We should continue to be outraged. So if I have a call at all, it's please continue to remain outraged so that this doesn't become normalized.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you for being here today and speaking, making sure we're aware of these important topics. Let's have a big round of applause for you, please. So I hope you all agree that we're moving from one important topic and one highlight on the stage to the next. We're going to stick with the topic of misinformation, and I'm just going to keep my seat here as I now get to segue into the upcoming panel discussion. I would like to welcome back everybody who's watching us through the live stream. And I would also like to let you know that at the end of the session, we'd like to open this up for your questions and comments, and we'll be accepting them in a physical form, so you can raise your hands and we'll come to you with a microphone. Or we will be also offering the online opportunity for those of you who are attending remotely. So that's my little bit of housekeeping. There's a very beautiful looking chair that's been placed next to me. But now I would like to introduce the topic of our panel. So artists, journalists, and scientists question our media consumption, reflective on that, but can also really offer alternative narratives for us to engage with this world and how to see how to combat misinformation exactly along the lines of the topics as we have been discussing in our previous session. What we want to discuss now in the session is how can artists, journalists, and scientists help to combat misinformation around climate change and really put forth creative measures and narratives that create a sense of urgency and a sense of action without creating a sense of disempowerment. I'm very much looking forward to discussing this topic with our invited speakers. I would like to welcome physicist Bernd Hetzel virtually to this panel. And I would like to also welcome Marta Hardenauer from Domestic Data Streamers, and Mark Farad, who's a British artist and professor of fine arts, and also a member of forensic architecture. So please have a, no, sorry, I'm sorry, that was the wrong information. Okay, well, you'll introduce yourselves in more detail coming up to this panel. Please come take the stage with me, and let's have a big round of applause. Maybe I get to confess that I jumped in as the moderator for this panel, as our actual moderator has been held up by royal affairs, so please excuse that. Wonderful to have you both here, and also to be joined by Bernd virtually. I would like to begin this session by really giving you more space to introduce yourselves and your work. Marta, you are working for Domestic Data Streamers, and here you're also working on narratives, working on artistic interpretations of different political situations, including dealing with the topic of violence. So I'm sure there was a lot of connection points to what we heard in our previous session. Can you begin this session, please, by introducing the work that you do at Domestic Data Streamers, and also perhaps touching on this topic of violence, digital violence, and how you're dealing with it?
I had a little presentation ready.
Yes, I hope we can bring that up and see your slides that you brought for us. Hi, Bernd. Here's your clicker. Hi, Bernd, can you see and hear us? Let's have a quick check-in whilst we're waiting for Marta's slides.
Hello, can you still hear me? Or read to hear me?
Hi, Bernd, this is Geraldine. Can you see and hear me? Bear with us for just a minute. And yeah, if we could have Marta's slides up, that would be amazing.
I actually have a delay of about 20 seconds or something, but I can't see you.
It's great to have you here despite the delay. We'll start with another panelist and hope that you can catch up with us, and we'll get rid of the time delay in the meanwhile.
I mean, I can start and then we can kind of catch up. So my name is Marta Hardenauer, and I represent Domestic Data Streamers. That's a creative studio that's confirmed by 23 people, and I'm one of them. What we do is kind of work in the intersection of data and... Oh, hello everyone.
There we are.
The presentation was not that exciting. Now it's disappointing everyone. So yeah, we work in the intersection of data, art, design, and new storytelling. And what we try to do is actually make people care about data. There's so much of it, and in the infoxication age that we're living in, there's just more and more of it, and it just gets harder to understand what to care about. There's a lot of talent and a lot of resources kind of spent in publishing all these reports with amazing data, just as we just heard in the previous panel. But no one really cares about it, no one really reads it, and no one really takes the time to interpret it, so we do it through art and storytelling. So in the topic of climate change, I would like to explain to you how we work, and just like through one example. That was developed in the context of an exhibition that we did for an European grant, Media Futures. And the exhibition was called 730 Hours of Violence, and you actually have a sample of it here at Ars Electronica at the STARTS exhibition. And the piece that I'm going to be talking about talks about a specific kind of violence called slow violence. That's something that was extremely interesting to us when we were wondering what kind of new violences were appearing in the recent years. We saw that violence that we think of are bruises, our cuts, and our bumps, but actually violence has been moving for the longest time to a more invisible spectrum, so it's harder to see, harder to understand as violence. But there's so much data on the bombs and on the blood, but so little on the visibility of it. So we precisely wanted to take on that invisible aspect of violence and bring it to life to start a conversation with people and hopefully making them care. The exhibition explores 8 of them, and one of them is slow violence. That was defined by Rob Nixon in 2011 as a form of attritional violence that happens so gradually for over such a long period of time that one is no longer even perceived as violence. And then secondly, there's no clear victim, there's no clear perpetrator, but what Rob Nixon says is that the ultimate victim of slow violence is the planet. And that's a big question. Can there even be violence against the planet? Can it be a victim of violence? So to explain it, we decided to get one piece that was going to be striking to people's hearts and to people's homes to explain this slow violence and to see how it related to people. This, I don't know if you know what this is, it's called a fatberg, like an iceberg but made out of fat. And this exists in the sewers of every major city in the world. These particular ones are the Whitechapel fatberg in London. That was found in 2018. It weighed 125 tons and was over 250 meters long, and it's a rock that we create from the comfort of our homes, and it's 100% toxic. It's not just us people from our homes that are creating this, it's also restaurants and industries, anyone who's actually using the sewage system. So let's not just target directly citizens, which might be very easy to do. But that is a form of slow violence, growing in silence in the sewers of a city until it just becomes this toxic mess. The thing is that there's so much data about it, and it exists and it has been existing for the longest time, but in Spain, where I'm based, no one was talking about it. And the data was quite simple. It was this. These are the contents of the fatberg. It's mainly fat and wet wipes, then water, ash and dirt, and what I like to call toppings, which are like paracetamol, aspirin, MDMA, and plasters. It's like an Anthropocene fossil over life, really. But that's what we created, and that is extremely toxic, and it becomes a rock because when the oil touches the water, it becomes soap, and when it gets involved with like sand and stuff, it hardens, and so people really have to go down and remove it physically. Well, anyways, it's horrible, but had you heard about it? Okay, the data is there. And that's the kind of work that we do, transform this into an experience that you can talk about. We literally took videos of the fatberg as it was removed from the sewage in London, and then get this little jars and have, as it was like 100% of a fatberg, and just fill it with its contents so that you could recognize it. It's not an organic matter that forms just because it gets formed. We actively take part in this formation, so we are partaking maybe in this kind of violence. So in the end, what we're doing is just physicalizing a graph using very simple domestic, hence domestic data streamers, the name of the collective. And we're just taking the opportunity to ask this question directly to people. And that's actually what we did. We were asking if we can consider a fatberg a form of violence against the planet. And we invented this tiny device made out of a simple ticket printer. And we asked the people in the exhibition. They could just like scan the QR, text us, and the minute they pressed send, their answer would be printed physically, and they would accumulate like a live thread of Twitter where we were directly questioning and just like asking people what they thought about the questions that we were kind of having ourselves throughout the whole process of investigation. So that's what we do, and that's our position. We use art and data to then hopefully start debate, bringing issues to people's, like closer to people's hearts and their homes, and hopefully have them care to eventually promote some action. And that would be like the general thing that we do.
Thank you so much for that amazing example and also your intervention model. Before we move on to Mark, let's have a little show of hands. Who here has heard of a fatberg before?
That's pretty
Surprising, more
impressive.
people than I thought would.
Are any of you from Barcelona or Spain?
One. Two. Okay, yeah, I've never heard of this before, and I think this is such a good example for like making the invisible visible through artistic interventions. Mark, I'd like to learn from you next. As I understand, your work really specializes at the intersection of the physical and the digital, and you're bringing a lot of different technological aspects and hacker ethics into your work. So amongst the many different projects that you've done, I believe you're also being Horizon supported to create a browser plugin called Invisible Voice. So maybe you can share a little bit about that and some of the other work that you're doing.
Yeah, nice. Yes, I'm Mark, and that's a nice introduction, thank you. Can I also just say that 730 hours I saw earlier, it's really good. There's lots of different bits, not just the fatberg. So I give a strong endorsement of it.
We're
just,
doing,
yeah.
We'll have you'll do a shout out where people can go and see your work in a bit, yeah?
But yes, I'm an artist, a researcher. I also have a presentation, just to say. But yes, in the meantime, my work focuses a lot on data privacy. It also focuses really on the self and the idea of the self and our relationship with our sense of self. And that is a lot of my research, and that goes from kind of VR projects of something I did at Ars Electronica a couple of years ago, wearing a VR headset for 9 hours a day for 7 days, only seeing and hearing what one person sees and hears for that duration, working with psychologists and neuroscientists to see that relationship between my sense of self, or campaigning a lot for data privacy, specifically against the Investor Powers Bill, or Act as it is now, which is a law in the UK, which essentially legalized everything that Snowden revealed. So everything that the BND, GCHQ, and NSA were doing, the UK's approach to that was just to make it legal, and a few little additional things actually on top of it. Those were all great. Those were really nice projects. I do have a presentation, if we can get it on the screen.
Yes, can we please see Mark's slides?
Thank you. But so those projects I found really frustrating, that they were only ever, it was all me performing, and it got lots of good reviews and posting and whatever, but it wasn't doing what I wanted it to do. I wanted change, not to be told I'm great. So enter this plugin. So a big thank you to Media Futures for funding it, massive supporters of it, also Starts in Motion and Guess Marable. And yeah, so it's this browser extension is the aim of it. So rather than me being the performer, the idea is that you, the user of the plugin, are the performer. So this is only very much so a working prototype, so that's all being redesigned, but it's this little button on your browser that you can fling it around. But then when you click it, it opens a little pop-up, and it shows you who that company are. So you're on Facebook, and Facebook's owned by Meta. What other companies they own? They're on WhatsApp, they're on Instagram, gives you a little bit of information on them. So we created this network graph of who are the company that owns it, what are the other companies that they own, who are the other people associated to it. It also shows you lots more information. It shows you alternative or similar websites to Facebook. It shows you, so as I said, it's work in prototypes, so bits of information are missing, but it shows you the political leaning. It shows you the income, assets, revenue of the company. It shows you the taxes that they're paying and where those taxes are being paid. It gives them a score for their environmental policy out of 5, a score for their workers' right out of 5, a score for their animal testing out of 5. It's pulling the Trustpilot score information, B Corp if it's B Corp certified, it's ESG score, so it's environmental, social, and governance score. There's an organization called the World Benchmark Alliance. So it shows this information all in all. So it's been redesigned, as I say, so it's actually legible and usable, but it's basic. It is an educational tool that is just trying to give you a window into the inside of that company. Who are they? What do they stand for? With no bias from us, other than the information that we're showing, which I guess is a bias. But outside of that, you make the decision on whether you want to trust that company. But very much so, as Forensic Architecture was saying, I agree that that isn't enough. Just giving you the facts doesn't work. So this is very much so the first step. Here is this tool that is going to show you some information, but it's then really the longer term. So we're launching this on 12th of October, but then post that, it's then trying to turn this from an educational tool into something participatory. That how do we start turning just you as an individual into a collective of individuals? How can we then use the internet, the World Wide Web, as a form of protest? Because the World Wide Web is just a bunch of privately owned websites. We think of it as something public, but it isn't. It's a monetary thing. So there we go. It's publicly accessible, but private. And its core is money. So of course there's a place for protest there. So we're trying to hint at it with Invisible Voice by introducing an upvote and downvote on the website. So would you support it, would you not? Maybe if you see 20,000 people would disapprove of Amazon, maybe 1 in 10 times you maybe won't shop there. But that's just our little wink nudge to where we want it to grow in a real way. It's really about turning the individual into a collective of individuals and then trying to fight the structure from within it, which obviously has real world consequences. So yeah, please download Invisible Voice.
Excellent, that's really exciting. And yeah, I hope we get to dig a bit deeper on how to perhaps add or connect to what you're doing. Let's hear from Bernd before we do that though. Bernd, as I understand, you research, design, and realize different communication formats for the Climate Media Factory, and also a visiting professor at the Babelsberg Film University. And what I'd love you to share about, please feel free to include other things, is that you're currently developing narratives or blueprints for science-based decarbonization pathways for smaller cities, and also seeing this as a co-creative civic exercise. So please, can you share a bit of information on that, please?
Great, you Googled me. Yeah, that's actually a good project, and I like it very much. And it is in its infancy. First of all, I'd like to say sorry that I'm not on this cozy sofa, but here in this box. But Linz is far away from the Black Forest, and my nephew is going to be getting married tomorrow morning there. As I'm not sure if that's a good excuse, but next time you might invite me, I'm going to be there.
Congratulations to your nephew. It is
tomorrow. Yes. Thank you for having me. I'm very honored to be with this panel. I have met you, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, and I was very impressed, and I'm still. And since you talk about this project, this is a little bit the it's a little bit what I did until now, and the work in the Climate Media Factory and at the Film University now is a little bit one step ahead. So it's like I tried to go back a little 10 years ago. So I was a physicist, or I'm still, I don't know. So I did some work on quantum theory, and I then ventured into climate change communication, and was at the Potsdam Institute for 10 years around that. And I was very much into explaining the dynamics of the climate system to people and the consequences, and that all in an entertaining way. And this kind of has changed since, like this impulse of enlightenment is still there, but today I'm more interested in possibilities of how people want to make the future. So it's I don't know how to say. I think the climate emergency is more a social phenomenon with social causes and consequences than it is a physical one. And so I'm interested now in how audiovisual climate media and digital tools and decision support tools have a transformational effect, or more precisely, how can these paint pictures of alternative futures. How can these pathways, how can they make pathways imaginable or desirable and debatable for a broader audience? So this project is now trying to make a model and get a lot of data and a lot of results from other scientific projects to tell or to support smaller and middle-sized cities and regions with, let's say, sets of measures that they would be able to get down to net zero with in the next 10 to 15 years, depending on their idea of how to do this. They can debate this with their citizens, and this is actually where we need these audiovisual media, I guess, to make people understand what this pathway would look like for them concretely. So what are the new social, let's say, interactions? How does this look like in their backyard? What's the social norms that come with it? How would they possibly profit? What's the big problems and actually what's the pros and cons of the different options they have? So I would like to get people on board of deciding and planning how we organize society in the future. And since we talk about misinformation, there's a lot of things in between understanding and actually acting. And one big chunk of it is disinformation. So I have a lot of examples as soon as we come to discussing this.
Great, thank you very much. And yeah, would definitely like you to share some examples from your work, perhaps just to pick up exactly where you left off. This question of how do we get people on board. So maybe a quick literature recommendation and not a direct quote, but a book that I had to think of preparing for this panel session very quickly was We Are the Weather from Jonathan Safran Foer, where he discusses the question, how do we get people to engage against this invisible threat of climate change that is only slowly becoming more and more visible. And in his opening chapter, he shares the example of how the whole coastline of the US used to switch off their lights in the Second World War, knowing there might be flight attacks coming in, even though that threat was actually pretty far away if you were based in the US and also pretty invisible there. So how do you get that sense of action? And this is a question I would like to ask you. How are you going about your work to create this sense of urgency, but without creating a sense of disempowerment and making sure that people actually want to engage? Would you like to begin?
I don't really have an answer, like a concrete answer. Maybe you just share that with me. But I forgot her name, but the representative from forensic architecture, she said something about getting angry and keeping yourself enraged. I think that even though it's a scary emotive, just anger, it still is a powerful one to kind of kickstart things. And what we try to do is, at least from the domestic data streamers' point of view, is take data that you are just plain numbers on a wall, or I mean on a report, and put them on a wall, put them at home, putting inside at the museum, and start a conversation that maybe can trigger another thing. And that sometimes angers people. They have an emotional response to it, and that, for me, is the first step towards action. We don't make sure in our work that they are making, we don't have impact measurement always over work. But what we try to do is for them to actually have an active emotional response so that they can do something with it, which is hopefully action.
So making things emotive and making sure the sort of activating emotions get evoked. Yeah. I was wondering when you were presenting that the ability to interact and to contribute with information might be another factor from your working perspective.
Yeah, from an invisible voice perspective, I think it's entirely about trying to empower the individual and turn it into collectives. But I think it's all about collectives. It's not about your individual action, and with specific reference to climate change. That is the issue, as far as I can see it, is thinking that we as an individual have any part in this. when it's what the top 100 companies in the world are responsible for 74% of all CO2 and methane emissions. That leaves 26% for the rest of the human beings on the whole planet. That I take a maybe slightly provocative stance on this, but I recycle, but I don't enjoy it, and I think that we shouldn't. I think as long as we're recycling, we're perpetuating the idea that this is in some way helping, and it almost removes us then from needing to focus our efforts elsewhere. So I feel that there needs to be a path almost, maybe set out by people who focus really within it, but to how you empower people, I think it's having an actual route to change, where by you participating is actually doing something, not pretending, giving you the illusion of something, but actually perpetuating the opposite, which I think recycling does.
If I can add something, I think that when we're talking about change of narratives or the need for the change of narrative, one good example is actually the idea of recycling. You don't recycle, you separate. It is a company that actually recycles things, but it is just so disheartening to feel that you don't do the thing, you're just separating, that just like it's a good branding, right? I recycle, and that's what I was taught in school as well, that I recycle, but I don't. I separate the trash.
Yeah, I think that's such an important point made. Like, of course, you know, it's all true, the change begins with you, but it's the change needed on the collective level and not on the individual level, which is likely to get people to rather retreat rather than connect. Bernd, can you come in on this, see how are you trying to create this idea of urgency and agency, and maybe share a couple of examples from your work?
I think it's not very difficult to create this urgency, especially because we can see things now. But the agency is a lot more difficult, I guess. And that's also because there is actually paid distraction. And one of them is putting all the responsibility on individuals to solve this, possibly with their consumption. Like fly less, eat less meat, whatever. In Germany, people should kind of now wash themselves not under the shower, but with cloth. So there is all these little bits of nitty-gritty stuff, and it actually wastes motivation. And from a physics point of view, I'm always trying to get the number one thing on top. So what's the most important stuff? And we are talking always about the very, very simple, very, very little things, especially when we talk to people what they can do. So I would actually try to do two things. Well, that's what comes into my mind. One of them is making this a bigger problem in a way. So it's not everybody that should solve this problem with behavior and at home. I think it can trigger some thinking, and it's important to do stuff. And that example that you, Farid, just mentioned is a very good one. It kind of makes people think, but at some point we should just get rid of it. So how do I put this? Well, it's actually, well, let's go back a little bit. What I said, it's the climate emergency is a social phenomenon. The rise in emission historically coincides with industrialization, capitalist mode of production, profit maximization, and the system inequality has been appeased in many societies by economic productivity growth. But the growth-based model of society is now reaching these limits, these planetary limits and systemic limits, and we should put the motivation to change onto this problem, change kind of how we organize the economy, how we organize finance, how we organize society, how we move, how we, like, it's a systemic thing, and I think we should put the motivation of people into these things, and that they understand that it is policies that have to be taken to change the system. And then, when we talk about the behavior of individuals, it's always about these barriers, and a lot of people would like to, but cannot do things, and then they go into cognitive dissonance. And then there is these dissonance reduction mechanisms of, let's say, changing the opinion to match what you actually do in your life. And that's because they can't. I just talked to a man on the train to here, and he said, public transport where he lives is not there, so he can't move. And things like this have to change. We have to kind of offer the solutions before we actually ask people to use them.
So, and offering the solutions, of course, is not always easy. Maybe that's a question. There's, of course, a spectrum of different approaches at the moment, also very much so on how to deal with climate change in the sense that we had a discussion about that sort of touched on issues of regeneration and also concepts of repair and regeneration earlier. So on the one hand, this idea that we need to move toward a more circular economy, that we need to put all our sort of eggs in the basket of innovation in order to come to a different economy, a different future quicker. Or this idea on the other side of the spectrum of scarcity and of needing to have a radical change of lifestyle, this idea of stepping back perhaps into a lesser energy consuming world, etc. Where on this spectrum are you trying to sort of position the work that you're doing in the sense of the contents that you're communicating around climate change?
Well, my work is more focused on misinformation as a whole rather than specifically on climate change. But I think climate change is a unique one, and that's where it is. Like, I jokingly say a lot of the time that when I imagine the world ending, I thought the whole world would be in chaos and everything would be in flames. Not that we would just be coming to a lecture, not that we would just carry on going to work, not that we would just carry on as normal. And I think that's super crazy. I find that quite mind-blowing that we just carry on as normal until it becomes so unbearable that, you know, a third of Pakistan is underwater right now, that it's crazy. So to me, it's more something, it's radical. It's that I don't have the solution to it, and by any stretch, but the more and more I think we're all learning, the more and more, at least I'm finding, that all of our efforts should solely be focused on that and campaigning for that and fighting for that. And I'm shocked, I include myself in this, but I'm shocked by all of our behavior, that we do just carry on as normal. I get a flight here for 2 days and then go back. You know, it needs to be targeted, and it needs to be targeted at big business and politics and governments. That it's regulation, but it is specifically 100 companies. It's the Koch brothers in America who own all of the infrastructure for the pipes for gas. It's China. It's that half of the Republican Party is funded by the Koch brothers, which means that it will always be a split 50-50. That's the real way to tackle it. It has to be politics, but it also has to be money. And I don't know how, but yeah.
Bert, you're nodding. Do you want to add to that?
It's actually not very many people that are the problem. And I was invited 2 months ago to a symposium where 2 universities, Brazilian and the Netherlands, invited people on hydrogen, like green hydrogen. And I had the carte blanche because I had a paper published to lifestyle and technological change and what they could bring to decarbonization. So I could kind of do whatever. And I put 5 minutes on this paper, and the other 10, I tried to understand, like I tried to make people understand who presented at the beginning, because it was Shell Brazil that could present themselves as part of the solution. I was saying, well, it's funny because they are not. Like, this hydrogen thing is 0.5% of their revenue or something, and they still trying to find oil off the shores of Brazil. And it's just pinpointing the problem. They put 50 million, I think it's 49, let's see, I have to get that number. It's 49 million to spend on climate lobbying in 2019. And that's bad. And they cannot kind of say they're the good ones. So we can either say we let them try to fix that by themselves and be part of the solution and try to iterate into the right direction, or we can just make them a public company and do what's needed. So there is some radical stuff to be done, I guess. We cannot kind of turn the little knobs. We have to do things differently.
Yeah. Do you want to add quickly?
Do you want to? In many ways, I think it's the narrative needs to change. We were like, asked to be a bit positive in a way, but I think that's the wrong narrative. I think it's that we need to stop saying that carbon capture is going to come and solve the day when it's 10 years plus away anyway from having one functioning example of it. That we need to start accepting that this isn't going to work. That the UK under Liz Truss of 4 days ago, our new Prime Minister, wants more drilling in the North Sea oil, wants to reintroduce fracking, that whilst them pretending that we're going to get 2050 targets. But it's not even about 2050 targets, it's about 5 years away. It's that in the last 20 years, in the last 22 years, we've had the last 20 hottest summers on record in the last 22 years. I think the narrative needs to change.
Yeah.
That it's that this is happening, this is awful, and we're not going to solve it. And then people then start feeling that we have to do something from an individual perspective, not we wait for a person over there to solve it, not we wait for the oil company to regulate themselves.
So we're up against all these counter-narratives or misinformation, if you will, from government side, also as we heard in our last session, from different lobbies, from different entities, and it's a lot. So can we perhaps segue into the question, how do you deal with being up against so much misinformation, and why do you think that has so much traction? Why are they so compelling?
Misinformation, you mean? I think it is easier to be misinformed than to be informed, because there is so much from so many sources, and truth is not, there's just one big thing. It's not a philosophical concept that you can take in and just understand what it is, but rather many interpretations. So there are so many truths existing that right now, depending on your views, you might be appealed to one side of the story or to another, and that's kind of what we have to face as artists and journalists, the fact that there's so much of everything, and everything shares the language of objectiveness, which in my case, as I work with data, that for me is data. Data can be interpreted, data can be retold, data can be analyzed in so many ways to tell the story that you wanted to tell. So it is not that we've got one way of using data for good. Data is not the good, so sometimes it is very tricky to work with it and also understand it as a main source of narrative and change. So even in my case, that's quite complicated.
And I think it's also about who funds the data research. That like Exxon, the biggest oil company in the world, they fund most of the misinformation and have done since 1978. So in many ways, one solution that I would have is that you have to make all funding clear. Transparency, and that's what Invisible Voice is trying to do in its own way. But think tanks, if they showed who they were funded by, that would really help a lot of the conversations that, so yeah, I think.
I didn't want to interrupt, I was just going to say that BlackRock Facebook connections have jumped to the eye right away when you showed your graph, so yeah, so important to make that visible.
Yeah.
Bernd, do you want to add something on looking at the other side of what you're up against and how you're trying to deal with facing that?
I'm not sure if that's in my bubble or in Germany, but I think one of the greatest barriers is people fearing change, and because they don't know where to transform to. What's the way to get there? What kind of renunciation do they have to bear? And to kind of counterbalance this, maybe we can tell stories about abundance, and it's kind of counterintuitive in a way, but there is a lot of things that we can gain if we do less, if we consume less, if we work less, so there is abundance of income in an unconditional basic income sense, or of care work as soon as you pay people rightly, or of time with people you like if you work less. I think it's a little bit also in these directions, in different dimensions of, I don't know, new ideas of how you want to work, new ideas of how you want to interact with people. I think the little stories connected to specific contexts are very strong.
Thank you. I want to give the opportunity for everybody in the room, but also online, to ask questions. So maybe we can have someone at the microphone go around and see if there are any hands going up if you would like to ask a question to the panel or make a comment. I think you saw someone over there? Right over there. Thanks for spotting.
Yeah, thank you very much. Hi, I'm Hilke. I'm from Hamburg, and it was really inspiring to listen to your talk. Ben, maybe one question directed at you, because I think we're all quite aware of the urgency of a systematic or political change, and like the problems we have as individuals to really do something about those urgent changes that are needed now. I still feel that I'm lacking a concrete example from you what you really can do. Like, I mean, we should basically start a revolution. I think that's clear as well. But maybe from your work, can you give us one really clear example of how we can approach this systematic change while still having only like those limits as an individual? Thank you.
Is this going to Bernd first, or who did you want to address it to the whole panel?
Yes, I was asking Bernd especially because he addressed those like problematics.
Thank you.
Well, there is a lot of examples I could bring from the Climate Media Factory work. We try to do educational stuff too, and then focus on not what you can do as an individual pupil, but what you can do within the school, or what could be done in Belgium, and what's the greater idea of how to get to net zero. But one concrete example from the project that I was asked to explain a little bit is give the option space of measures how to get down to net zero for a city, for example, and then try to get a citizen council working. Do you know, possibly you know the idea of citizen councils, and they come up with revolutionary stuff. And then it actually contradicts what politicians mostly think, that people do not want to do the radical stuff. And it's people that are found from all over in the country, so they're not specifically trained, and they can get people from outside, experts, to tell them about specific topics, and then they come up with policy solutions that then a legislative institution can work with. So citizen councils are an example that we would like to provide with information, data, stories, examples, and possibly inspiring people.
Great example, thank you. Are there other questions or comments? Many of the scientists, I'm just going to keep asking. Did you see another one? Okay.
Hi, my name is Federica, and I was interested in the relationship between data and information, and also the relationship between objectiveness and subjectiveness. So regarding misinformation, right? Sometimes the data is there, but information, it can be like transmitted as misinformed. So I was like thinking, you know, what is your perspective on the relationship between these two, data and information, and how do we see when something is misinformed, for example?
I assume this question is directed to me.
No, for the whole panel.
Oh, okay. Do you want to start?
Well, it's a hard question. It's and this is where I think it's about transparency for me. This is where I think it's about seeing the roots of these. When have you calculated it? I don't know. I use the UK a lot as an example because I'm from the UK. But last year the UK had the fastest growing economy, but the year before it had by far the slowest. So it would make sense then that it was suddenly really fast to catch up post-COVID. But so it's where you start calculating that from. So I think it's all about seeing as much behind it as you can. That where has this information come from? Who funded it? What are their political and whatever motives behind their general research they do? And then it's about you then making that judgment yourself. But I think it's about as much transparency and as much facts, not just one isolated fact. Yeah.
I also think that you should always try to find reports and researchers that are working as collectives. So for example, for the forensic architecture example they gave, there are more than 20 people at the same time investigating the same cases to make sure that these reports are actually true. So it's not only a combination of the data, it's also the amount of people who are also analyzing the same data. within their different perspectives, skills, and so on. But at the same time, it all comes from the source.
And then we'll take a last question here, please.
Cool. Hi, I'm Sydney from the US, and especially in the US, I feel like data itself and misinformation is very politicized, so I'm wondering, how would you all take the politics out of data?
I don't think you can.
That was a quick one, which is allowing us to stay within.
No, I can say something
Okay,
to it,
please,
because
Bernd.
we did the European calculator, and we asked about around 1,000 experts to help us with the envelopes of little ambition and high ambition. It's kind of an explorer, pathways explorer that you can see online. It's European calculator, and there were also a lot of experts that kind of pushed in information and kind of data that was obviously very much in favor of who they were paid from. So I think it's trusted organizations, in that case, EU Horizon Consortium, that has to get rid of this information and try to find the truthful information and the good stuff, and then put it out, and then people can trust specific outlets. That's very old-fashioned kind of press, but that's how it should work, I guess.
And that's unfortunately all that we have time for today. It was very insightful listening to you and learning more about your work. So I'd very much like to thank you for being here and for sharing it, whether here virtually or physically with me on the couch. And hopefully, yes, also a good point of sharing and community making, in the sense of building on what our speaker from the former session said, that it's so important to be connected and to be able to support each other in this work in order to keep on doing it. So let's have another big round of applause for the three of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you to you.
Okay, we're going to vacate the stage in a moment, or you're free to go if you like. I'll just do the moderation for the next panel that's coming up, where I get to pass on the mic to the able hands of Christian Rauch. I'll introduce him in a second. But before I introduce this panel, I want to draw your attention to, well, this next panel is going to be on the topic of residencies. That's why we thought this is important information to share with you, that within the STARTS project, there is currently another project or another residency that is open to be applied for, and that is the Better Factory residency, which provides 200,000 euro for an artist and technology partner and a manufacturing SME. So building these coalitions between artist, tech, and manufacturing, hugely important and exciting topic, I find, and this would provide support for 1 year. If you are interested in this residency and you want to check this out, then do visit the URL betterfactory.eu. I'll say it one more time, betterfactory.eu. Now, we are going to head into the final panel session of today. You will also have the opportunity, I think, to ask a couple of questions at the end of this. So I'm excited to learn more now about the topic of residencies and how they can be powerful tools to change toward a fairer and more sustainable future by bringing together these different perspectives of science, arts, technology, and really facilitating collaboration. And we've heard about the importance of different kinds of interdisciplinary collaborations throughout the sessions today. One example for this is the STARTS for Water initiative, which supports artists, researchers, technology professionals, and other stakeholders to find common ground and also a common language in order to respond to different kinds of water challenges. So in the next hour, different experiences from these residencies will be shared. Researcher, social entrepreneur and founder and director of state, Berlin-based initiative that works with organizations such as the UN, the European Commission, the Fraunhofer Gesellschaft or X-Prize in order... There's a lot of noise at the side of the stage. So in order to create... transdisciplinary cultural and artistic programs that address the issues that shape and determine our future, rethink and enable creativity without limits. Those are all the different exciting things that the moderator of the session, Christian Rauch, does. So in just a minute, we're going to kick off with that panel. Please give him and his panelists a big round of applause. Thank you. Okay, it's been a long day, but it's been a great day. I hope you all agree that's been pretty amazing here on the start stage today. And I'm glad to see you all here for the final panel that we have coming up now, which is going to be all about residencies. And in case any of you joined newly between the last session and this one, I want to give a shout out to another STARTS project where you have the opportunity to apply for a residency program, the Better Factory Residency, which is really aimed at bringing together artists, technology partners, and manufacturing SMEs. So this could be a robotics company or something of the sorts. A really exciting combination of topics and actors. If you're interested in this, provides 200K for 1 year, then do check out the URL betterfactory.eu. So that's a little shout out and maybe something for you to take away. I'm sure there'll also be many clever thoughts and ideas for you to take away from the next panel. As we have heard also in different points today, these interdisciplinary collaborations are so important in order to come up with answers, with ideas, with solutions, taking us forward. And residencies can be a powerful tool to do that. One example is, for instance, the Starts for Water initiatives, which brings together people from many different disciplines and backgrounds to solve regional water challenges. So in this next panel, we are going to learn from different residency experiences and the things they can bring forth. Our moderator does many great things. He's a researcher, a social entrepreneur, a founder, and also a director of STATE, a Berlin-based initiative that works for different organizations such as the UN, the EU Commission, Fraunhofer Gesellschaft, and so forth, and are active in creating these transdisciplinary cultural and artistic programs, shaping the future that we all hopefully want to live in. And I'd like you to give it up now for Christian Rauch.
Thank you so much, Leem, for the warm welcome. Welcome to the final panel of this very long and inspiring conference day, the panel Residencies, but how? I'm very much looking forward to spending the next hour with you, dear audience, and at Ars Electronica and the live stream. And you, dear panelists, which I would love to invite right up to stage with me to have a sit here on our wonderful couch. So please give a big round of applause for our panelists of this session. We have here with us today on the panel couch the Slovenian artist Robertina Sebjanici. She has worked over 15 years in art science collaborations, and her work explores the different realities of aquatic environments and the impact of humanity on other non-human species, right? And her works have been exhibited widely, and you're also no foreigner to Ars Electronica. I think your works have been shown many times here. Next to Robertina, we have Marian Chitnicki, a Croatian computer engineer, entrepreneur, and environmental activist. You're also a PhD candidate in marine sciences and founder of a fishing company in Dubrovnik with the slogan "Fish like the locals do," and you offer customized boat and kayak tours. So a very rounded profile you're bringing here to the table. And in 2020, you also founded a subsidiary, Maritimo Recycling, which cleans the Adriatic Sea from plastic, and you go into upcycling work, which is fantastic. Very much looking forward to the conversation. Hello. Marian. And Marian and Robertina are working together in the residency, the Starts for Water residency, the Zero Pollution Adriatic. Next to Marian, we have Amy van Weinsberge. You're a Canadian researcher and AI ethicist, and you're the director of the Sustainable AI Lab in the University of Bonn, if I researched you correctly. And you're the co-founder and co-director of the Foundation for Responsive Robotics. I probably don't have to say that Amy is one of the world's leading researchers in the area of AI and robotics ethics, and you also serve as the member of the high-level expert group on AI of the European Commission. your work has been awarded with numerous awards, and you also occupy multiple honorary positions and have been covered extensively in media outlets such as BBC and Financial Times. So very, very honored and glad to have you here on our panel. And next to Amy is Irakli Sabekia. Irakli, you're a Georgian designer and artistic researcher, and you're based in Amsterdam, if I'm correct, right? You're a graduate from the Design Academy in Eindhoven, and in your work you explore the human position in relation to artificial and natural systems. You use a mixed tool set of artistic and scientific methods. We see a very powerful demonstration of that just in a bit. And yeah, you're also no foreigner to Ars Electronica. I think your work was nominated for the STARTS Prize in 2020. So that's fantastic. And you and Amy, you worked together on a artist in residence program of the art collection Deutsche Telekom, or have been working on your work, Archive of Spatial Knowledge. That's right. So thank you very much for being with us here today and diving into the topic of residencies, but how? While so much is up in the air in the midst of all the current crises, and we do not know many things, one thing is, I think, clear, and that's finding a meaningful way forward and identifying answers and possibly even particular solutions to all the challenges that we're facing will mean we have to approach the subject matter from as many perspectives as possible. We have to create rooms for novelty and for creativity, and we have to foster collective imagination and collective action. So that means we have to create the space for togetherness, a new togetherness in the way we develop, we innovate, and create. And as Mariana Pestana has said today, and I noted it because I liked it very much, we have to use empathy as a tool, as a tool for a paradigm shift. But for this empathy to emerge, we need to set up the right conditions in order to be able to empathize. We need to create meaningful contexts for a diverse variety of different stakeholders to come together, to engage with each other, and widen their viewpoint. And one, I think, very powerful way to do so is the use of residencies as a collaborative co-creation format that brings together a diverse range of actors from art and culture, research, business and industry, government, and the public. A collaborative effort where new insights and innovative methodologies and prototypes can be generated. Residency programs such as the STARTS residency program offer an opportunity for artists and scientists to swap their respective point of view, to encourage the exchange of ideas, and build new conceptual models for problem solving. And in that case, the residency format must be seen rather as a collaborative journey that one embarks together, much rather than perhaps a more traditional understanding of residencies as an opportunity for artists, to retreat solitarily and create and just focus inwardly. No, it's a collaborative journey, an exercise in togetherness. So how can and how does such a journey look like? I want to just bring to the discussion and to the table an example from the STARTS preparing the present residency process, a journey of 18 months with 21 residencies in 12 European regions, focusing on regional challenges there. That has just been completed, and Manuel gave a fantastic and really inspiring insight this morning into what the residencies have brought up in terms of the final exhibitions. So with STARTS preparing the present, the residency journey started with setting up first a diverse sounding board of experts around a particular topic, around very vague topics, like the idea of doing something in the area of mobility. Next step would be that the regional centers, the regional STARTS centers, would look around and invite experts from different walks of life and different points of view to come together and together scope that topic. And then make it more concrete, initiate partnerships for hosting sites and exchange, and turn that very kind of vague idea of doing something in the area of mobility to a very concrete challenge that would then be brought into an open call for proposals where artists like you, Robertina, were, in the case of Stars for Water, then applying. That's a global open call. Everyone can apply. And then follows a selection process, after which the residency starts. It's a several-month journey, like half a year or something like that. In several stages, covering research, prototyping, always iterating back with the public in terms of public feedback and testing. And then finally, of course, the development of the work, which goes into an exhibition. In this panel, we want to explore now and discuss the potential of residency programs as powerful tools in transitioning towards a more just and sustainable future by converging views of science, art, and technology, and facilitating collaborative research and action. We want to look at what can we hope to achieve with residencies in terms of social change and impact, and how should residencies be structured, and possibly what needs to be changed in order for them to reach their full impact. For this, we have collaborations from 2 residencies here, and a quick overview of the program and schedule. Just in a minute, we will give the floor to each one of the 2 residencies to give a short introduction. Please stay at below 10 minutes for this, so we have some time still to discuss all the fascinating ideas you bring to the table. And afterwards, we have a conversation with all of us here, and this is also for you, the audience, an opportunity to contribute. Let's please make this final panel an interactive one-on-one where we can talk all together. And in order for that to get you going, and also to give me and you a sense of who's in the room, perhaps we start with a quick poll. I know the audience always loves polls, but perhaps this is something we can do now. So it would be really wonderful to know who has been personally involved so far and participated in any sort of art-science collaboration on a very personal, practical level. Perhaps you can raise your hand if this is... Okay, I would say that's at least half of the room, right? Yeah, okay, fantastic. And who has participated in a formally structured residency format so far? Okay, I see at least, let's say, 10 hands up. Okay, wonderful. And who of those of you that raised their hand can say that this was a fruitful and impactful experience that you benefited from? Okay, there's no videos now, so don't be shy. Okay, there's still a lot of hands. Okay, wonderful. This looks promising. Please bring your viewpoints into the discussion, and I'll hand over to you now for the presentation of the residencies. I think first one is... Yes, 2 of you, please.
Do you hear me? Is good? Yes.
Oh no, but this is from you. I think he is starting. This is his podcast.
Can we improvise? Is it okay then?
Or we can talk about.
So we know already how technology dictates our life, and
in order to introduce the project that I was working on together with the Sustainable AI Lab on this residency, I need to go back and explain a little bit about the research that was done prior. And the area of my research was the occupied geographic area, was the occupied territories of Georgia. These are the 2 Russian-occupied territories that became such since 2008. These areas have been my focus for a while, and especially the phenomenon of occupation which is enforced with a razor wire fence which cuts through the area of several regions in Georgia. This fence basically is very destructive to the local communities because it doesn't take into consideration any local infrastructure. It just cuts through the villages and the farms, and about 4 regions without considering their borders as well. Inside this area, the occupied land, we see a very strange phenomenon where the villages of the former local residents are being completely wiped out of the landscape. And let me demonstrate what this actually means. This is a village, Kwemoachabeti, in 2008. On the next slide, just after the war, you see how every single house was torched. You don't see the roofs anymore. So the inside structures of the buildings are visible. And then a few years later, there is no trace of the village anymore. This process repeats itself very methodically in many, many villages. And my previous project, the Voicing Borders, was focused on this phenomenon. I wanted to bring this forward and try to start a conversation around this. What is this phenomenon? How can this be repeated in such a methodic way in all of these locations? And my outcome in this project was an installation in 2 pieces. In one, I created an interactive piece where the viewer was able to discover are we there? Can we work? Yes, thanks. The viewer could use their own shadow in the installation to unveil the structures that were destroyed in the occupation. And this way they could participate in not just watching and being told what is happening, but physically interacting with this evidence and discovering it themselves. And the second component of the work was a radio device, which was addressing and targeting the very weapon of occupation, which is the razor wire fence. And it transformed this object into a radio antenna. By tuning into it, it used its electromagnetic properties to transmit a simple message in Morse code. And this message read the names and the coordinates of the disappeared villages. In this way, the project was using the weapon as a tool to voice a protest against itself, trying to make it work against its own function. So when this project was over, and I continued my research in the spatial justice and erasing of spatial memory. And my entrance to the art science residency was with the project, The Archive of Spatial Knowledge. This archive collects idiosyncratic spatial and social memory of individuals and groups who have been forcefully displaced from the original locations, locations of their origin, or are denied representation and spatial rights where they are residing currently. The idea of the project was to create a digital platform which would allow individuals whose living environments were destroyed to create written accounts of their memories of these spaces and attach these accounts back to those physical locations using a digital layer. In this way, the project would create a pool of protected knowledge that would be overlaid on the physical landscape, which could not be destroyed by the force that was in control and physical control of the space. The digital archive, the digital platform, allows the viewer to, allows the contributor, sorry, to create these nodes and to attach them to specific geographic coordinates. But on the other hand, it allows the viewer to read and access this content on locations to which they were attached to. In this way, the project functions as a spatial intervention because it allows the viewer to access the hidden stories and juxtapose them to the actual reality of the physical landscapes on the location. The focus of this first edition of the archive, which is presented in this exhibition, is the Georgian territories the Russian-occupied territories of Georgia. And for me, the outcome of this project is a way to push back on the forces of spatial hegemony, which are transforming the landscape and in the process destroying history and culture. And it is a tool for me to address this issue, but also push back on the force of destruction and erasing of spatial memory. Thank you.
Hello. So now is the presentation of our residency program. We have a bit too much slides, so we will maybe click with some of them quicker through. Me and Mariam, we have been together applying to the residency because I knew Gino from before already. I was with him instead of EMA program, so I was also a bit rethinking how shall I apply in the way that it's not looking, you know, again, coming to the France. So I met Marian some years ago also in Dubrovnik, and I was thinking it's really good to work also with somebody locally, because I think we all learned through the COVID time and so on that, you know, also connection with local communities is extra important. Because in my works in last years, I was traveling a lot, you know, I spent lots of time in the Atlantic Ocean on different coasts of France and so on. And during this kind of a bit more lockdown times, I was a bit more again at Adriatic coast, and this was also very important, at least for me. And when I approached Marian, he was very eager to do this together, because for you this is like kind of new field, but on the other hand, you're very active in this ecological kind of point, so we really connected this. So one of the first trips, go on the back.
The moment we started residency, we instantly went to the field trip just to do some experiments. And the funny thing is that we used super magnets to try to pick something from the floor bottom, and we ended up by getting nothing except these small particles that we noticed. Those were actually magnetized dust, and the source was not known, and that's what gave us idea that the whole thing about the pollution is probably much more complex, and that's how our residency basically started.
So I was like introduced before already, but so we can go further. But in my research, I work a lot on this kind of understanding how these invisible pollutants are be able to be presented also to the wider audience, you know. And this was one conversation starter also with me and Marian.
So the open call was called Zero Pollution Adriatic, which really sounded ambitious and probably impossible, but that actually was the inspiration for us to submit. And the project was lasting, the residency was lasting just for 8 months. We thought first that it would be like really small project, but it ended up being quite bigger. So first we started by researching, and we were mostly focused on the sea urchins, which were also the inspiration for communicating the whole program, and also for our branding and logo design. Then we moved to the technological innovation, social innovation, and art piece. So these are some photos from our field trips. And the main idea was to place, actually to make the smart sea urchin, as we call it. So instead of spikes on the urchin, we'll put some sensors and try to monitor sea for some time. And we decided for the 3 main spots. So one of the most polluted lagoons in Croatia is Gruž port, which is like really full of boats and cruise ships during the summertime, which is a really big problem with overcrowded tourism in Dubrovnik. Another one is next to the old city port, and third urchin will be placed somewhere where the sea is quite clean. So yeah, maybe you can say something about experiments even before the measurements and stuff.
So what we did, one thing was important to work on in situ. This means in the aquatic locations which Maria mentioned them. One was the smart urchin which Marian developed, and I was working more with bending chamber, which is chamber which you put in between of the aquatic and the soil levels. So through this you kind of learn about which one goes, this one goes further. So in vitro experimentation, I collaborated with the team of Ur Institute, which they also here, like Philip. And with him, we did like experimentation of like looking into how the development, how the different pollutants are actually influencing development stages of the sea urchins larvae. So it was also good to see that the experimentation was done within just once. So for the scientific part, we will need to continue with this 3 times more, but like in 6 months of residency, you have limited capacity and time also, because one thing is to develop this experimentation, so see some of the results, how different kind of toxicities are changing or shaping the bodies of the larva. Lots of papers, this is the chamber which I was mentioning before. So there was like lots of field trips also needed for that. And for this was also great. One thing was also to combine our knowledge and our expertise together with the scientists from Dubrovnik. So they have been also very eager to have the conversation with us. And this was with them, we did few trips also out, and also for them, we actually triggered one new project with them also, which is like extra. And they started to be interested into bioacoustics, so that was like one of the really nice outcomes of the project. But maybe Marian can explain more about the smart urchin, which is like actually technological innovation of the project.
Yeah, so we basically used sensors that are available on the internet, pH, TDS, turbidity, dissolved oxygen and temperature sensors, and some advanced Arduino programming. The idea is to plant like 5 fully submerged sea urchins on different locations, which will monitor constantly like the state of the sea under the water, close to the regions that are full of pollution. And after we get enough data, the idea is that these urchins communicate and try to bring some models for prediction of the pollution even before the pollution happens, and also to try to discover some invasive species and stuff like that. So yeah, the final version of the sea urchins will be sending the live data to our servers, and we'll be gathering all the data of the sea. This is some prototyping that we finished, and current model looks like this. And the third part of the project, basically second, you will talk about the art piece. It's the social innovation. So the main idea is that the prevention is the best way of protecting the sea. So there are a lot of businesses like restaurants, cafe bars, hotels, boats in Dubrovnik, and most of these people don't know how to act or how to protect the sea. Even when they get the tools like recycling plastics or something like that, they don't do it because it's like not easy for them. So we decided to create the social platform on this domain, which we actually launched today. This platform will encourage local businesses and stakeholders to follow our guidances, and then they will earn like reward points, lower electricity, lower fees for the trash, and even some discounts for eco-friendly products and stuff like that. Yeah, basically we can call this a launch. So from today, any businesses in the Adriatic coast can submit for our movement. There you go.
So this social innovation was really important part of the project, I think, and for us also was, I think, for me, not being from Dubrovnik, I saw how important it was to have collaborator from there. Marian, who speaks the language. I speak the language, but not the best. So always when I switched to English, I lost them. But the good thing is that the city of Dubrovnik, also because of Gino Šutić, who was our producer, is also very connected with. They have been very eager to step into it with us, also into this story. And the project is also like represented now in Ars Electronica, mostly with the artistic part. So the work is kind of representing all this what we talked now, you know, like you can see on one side we have the all this kind of representation of the in vitro experiments done in glass. It's kind of like talking back to this historical kind of ways of representing biology through the glass blowing. The other thing is also I always try to rethink how to do the sustainable way, also the art piece, because this is also something, you know, if I speak about all this kind of plastification, toxicity and so on, and then I try to work with less that toxic materials. So this is also one of the reasons why we have also stainless steel and so on. We still use technology, televisions and projectors and so on. But yeah, I'm having lots of thought about that, so I'm also curious to hear some other colleagues here, which they in the public to talk about this, you know, because it's also, it takes time to change the materiality of representation of what we are talking about. Just a shout out to all the collaborators, because between these kind of projects, yes, me and Mariam, we have been leading roles, but then we had like plenty of collaborators, all of them sitting there, so hello. Maybe you wave at least, thank you. So it's like, it's great also to have all this kind of crew with us to experience the festival, get inspired, get lots of interesting inputs. And yes, thank you, Gino Šutić, for selecting us to be your colleagues again. It was great. I think there's lots of things which we still would like to do. As I mentioned before, 6 months is quite intense time, especially when you said before, Christian, when you talked about this kind of intersection of the residency, because we have been feeling we are like constantly just talking, presenting, doing stuff. And this was something which we both needed some time also to kind of, you need to digest the information which we get. So would you like to add something for that?
It was quite a short journey, but yeah, for me, this was the first residency. First time I felt like how important it is to connect the art, science, and technology, and I think it ended quite well, even it was short. But we'll definitely continue on doing it.
Fantastic. Before we go into the discussion, which I'm very much looking forward to, let's give like one big round of applause for these fantastic works and presentations. It's really remarkable works and ambitions that turn into the works that you presented. So congratulations. Also congratulations to the launch today. That's fantastic. Mariam, because you just you were starting already to reflect a little bit on the background of the residencies. Let's build on that, and perhaps for the remaining half hour, take a little bit of step back from the actual works themselves, regardless how fascinating they are, and let's try a little bit of a bird's eye view and look at the process and actually the format that made them emerge. What went well? What were the ingredients? What were the important, key points? What are perhaps, hopes and relevant aspects that one could hope to address? Even where is really a suitable point to attach with a residency. Marian, you come from a quite different background, right? You're a computer engineer, and now you're a captain and an activist and engaged in artistic projects. So that's quite a journey. Can you tell us a little bit on how you got into the residency project itself and why you felt that this was a valuable thing for you to commit to?
Yeah, so I basically graduated computer engineering. Tomo, he was one of my mentors during college. So after that, I joined many activities around the youth center in Dubrovnik, where I basically met Gino. And he was like a crazy scientist over there, and I was really amazed by all the weird things he was doing there. So that's something that made me think more about the science. Last 5 years I've been practicing traditional fishing techniques and sustainable fishing around Dubrovnik, promoting that side of the industry. We are mostly doing sea cleanup actions also around the Dubrovnik beaches. We have a lot of problems with the trash that comes during winter times on our coast. So I was in youth center, I was mostly doing 3D printing stuff and all kinds of stuff. So I thought all these plastics are quite worth, and maybe we could use my IT knowledge with some stuff around the sea. I also asked Gino and Tomo how I can join the youth center and do some projects. And one day Gino just approached and said, you know, there's an interesting open call, maybe something similar as you're already doing. I read it, sounded amazing, connected with Robertina, and the process was quite smooth. The whole residency was a bit weird experience for me, to be honest. I, as the programmer or engineer, I always start with the problem part, you know, and then I find the solution. The logics around this project was to find something innovative, find something that maybe some problem that we are not still aware of. So both of us have different approach. She always starts imagining things and experimenting with things, and I'm starting from the actual problem. So yeah, it was quite difficult, but we found each other in the middle of the project, and I think it ended quite well. For me, completely different approach from anything else that I did before.
Fantastic. I think you said in the interview before this panel even that you felt that this residency was compatible with everything you do, and you saw the pieces come together. That's a fascinating thing to say about such a process. And seeing your result, it seems also that you did an amazing effort and job into creating really a range of very, very different output formats, really ranging from deep technology to kind of, citizen platforms and an artistic project. So that's really amazing. I think you, Robertina, said in the interview before, when I asked you, what's important, what you feel is important about residencies, you said it's all about people. And in the end, it's really people that come together and have to engage with each other. Can you in your career and artistic work over the last years, you've committed to many of those collaborative efforts and processes. Can you tell us a little bit about such interpersonal encounters? Where do you feel that, okay, I can commit to a relationship and this could go well, and it seems this was a very productive one. Perhaps the process and framework was also one that was suitable. So I would love to hear about that as well. But about the personal aspects, where do you feel, what role does it play, and where do you feel, when do you feel that this is something that could work?
So in the research, of course, people are important as well as also the topic, So I always try to jump between these two situations, and depending what is needed to be done and which kind of entry points I need to understand, then I always try to get this kind of collaborators with me. And collaborations can be different, It's sometimes I collaborate in the way, I worked with Gino before in EMBA Residency, where we have been co-creators. With Mariam, we decided to have each his own kind of approach and techniques also, because there was so ambitious things also. So we realized in between that, either we will both get ultra frustrated doing stuff which we don't want to do or don't understand or don't have capacity to do it, or we do the things which we both feel extremely comfortable. And also the main point was that the passion was there, the idea was there, and what we wanted to convey with our message was also there. And then we kind of found the common ground how to navigate that. So I think methodology can be very different I think there is not only one recipe how to do things in life, you know, because otherwise we will just repeat each other and everything will be the same. It will be extremely boring, honestly. So I really try to navigate through that. And one of the things which I try to develop also in my conceptual frame when I built up, for instance, master classes at universities, or when I work especially in the context of citizen science, which I do sometimes also, it's like, and you mentioned before empathy, like I call it empathic strategies, you know, what could be the empathic methodology or strategy, you know, and it's very interesting, like in process of 1 week, mostly everybody has on the end very different idea how this kind of methodology or this kind of either communication or sensing or whichever format of sensual kind of perception we can go, it can go like in different ways. So I really try always to be flexible enough to understand where the frustration comes, and when we come to that point, I think it's extremely important to be very transparent about it. And we did this process, you know. Of course, it's not always easy to collaborate, you know, that we all have different opinions, ideas, and also different background. So I think it's very important to be good in listening to each other also, not just like, you know, one thing is talking, another thing is listening. So I think you're noting, so I think there is lots of this kind of things.
Irakli, do you want to shed in on that aspect?
Yeah, of course, sorry, is this working? Do you hear me? Yes, all right. Yeah, in our collaboration, it worked in a way that by the time I started this residency, I had been already working on the project for a year. And this was, in a way, a kind of a good position to start with, but also created certain difficulty because the structure of the residency was geared towards starting a project from scratch. And that's also something that you need to adapt to as you go along. We had our first meeting, I think, somewhere halfway through the project, and then and I realized when we finished the very productive and interesting 1 week that I had to be in Bonn and meet the amazing team and get all the input, then I realized that, oh, I could have benefited from this months ago, and it would be so good to have it before, because now I want to change my project, and I want to do this, and how do I do this, because I have to present in 2.5 months. And but indeed, when you know what you and we kind of came to a vision of the project that made sense on these many different levels, because of course explaining a project and coming to a consensus about it with scientists and academics, from my perspective, it was also a bit challenging, but since we were on the same track, sort of understanding what we were doing or what the project would be like, it was really straightforward, and we're really looking forward to what to do after the residency, and how can we take this established connection further.
Wonderful, thank you. Amy, I would love to bring you in on the discussion. Robertina, you mentioned before the importance of the topic and finding something, kind of, I guess, finding a common purpose and something that you know, you both thriving for. Amy, you're one of the leading AI ethicists. You're deeply entrenched in the current discussions on AI ethics. What's there on the table, and what kind of questions do we have that are really urgent to solve, and why, you know, did you feel that, you know, in your busy schedule, like committing to a project like that might be you know, a meaningful effort? And you know, when I was thinking about that, I was thinking, you know, could a residency be something like a kind of exploring a practical ethics, like in a kind of a test bed of society, or I don't know, like.
Yeah, actually, that's almost sort of what happened, I would say, Irakli, Okay, so let me start from the beginning. So you said, what kind of issues do we need to think about when we're talking about artificial intelligence? And there's so many. So I see there's 15 minutes left. I won't get into that. But there's, how we collect data, how we store data, what we use that data for. What the lab is looking at is the environmental consequences of making and using artificial intelligence. So the carbon emissions, the electronic waste, the exploitation of people and planet in terms of mining, water usage, land usage, on and on. So that's sort of in a nutshell what the lab is looking at, but also this concept of what does sustainability mean. And I think what was really interesting, so when we were approached by Deutsche Telekom for the art science residency, I'm a natural scientist, and then I went into ethics, so I thought, oh, okay, I wonder what this is going to be like. But we thought, okay, let's try it. And I mean, for me, I would just say, I hope that there are so many more of these programs and initiatives, because I saw how my lab benefited from it, both in terms of, personally, but professionally. When Irakli came in, we had all of these questions about how he was going to design this platform. And and he was very patient with us because, as philosophers, we're not making platforms, we're critiquing them. So we were like, why this, why that? And so, he walked us through and he answered the questions. But then, so it was amazing for us to be a part of the process. I say that very humbly. You did everything. But it was amazing for us to be a part of that process. It was so different for us. And then another point was that, as I said before, we're super critical of technology. That's our job. But then Irakli shows us this incredible digital platform with such a fantastic aim and goal and intention. So I think a lot of us were sort of like, oh my God, like we got excited about technology again. We got excited about what could actually be achieved, which is very rare. And then, like in our lab. And then I think the third thing too was, when Irakli came in, normally we critique technology that is commercially available, right? Technology that is made for commercial purposes. And so the whole field of philosophy and ethics of technology is about why this design choice, why that, protect the customer, protect this and that. But Irakli wasn't making a commercially available product. So then we started thinking like, oh my gosh, do we have to rethink our whole concept of technology? Are there now like different branches of what technology means? And maybe technology in the art space, right, should be considered more of an experiment, as a sandbox. So you shouldn't be restricted to the same conditions as a commercial product. So I think for us, it went on and on and on. Like Irakli just blew our minds. It was so incredible. It's so nice to hear that the artists enjoyed the experience, because, and I mean, you guys are the stars, but from the scientific partner perspective, we loved it. And so I really hope that this is something that continues.
Oh, fascinating. I think that's wonderful to hear, and I guess there's many people that would love to collaborate with your lab, and probably people are already scheming on new proposals to send to you. Irakli, I remember, I think also in the interview, you said that there is so much at stake at the moment, and we're in such deep trouble. We cannot waste our times with focusing on things that are not relevant and going about with just vaguely, with things that just vaguely matter. You said everything that, if I remember correctly, everything that we do has to concretely matter and pay into like developing solutions for the problems that we just face. And I guess from your project, it's a fascinating example of a project that could, in the face of the current Russian aggression on Ukraine, it couldn't be more relevant. And so I wonder how do you go about trying to create something that is immediately relevant for you? What's your compass there? When do you feel that you actually that it can matter?
Yeah, it's a hard thing to respond to in a sense that because I don't really have to make a choice from the perspective of how I feel, I have no choice. I just follow what comes next and just in the logic of my practice and how I approach topics. But I do understand your question. I think it all comes down to the essence of how I choose to work. And for me, the outcomes of my projects are my tools to address and I sometimes use this a bit of an aggressive term of attack aspects of reality that are somehow otherwise untouchable. We have many phenomena, or like in my let's talk about myself since I'm that I have these phenomena around me that I cannot reconcile with. I cannot fully understand or place myself in relation to them, and my practice is my way of addressing these things. And in that way, I just follow what I feel needs to be done.
Perhaps
I'm not sure if that answers really the question.
Yes, of course. Perhaps we can open that up to everyone and also to the audience, an invitation. If you have questions, please raise your hand and try to be mindful of that. In the meantime, I would love to hear from you a little bit on about your opinions of, in a perfect world, what could we really hope to achieve with residencies as a format for collaborative change and action for bring forward social change in a perfect world. What can we hope for if we go about that, if we do it really right?
Can I have a question for you? Yeah. What is the gabarits for perfect world? This is for me like how to even define that. We live in geolocation lottery, like when you are born, you are lucky or not lucky in specific area of the world which you feel for or not. It's like we still live in the world where people cannot even move around without having. Not everybody can be free in the way how is this freedom kind of described. So what is actually the gabarit of the perfect world? For me, it's really
in the context of this question. I just we could probably for years talk on that, but in the context of this question, I just meant in the way that if residency formats would live up to their fullest potential, what could they achieve?
So can I say something? I feel bad because I'm not. But I would say from the academic side, in terms of the university infrastructure and the grant schemes and the funding schemes, we have European Research Council in Germany. There's a variety of different national funding schemes in the Netherlands as well. I think it should be much more common to have partial funding of your grant directed towards a residency. Right now, it's almost unheard of that happens because you get a personal research grant and then you hire PhDs or you hire postdocs and things. But I think I would love to see in an ideal situation, in a perfect world, an ideal situation, that academic funding could be directed in this way.
Why do you feel about that, like that?
Why do I feel like that? Because, so I'm really lucky in the German context. I have something called an Alexander von Humboldt professorship. And so I have the freedom to do what I wish with the money within university rules. Yeah, and so I can hire PhDs and things like that. But I can also, I have the means to be able to work with artists, to commission pieces, to do things together with artists. But that is not the norm. That is not common. This is the first time I've been able to do that, and I'm a full professor now, so you can't do it at different stages. So I would say that we should have a mechanism where other funding schemes allow for that possibility, that you can use the funding outside of overhead, outside of strictly academic positions and conferences and workshops, that you can hire or that, not to commodify, I don't mean it like that, but that you can create a residency, an artist in residency program.
This that I think it's also important to have idea about that independent artists. We have these kind of very uncomfortable positions many times. So I think perfect world, the residencies could be also a bit more flexible with that, you know, because this is mostly done, like I, as an artist who likes to do research, I love that. So I still don't have to be bound to some specific academic position or something, and I can still do the research, because not everybody has to do it, because we're all having different way of working. So in perfect world, that's the thing, and also to go beyond this kind of European frame, this frame, other frame, because it's so really quickly be not inclusive, you know? And there's this kind of problematics which I mentioned with these geopolitical situations, because, you know, like, immediately if you live in the country which is just next to one which can get that, and you cannot never reach that. So that's always this kind of problematics which comes up many times. I have like many colleagues from countries from which they are, you know, I don't know, from Latin America or from different kind of parts of Earth, or, you know, like from Kenya or something like this, which they have limited resources and they cannot reach out to all this what we in this kind of European bubble are able to do. So I think it would be really good to share that. But I don't know what is the, you know, like I'm not think, you know, like I think it will be good to rethink that also as possibility to open this kind of discussions.
One topic that you just both touched upon now is, I think, goes in a little bit in the direction, and I'm really curious about what you say to that, especially the more kind of artistic side on that. To what degree do you feel that that in such collaborative formats, there should be a commitment to deliver impact? Because, you know, in a lot of other kind of social impact directed projects, there's a strong metrics and measurement scheme on, you know, in terms of, you know, how you activate, how you change the public opinion, how much you involve people in that. You know, I think, you know, without valuing it in the artistic space, there's a lot of freedom to not be bound by such restrictive measures. And I would love to hear your opinion about, you know, is this a good thing? Should we use residencies more to go for social change, to go for impact, and then also, you know, demand that from them to cause it? Or should we protect them fiercely as a space of open creativity and experimentation? It probably is not a black and white answer, but just, you know, perhaps you have a thought on that.
Yes, I try to. There is something about the word impact that I internally kind of resist to, especially when touching on subjects that are very sensitive. I cannot imagine working on subjects like I have to be engaged with and expecting to have impact on the community that I'm addressing. What my role is, and I'm sorry, I'm just speaking from my own perspective because that's the only practice that I really fully understand, probably, or maybe I'm trying to. And what I'm trying to do is make suggestions and create worlds in which these suggestions are realized, and try to live those worlds, so live these realities. And by sharing the experience of living this reality, yes, we can connect to. I hope to connect to other participants or to the viewers of the work. But when it comes to the effects of it, I think the effect really starts from the process of making. The fact that we collaborated and the effect that the lab had on me, and the effect that our conversations had on your practice, I think that's already impact, and very important one. And the impact that you had on each other, right? And then further in the process, the interviews and for the archive and how the participants were interacting with the platform, that's, and I'm pointing out things that are beyond or before even the presentation. I just want to point out that those moments are the very important ones. When you release it, it's outside of your control.
I'm just looking to Geraldine. So I guess we have to restrict on the time. And that leaves me, I think we could all continue this conversation for much longer, but that leaves me, unfortunately, with the role to end this conversation here, to stop it, regardless how fascinating it might still continue. I thank you very much for participating on this panel, for contributing your views, your passions, and giving us the opportunity to look a little bit behind the scenes. And I hope that for you also, the audience, it was something that felt here and there meaningful, that you can take home, and perhaps it inspires more conversations. So let's please join me for giving a big round of applause to our panelists again.
And to you, Christian, it was a wonderful discussion. I agree, it could have gone on for another hour. It was great to listen to you. But maybe there are some people in the room that are going to go on to some of our evening activities. So I'll release you, and also a big thank you from my side for being here. I think we'll just have to continue this discussion in another panel next year latest. That would be great. And for tonight, of course, right away, we're going to start with our start ceremony. So I'm sure some of you will be heading over to see that, which is, of course, a highlight for this evening. We also learned earlier that there will be a performance by Holly Plus. So if you want to see the voice of Holly Herndon perform, then I definitely recommend that. That was another great session on today's stage. And yes, of course, all the other activities going on. I hope you've checked out our exhibitions, including Marta's exhibition, who spoke on the disinformation panel. So all that's there for you to discover. And then, of course, I look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow at 10 for our Studiotopia Day. And yeah, I hope you have a great evening.